I do the technical part of the farming, as in coordination of the farming activities in the Uganda Prison Service. I head farms, all the farms in Uganda.
So who does the farming? The inmates?
It is both inmates and we, of course, we use machinery, then the inmates.
How much technology? Lots of technology?
A lot. We use precision farming.
Really? What is that? Sounds interesting.
It's new to you, but for these people, it's not new.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so you people who understand that, please clap for him. Precision farming. I wonder what that is. It sounds like lasers. And come and tell me about precision farming. Educate me. What is it?
Well, from what I understand precision farming to be, it's farming using technology. Drones, surveillance, sit at home and watch everything.
And that's what Uganda Prisons does?
No.
They say they do precision farming.
Uganda Prisons doesn't do precision farming. This has technology involved. So you maximize the land use, you make sure you know what and how much you're going, what the output from your land, just using technology.
What's your name, madam?
Priska Besigomwe from Hortifresh.
From?
Hortifresh Association, Uganda.
What is that?
Hortifresh is the umbrella association for fresh fruits and vegetables value chain players. So we support exporters, farmers, and all value chain players in horticulture. Fresh fruits, vegetables, nuts, and spices.
Well done. Let's give a round of applause. Too many conversations happening in the room. Please go ahead and talk to each other. In a few moments, the next session is going to start, and Jimmy is going to give us a sense of what yesterday was like. We're going to reflect on it. Did we hit the marks that were supposed to be hit? And what are we going to do today? So Jimmy is going to come up, and on top of that is going to moderate the first session. This has been a fantastic experience. I honestly thought it was going to be extremely boring, but after yesterday, I'm impressed. I'm very, very impressed. Remy, come and talk to me, Remy. This is Remy Malay. Tell me a little bit about what you do exactly. You say Commonwealth something, something.
We are called Commonwealth Business Women Africa. It's a consortium of business women across Africa trying to improve their livelihood options.
Right, so these women are drawn from all sectors, or is it specific sectors?
All sectors. As long as you're a woman and you're trying to find a livelihood, you're welcome on board.
And there is a Ugandan chapter?
Yes, we have 25 chapters in 25 countries.
Interesting. And in Uganda, what sort of activities are you involved in?
We have mandatory activities, like we have the 1 million girl coding program, where we're trying to see that the girl child gets to understand that coding is essential today. If we're going to excel in the fourth industrial revolution, as you can see right now, we have to understand the language of the computers. We have to understand coding, machine learning, robotics. So we have quantum school, and it's training different, even laymen, agriculturalists.
Can we please listen to what she's saying? Can we just listen to what she's saying? Because I think this is important. Let's just repeat that part again about quantum school.
We have what we call quantum school of robotics, where we teach ordinary people like a farmer. Because, for example, we have programs where you can detect how the soil is doing, you can know the weather beforehand, using artificial intelligence and all that. So if we do not get ourselves ready for the fourth industrial revolution, we will lose out, even if we are just simple farmers. So we advocate to improve lives of people, to understand that technology is the way to go, and this is how we can. So we help them learn that. Then two, we have what we call the trade center. And here it is because normally trade, so we're trying to see that we have the Amazon of Africa, where a woman in Chad can easily do business with me in Uganda or Kenya and Rwanda, using online.
You own that? No, I'm just asking because. No.
It's not that I own that. It's that these are initiatives that we have come to.
How can they benefit from that level of technology?
First of all, we have a project called Sky Harvest with Quantum School. And Sky Harvest will help you detect the soil quality. So once you know the soil quality, you will treat it on time and have better yields. It will tell you the climate and the seasons. It will predict seasons for the whole year. So you won't have trouble. Yes, AI can do anything. For example, the professor.
Predict seasons?
Yes, the professor who is.
That's not witchcraft.
No. The professor who is working with us, doing amazing. I swear to God, NASA, they are building apartments on Mars.
here. But he is the man who handles who is the chair of the Agricultural Chemical Technical Committee. That when you are registering your products, when you get lots of feedback to and fro, it is because of the queries sometimes he presents. Our own chairman of the Agricultural Chemical Board, Mr. Perez Kaumi. This is the man who makes things happen. When we clear your processes fast, credit goes to him. When there are delays, I don't want to say that because he's my chairman. My colleagues from the ministry who were able to represent me while I was away yesterday, thank you very much, team. The feedback already is good, that you did a great job. Actually, they are great people. Sometimes I think they are better than me, but thank you very much, colleagues. All the other participants, I have taken a dangerous trajectory. I might end up annoying a few others, but sorry, I may not be able to mention each and everybody. But, first of all, apologies. Yesterday, I was not able to be here in person. And the reason, when I tell you, you'll agree with me that it was for a good reason. Because we are transforming the structure of management of our agricultural chemicals by creating an authority in the Ministry of Agriculture. And this new authority is going to be called the Food and Agriculture Authority. It is going to mainly regulate 4 key areas. One is animal health, plant health, including agricultural chemicals, and food safety. And yesterday, a meeting was abruptly arranged for us to lock the bill with the first Parliamentary Council, and being one of the key proponents, I had to be there so that I make my final input, and thereafter I should hold my peace. So it was a very big struggle of where should I start with, where do I go? But because I was aware that this was going to be for 2 days, I knew you being very gracious people, you'd understand. So I finished that yesterday, and today really, I also want to sit in and engage with you and also see how we deliberate and come up with a good way forward so that we can serve our country better. Not only the country, but also the region. Because many of these products, when they come through Kenya to here, they end up also serving the other countries around us. So thank you very much. I was told yesterday was very engaging, and I look forward to also participate with you today. And thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul Mwambu. I just want to appreciate you personally because when this symposium planning began, he came on board, I think he was somewhere in Europe, Geneva, if I understand, and he immediately composed what was called as a technical working group, the TWG. And a lot of them have been working in the backstage, but you'll see them by the results that they've been able to produce. But one thing was you send him a message, and I was very close to the communications, and within a space of less than a few minutes, he's responded and given direction. And I thought that was a very smart way, very, very smart way, especially coming from a public official like you. So we appreciate you for that. So unlike yesterday we had a challenge with time, if you noticed, but it was important to get all these important topics out of the way. I was being told that Africans have what is called African time, whereas our friends from Europe normally tell time by the clicking of the clock. Africans tell time by landmark events. Second, I remember my grandmother used to tell me about hunger. There was a time there was a famine. And then the Second World War, of course, as my young child, you don't remember this. But today they will talk about COVID, and I think we have children named after COVID and so many other things. When the cow gave birth, when the cock crowed, and I'm not talking about Judas Iscariot, but when certain things happen, that's how we normally tell time. Bakombozi days, for those of you in Uganda who were born around the 80s, you remember there was that. I think it was in the aftermath of the 1979 war. We had quite a number of, I've got a family, they named one of their daughter Kombozi. And Kombozi, these were these Tanzanian troops. They were known by Kombozi. So it stays with time, it stays with time. So what I want to tell you today, we're not going to tell it the African way, we are going to follow the time, okay? So we have a panel which did not complete, and that panel is going to be discussing the presentation that was delivered by Mr. Joe Iracha. We have Given Mudenda, Managing Director of Syngenta for Eastern and Southern Africa. You saw him yesterday. He's going to be on the panel. We have Jon Kregello from Bayer, the CEO. We also have Joe Iracha, who will be sitting on board that panel, and it's going to be moderated by none other than Professor Boga. But before they come on board, we are going to look at the program, which we had yesterday for today. That's what our program looks like. If you disregard the 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, we are going to start with the panel, discussing the presentation that was delivered by Mr. Iracha. Then we shall have the responsible use of agrochemicals and fertilizers, which is going to be delivered by Professor Ogenga Latigo. We have so many doctors, Dr. Nganga, Professor Latigo, Professor Boga. If you throw a stone carelessly, you might hit a professor. That's how many people we have here with so many names. So we are going to have the responsible use of agrochemicals and fertilizers, women and youth shaping agriculture, and we have some very dynamic women. Evelyn, stand up. I just want her to be seen because in the magazine, they mixed up her picture and called her Evelyn Luseneka from Claim. Evelyn, just say hello to the people.
Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to a very fruitful day. Thank you so much for making time for today.
Thank you. So after that panel, we are going to have climate change, we'll be talking about climate change, artificial intelligence, digitization, and some of the faces and the people you're going to listen to in this panel, they look so meek, but they do amazing work. One of them is a lady called Brenda. Brenda, we are looking forward. Brendan. Just say hello to the people, Brendan. And what you do, tell them who you are, what you do. I know they will see you in action afterwards.
A very good morning to you all. I go by the names of Brendan Wadri. When he asks me what I do, it's a bit difficult to say, but I'm a director at the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, but still there's a disclaimer to that. I am not here for that. I am here to discuss tech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Let's give her another round of applause. We are going to be discussing agriculture financing, and one of our sponsors, Stanbic Bank, will be leading us in that one. Then, of course, we shall have lunch. This time we don't have a press conference. Yesterday we had a press briefing, and I know most of the people who participated in that had to have a 10 minutes break for lunch because they had to be back for the afternoon. This time that doesn't arise. That's why I'm so confident we shall manage our time better. We have a presentation on public-private partnerships, PPPs. And this one is going to be backdropped by a presentation which we are going to get from Professor Hamadi Boga. And we are going to have a number of people discussing this one, because we live in the world of PPPs. Even this very symposium is a PPP. Maif, CropLife, and all the other partners behind that. We are going to then have a symposium summary. There's a team of regulatory people. Susan, I know you're one of them. We'll be getting some of the takeaways from the 2 days, and this will be shared before we close, just to see how we are hitting or whether we We've captured it well. But we also have a rapporteur who is at the back of the room. Her job is to capture everything being discussed today, because whatever you've said here is not going to end here. It's going to be put in a report, and this will inform policy. It's going to inform future discussions of this important symposium. And there's a lady professional who is going to be doing that one. So that's what the day looks like, and of course the closing ceremony. This is where we are going to have all the bells and whistles, you know, closing, remarks, wrap up, recognitions. One thing I should tell you is that nobody is going to go away empty-handed. Today you all have a special gift, and Agnes put this together for you because of the resilience you showed yesterday. By 5 p.m. we still had a packed room. That was a big sign of resilience. So everybody will go away with something. It's a surprise. I'll not talk about it now, but you'll see it. And then we shall wrap up and go home. So that's how it looks like. But I'm just going to do something different. Looking back at yesterday, what were the hits? What were the misses? Maybe I'll just go by the show of hands. We've got some ladies holding microphones. You could just volunteer in terms of what did we do well, what can we do better to guide and inform today. In no particular order. If you don't volunteer, I'll pick at random. Okay, we have somebody at the back.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. It's nice seeing you today. What was great yesterday was the openness of discussions that we had yesterday. And the open, and the sharing was quite rich. At times, I thought that, am I seated in the wrong place? But it was beautiful that I was seated in the right place, and I did a lot of learning, unlearning, and relearning. So I look forward to that today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Candid conversations, learning. Thank you so much. There's a very, yes.
My name is Aloysius Musime, a farmer from Chazangarengo. Started this discussion right away from the first day yesterday. I had various participants. I mean, those who are in discussion or in panels, whatever they talked, I was very impressed. I learned so many things. And actually what I wanted, I requested you guys that today we conclude this issue. There's someone who talked about the seal on these chemicals, where we find a code that you send back to the company to recognize that it is a genuine and original product. That thing touched me, and that SMS is free of charge. So a farmer sends it back to the company, then he gets feedback. That would be very grateful for the farmer, like me. So I'm so anxious to learn more things today as a farmer, and then I will go and disseminate it to my fellow farmers deep in the village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent panels and also excellent innovations. I don't remember who it was. Was it Yon who talked about it? For the sake of those who didn't hear it, just tell them about it, because it's a big problem in agriculture in Uganda. Microphone right behind you.
Yeah, thank you. So this is safety features on the product that we are trying to, of course, to establish. We talked about certain seals that are only scannable, but obviously we know that very often the internet connectivity in rural areas or the availability of smartphones is limited. So in that regard, it's a simple scratch code that you would find on a bag of seed or, for example, on a chemical product that can be sent back to the company and would basically say this is a product that has been registered with us. And of course, by scratching the code, if somebody tries to fill something else into the bottle, the code is already scratched, right? So that's the principle that we are trying to bring out more and more in all the products. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yon. So for those of you who go and buy product and you're not sure whether it's genuine or not, because in this world of fake, people only put the sticker original, and our farmers make the mistake and burn their fingers. But you can see the innovations and the technology that's available. Thank you so much. Anybody else who can just give us one highlight from yesterday, hits and misses? I'm going to take the microphone to Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko. For those who didn't attend, she was well introduced. She's a lady who has been the former Minister of Agriculture. She's worked with the UN, with the FAO. She's been around the place.
Good morning, everybody. Actually, I don't have anything new to say. All I want to say, though, is that being an old woman, I would be happy to know who is in the room. So maybe this time where we are saying feedback, what did I miss yesterday? I missed hearing from those companies which didn't present. You traveled all the way here. Can we know, at least give you half a minute to tell us who you are and what you are doing here? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sechitoleko. I think Tim, Laila, Jennifer, Agnes, I think we are going to have to attend to that one in the course during the breaks. Okay, any other hits and misses? Everything has been on this side. Yes, that table. Let's start with the lady in orange. And then everybody else around you. Keep it short. Introduce
Hi,
yourself.
I'll introduce myself. Mirembe Sophie from Grain Pulse. I think what I enjoyed most is the fact that we are calling for collaboration between all of us. Because from talking to people, you could see we've tried to catch counterfeit. ETG has tried, Yara has tried, Bokola is fighting it. Why are we all trying in our silos? Why aren't we working together to make sure that this works? From Yon's point, I'm just thinking, on fertilizer bags, are we able to put anything? If anyone has a solution, please let us know, because fertilizer bags are a bit more difficult for us to figure out what the solution should be for people that are using them out there to actually know that they found the right fertilizer bag.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Remy? Let's first, No, it's okay, so go ahead, and then you pass to the lady.
All right, thanks everyone, good morning. My name is Gilbert Kato from Export Trading Group, or ETG, as a business development manager, but then at the same time in CropLife, I'm the secretary. Yesterday was interesting, and my biggest take was about the knowledge. We realized that world over, technology has changed, and we find we are dealing with things at the moment which we would not understand. So this knowledge flow, if we have to work as a team, as CropLife, as all the stakeholders, we need to transfer the knowledge all the way from secondary school to universities, to the stakeholders in government, everyone. And I think it should be a deliberate move by the government to ensure that knowledge in this farming sector is really, really important. Just one key highlight about the education. It really has to start from the ground. My firstborn is in S6, and recently when he was trying to do choosing of the courses, the combinations, he was told me agriculture is marginalized at school, and I realized when I was doing the same, it was the same. Like, people are not taking it as very important, yet actually, you find even the professors who are here, every time we think about agriculture, when we're getting to retirement, but we need to start from the ground all the way to here. So to me, that is very important. And I believe as we move along, we shall come up with very key points so that we can find ourselves on the right page. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And before the next person talks to you, how did you know I was coming to you, Dr. Hilary? Semana. He has just talked about something which you and me discussed passionately at breakfast. And please make sure you tell them what you told me in as best as you can.
Thank you.
And link it with what he has just said.
Yeah, so my name is Dr. Hilary Semana Rugema. I work with Grain Pulse Limited, a fertilizer company, at the same time on the board, Agriculture Chemicals Board. Gilbert has talked about something very important about knowledge, information. When I sat here yesterday, and I have been in the agriculture world for 26 years, and I was a kid when Madame Sechitoleko was in the ministry with my dad, Professor Semana, we used to admire the extension system. Up to the time of NADS, you know, extension was doing so well, information sharing from the farmer level, you know. So right now, of course, in the private sector, we have our own extension system. I head advisory at Grain Pulse, a subsidiary of K+S. We train and inform the farmers, but when you go out there, the farmer looks at the fertilizer, they don't know what they're using. You know, they don't understand the soil status, but they're buying all these inputs and applying. At the higher level, we are talking about all these things. Yesterday I was listening in. So we don't have the collaboration, it's really missing. I see some key stakeholders, Ministry of Health, they were invited, they didn't turn up. URA that allows all these products to come in is not here. So it's very important to share knowledge, information, collaboration, partnerships. I don't think this will work. Maybe for Sophie, my colleague, I saw this in other countries when I was working in Germany. They have codes on the fertilizer bags. I think we can implement it and it will really work, but it needs, I think that's where CropLife plays a very big role, where we all the actors have to participate, share knowledge and information, trickle down, because we all have information in our own perspective. I'll talk about something, how it kills the soil and all that, and I hate it. But someone else speaks it, the journalist publishes without understanding. So I think we need to have a structure that really guides each one of us up to the last mile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Knowledge, information, partnerships. Wow, golden words. In my first job, we used to have, I worked with a company called British American Tobacco for the longest, about for 15 years. And what used to happen with extension, in every farmer's field, an extension worker used to have one line that he used to come and either, do the crop husbandry, either, applying fertilizers and so on and so forth. And what the farmer did was just to emulate what that extension worker was doing. But I'm sure today, especially with our youth who didn't see these organized systems, extension is just a byword. I think they'll think you're talking about an extension cable. So, there was somebody else who wanted to come. Yes, the lady, and then we come to you, Remy.
Thank you very much. My name is Shalon Mugabe. I serve with the East African community. I also work with young people. I like it that you did not make the program a speech program. You made it a content-focused program. I also like it in the choice of the people that were on the panels, knowledgeable with up-to-date information on what was needed. I also like it that you removed the breaks, and whoever needed to take a break took it at the time they needed it, saving a lot of time. I'm looking forward to conversations on how to work with young people, to include them in agriculture, especially students. I'd be very glad to connect with people doing that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that lovely feedback from the EAC. Are you from Uganda or Tanzania? I always get confused in Tanzania, especially ESC. You meet somebody who has got a Ugandan name, and then the person tells you, no, I'm actually from the northern side of Tanzania. Then I said, okay, it's the colonial boundaries. But thank you so much, I think, for that feedback, and I think the youth panel is going to come in handy to discuss the issues we've talked about. Yes, Afande, introduce yourself, your names, and your burning comment. Afande Kaima has been the spokesperson of the Uganda police, but when he's not wearing the pips, he's doing serious farming in coffee.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Emilian Kaima. Yesterday, what I loved the most is the level of commitment from the organizers and then the energy in the room. And that spoke volumes for the future. Many times we grumble. You plan these, things don't happen the way, and then you have somebody to blame. I saw commitment and energy. And from the presentation that was done by the chair of CropLife, she called for synergies. If there are people in the industry, can they all belong? So that you have common purpose, you put resources together, and then we move. We, who are farmers, would benefit a lot because all these issues would be checked, and we are sure that what we are doing is profitable. I look forward for these annual conferences or even platforms where we engage and get credible information, and then we can consult and move forward. So I want to thank you very much, and I look forward to growth.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that feedback. Okay, there are so many hands. I guess I'm taking these last three and then we close it. And please keep it to under 1 minute. Starting from Remy. Remy Malé. Some people call her Ronnie Mel when she's in the US.
Guys, be encouraged that you missed a good thing yesterday. Yesterday was amazing. Like I say, I'm the layman. I'm the layman agriculturalist, entrepreneur side. But this room, first of all, had scientific agriculturalist. So when Agnes told me I'm coming, I was like, okay. I started dozing before I reached. So I was ready to doze the whole time. I had such a good time. My brain was tickled. My hand was up every time until even Alan Kasuja maliced me and said, Remy, no, I'm not giving you this mic. So that's how we ended that day. When they told me no, that's how exciting yesterday was, and I believe today will be great. I loved the interaction between the speakers. I loved that policymakers were in the room and they were called, and they could answer those questions in time. And that was good. But no one answered whether we sit on table of global policy making. I'm still really asking about that. And if we are not sitting on those global policy making tables, how do we fix ourselves in? When you talked, it was counterfeit when Alan told me no. So let me use this chance to speak my heart. In agriculture, one of the most successful weapons we had as Africans was our sense of community. And that is cooperatives, and that is what Crop Life as a platform could do for us. What about if we could, all of us who came here and complained, now go back actively and deliberately and make sure we make associations, community-based cooperatives and all, to see that we fight counterfeit through these ones. For example, I keep telling people, when I looked at this room, we were all urban people. And 15% of our population is what is in urban centers. And I'm not saying in Kampala. 15% is what is in the towns, like that town of Kitgum, that all of us together who can speak English, who can articulate, we are just 15% of the population. So what if we empower Crop Life to reach the 80%? When they gave us the number of fertilizers that is utilized, I had the answer immediately, because the 80%, we are not reaching them, and they are the farmers. So what are we going to do to reach the 80%?
Okay. I think the message has been received loud and clear. She's talked about an important part of fertilizer usage. It's one of the lowest, and one thing she hasn't told you is the thing we call hybridization. If you go around East Africa, Uganda has one of the lowest single-digit hybrids. You go to Zimbabwe, it's almost 90%. Kenya, professor, is about 85 hybridization rate in Kenya. Oh no, Remy has given feedback in terms of how, I mean, basically people don't have information and don't have access to technologies. So fertilizers, for example, the application is so low in Uganda, partly because in Uganda, the country is so fertile. If you remove the buttons from your shirt and throw them, you'll harvest shirts, almost. That's how fertile. So people don't understand fertilizers. Okay? So, oh.
I'm the one with the mic.
Okay, after her, we'll come to you, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to summarize this session in less than 10 minutes, so whoever that's talking, please don't take more than a minute.
Yes. Oh, okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carolina Liamo, and I work for an organization called CABI. CABI is an intergovernment organization. In Uganda, we are stationed at the Narrow Secretariat in Tebe, but I'm here with a colleague from Nairobi office, where our Africa regional office is. As Kabi, we are really passionate about this symposium and especially about this topic because as Kabi, we address issues that grapple with the humanity, for instance, hunger, increased productivity, but also the food safety. And what triggered what I was very passionate about yesterday is that our conversations were really all grounding to how we ensure food safety, not only for the European market, but for all of us. And from the discussions that we had, I noticed that we have the solutions, we have the products that actually the farmers are looking for. As Kabi, we also do knowledge brokerage, where we package this knowledge so that we disseminate to the farmers. So I was really looking at these products and looking back to the farmer and asking myself, how do we get this kind of information to the farmers? We are talking about the low uptake. The low uptake is because of ignorance. We all agreed to that. How can we empower the farmer to get this knowledge so that they know about the availability of these products that they can use to increase their productivity, but also in the same time as they increase their productivity, they are factoring the safety component. So this is a very passionate conversation and gathering that I believe the synergies that may come out shall help us find practical solutions. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So before we get into the busy day, just wanted to give a quick highlight from yesterday. For me, of course, it was very exciting and to be able to communicate even what Yara is doing. And from there, we've got a lot of people asking, can we partner, which was the essence of the meeting yesterday, to just increase our level of collaboration and partnerships. So I'm very excited even to hear that from our discussions around the Asili launch, there are people who want to come and join us in the Center of Excellence and create the Knowledge Center together. So I'm hoping to get more people coming together for us to continue the collaboration. But I also want to echo something around the counterfeits and a quick solution. In Kenya, we are already working with, through the association, that is the Fertilizer Association of Kenya, we are working with a company called Mezzanine. So we are Mezzanine is creating a solution for SMS verification of products. So this combined, coming together in the spirit of collaboration, this is an opportunity for CropLife. If CropLife members come together, then they get the service provider like Mezzanine, they will be able to get very good rates in terms of having SMS verification, product validation. So this is an opportunity for CropLife to also bring together its members and come up with a solution that is affordable to the members and is also solving the counterfeit issue. Thank you. I introduce myself again. Oh, there are new people in the room. My name is Dr. Winnie Nganga. I'm the Director for Government Relations and Public Affairs for Africa for Yara. Yara is the platinum sponsor, in case you missed.
Sarah Fiona Chisache is my name. I work with the Uganda National Agro Input Dealers Association. What I liked most yesterday, I actually liked almost all the sessions, but what stood out for me yesterday was about the fight against counterfeit. And it took me back to the days when the African Fertilizer Agribusiness Partnership was coming to start work here in Uganda. We did regional consultation meetings, and the agro dealers told us that unless they are involved in the fight against counterfeit, we shall not be able to stamp it out. So I would like to communicate this to the meeting here, such that as we draw strategies, we should find ways of involving the agro dealers. And at those meetings, they also told us to reach out to MAIF and ask it to operationalize their code of conduct. Because in that very code of conduct, you find that the agro dealers are stepping up and saying, let us be watchdogs over each other. And by which being watchdogs over each other, they will have started self-regulation. However, at that point when we were doing the consultative meetings, they did not have the legal support to be able to operationalize their code of conduct. So it was a request to MAIF to operationalize this so that they can actively participate. They can actively participate and contribute to the subsector. Thank you.
Thank you. There was somebody else at that table who had a hand up. Keep it short, please. We are running out of time.
I will. I'm Dr. Didas Namanya from Ministry of Health. I was very seriously impacted by the presentations on counterfeits.
Doctor, let me just interrupt you. I'm so happy we have somebody from Ministry of Health, because yesterday that voice was missing. So I've increased your time to 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So I'm impressed that this discussion is concentrating on issues which are actually impacting on health. I will talk about food. Food is a key input on our health, but the health sector is not the one engaged in agriculture to produce the food. So there is need for that strong collaboration, because when there is no food security, there is no food safety. For us in health, we are concerned with food safety, and crop life and all the collaborators here are engaged in that. So we are very strongly supportive of this collaboration, and I think at the end of this meeting we should have a strong recommendation for strengthened collaboration. How can we work together to make sure our food is safe, our food is secure? And I'm excited also to attend the coming presentation on climate change. I'm in charge of climate change in the Ministry of Health, and climate change is coming to challenge food production. The droughts, the landslides, the flooding. How can we tackle this? I saw that it is going to be related to AI. How can we use AI to project the impacts of climate change on food security? I'm very excited, and I thank everybody, the organizers, for this meeting.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a hand. Better than that, I think one of the things he has brought out, and I hope it's going to be very prominent in the, not just the expectations, some of the recommendations from this workshop, is the collaborations. He has brought in the angle of health collaboration with the people in the food value chain, okay, food production and so on. This is a very key one. We had, yes, you wanted to say something?
Thank you. My name is Edward Gishara from Syngenta. What stood out yesterday, and I'm just capturing this for the purpose of the commissioner who was absent yesterday, was the issue of EU restrictions and the candid discussions we had yesterday. Among the issues which came out was the tricky balance to achieve between human safety and also food sustainability. So I believe that yesterday we had a very good discussion where even we had a panel which came out with a very interesting concept of having our own African solutions. And I remember when Professor Hamadi Boga brought out the issues of how AGRA was born. It came out very clearly that as Africans we must come up with our own initiatives on how we handle certain issues. I believe this is a candid discussion which we'll take forward and maybe come up with concrete direction in which we should take. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, and I hope it also helps Dr. Mwamvu to begin catching up with what you lost. Okay, I think I'm going to call it a close on this one. Oh, okay. The last one.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm David Onenchan from Organic New Life. There is something that I've seen that many people have skipped on counterfeits, but we should agree that it all goes back to the manufacturers. First of all, you need to have a strong team if you underpay your employees. Just know that you have opened the gates for counterfeits. And also when it comes to packaging, you find somebody has $1 million equipment, but the bag, he wants to buy the one of 500, so, which is very easy for one who wants to actually come up with the same packaging so that he can fake the very product that you are producing. So as you produce and try to get the packages, material, ensure that at least you put in features where once if you announce, it is known to the public that look out for this so that you are not cheated. And also one last one is, I'm very happy that out there, when you want to reach to the ministry, most especially MAIF, people tell you, those people are very hard to meet. So with this engagement, really, it changed my mindset that really these people are approachable and they are good to speak. That's why you see there's one comedian actually who said that you, the Minister of Agriculture, why would you need a lead car? You see? It's because really, outside there people think differently, but when we have such programs, really, it's a good innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You didn't tell us your name?
I'm David Onenchan from Organic New Life Day Group.
Thank you very much. You've heard from David. Maif, you are very good people. Number two, he has also proposed a pay increase for everybody who has come here so that we avoid or minimize. But he has said some very important points, and I hope they are also captured in the summary. There was a point that came from our speaker here, I think on the panels. I think that's very true. One thing I want to say is that normally these panels are all full of men. They actually call them manels. But this time yesterday we saw quite some dynamic women from Agnes, Dr. Nganga. We are going to have Dr. Evelyn Musioka. Yes, we've got Dr. Brendan and Wadri and many others. So you can see they're also quite balanced. So thank you so much. And I think as we prepare to go into the next session, just allow me to recognize we've been joined by Mr. Onesmo Kenneth of CropLife Tanzania. Can he stand up? Karibu sana, salimia watu.
Good morning. I'm sorry I missed a lot yesterday, but I hope to gain more today. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, and karibu to Kampala. So, that is, I think, a brief rundown on the expectations, rather on your feedback from day one, the hits, the misses. What I've seen is more of what went wrong, but I think it's also good, I mean, what went right. I think what we'll do is that for any feedback on things you think we can do better, kindly just step forward. On the expectations, there was quite a lot of expectations. One of the expectations somebody gave me, and is one of our respected speakers, maybe we should capture it, and I'm going to pass this to you, Laila, is harmonization of regulatory processes in the East Africa fertilizer and CP area. I think it's a major expectation. If we miss any of the recommendations, Susan and your team, is this issue of harmonizing policies across East Africa. Otherwise, if everybody does, I don't remember which speaker it was, that you'll bring these, you'll ban something in Uganda, then the cousins across the border will bring it across borders and so on. So we have to have a harmonized process in everything. Okay, so production team, can we have a very quick look at the expectations? Expectations are live. Okay, so for the speakers talked about, yes, and I hope you'll be able to talk more about it as well. Okay, very good. That's a major one. It's a very, very, very key expectation. To get a structured way forward on active ingredients review, the HHPs, MRLs, and so on. I think this is something that will need to be, we'll probably get to hear more of it. Private sector, public sector engagement in real-time situation and support for the sector. So the expectations are going to be quite many, and I don't think we are going to exhaust them. So we'll look at them one last time when we close, or as we go into the closing. But I just wanted you to know that whatever you've captured, this is proof that it did not go to waste. We don't bin things here. We've captured them. Government counter efforts, government's counter efforts and so on. I think we need to see more of government and so on. One piece of comfort I want to give to members. If you have members of the technical team of the ministry, there's no bigger commitment than this. And I want us to appreciate the team from Maif. A lot of us tend to get peeved when we don't see the minister, we don't see the Minister of State. I think the docket has 4 ministers, about 4 ministers and so on, but they're not the ones who do the work. The people who do the work is the team who are here. And during the lunch break, we were talking with Agnes when she called me this morning. We think that one of the things we are going to do, especially for the people from the multinationals, the local companies, Bukol and so on, during lunch you probably need to sit together with the technical people from the ministry and have conversations on a lot of these things. I think that will be a very good way to use your time, like we did with the press conference. Do it between the companies, manufacturers, formulators, and this technical team. Once you get this, you've already sorted out your issues. So, I'm going to call it close on day 1 review. Expectations are quite many. It's actually a tide. If I scroll down, we'll probably finish here at about 12. So I'm going now to go straight into the, I don't know, I've left my program. Let me just borrow your program. We are going to go into the program now, and I'm going to call on stage the next panel, which we were supposed to have discussed yesterday. And this is the panel that is going to review the paper that was, submission that was done on regulatory commercialization challenges of fertilizers and crop protection pesticides in sub-Saharan Africa. It was done by Mr. Joe Iracha. And on that committee, or rather on the panel, we have Mr. Given Modenda, Managing Director, Eastern Southern Africa. We are going to have Mr. Johan Kregelo, Managing Director, Bayer, East Africa. And Mr. Joe Iracha will still sit on that one. And it will be moderated by Professor Hamadi Boga. Before they come on board, I just wanted everybody who presented yesterday to stand up. Whoever presented, spoke, Mr. Joe Iracha, Professor Hamadi Boga, Dr. Nganga, Mr. Muzira, Given, and of course, Johan, Susan, wonderful people, all of you. Let's appreciate these people. And the only reason I'm telling them to stand up is because one of the feedback we've got this morning was the panel selection. And I can tell you it was not a piece of cake, it was not a walk in the park. Everybody that spoke, presented, and is going to talk was picked with surgical precision. They were selected, background checks were done. I think if I can use the example of our speaker yesterday, when Professor Boga's name floated, I just told Agnes, I know the gentleman from so far away. When we were piloting one of the technologies in agriculture, we used to work very closely with him, and on one flight from Mombasa, I think we were coming from Matuga, where we were doing some of the pilots. We talked about this thing, because you see, when you talk about things like GM technology, especially in this part of the world, it's a swear word. It's a swear word. The other day I bought some food for one of my relatives, and they said, the bag you brought us, I think it must be a GMO. She just concluded. I said, how do you tell that? And of course I had to do a bit of a lecture. But one thing I liked about that one, just coming back to the selection of the wonderful men and ladies you see here, is because everybody that was selected went through a triple filter. You first got the names, filtered them. So what you see is the fine percolate of the best in this room. The very, very, very best. And we want to thank them. We don't take you for granted. You can't get an MD here for 2 days in Uganda. These people are busy. On average, I'm sure, Dr. Nganga, how many emails do you get a day?
100.
100. And these are not emails to say you look pretty, no. These are serious emails, probably. Some of them I think I got to know when we were presenting, and the South African team wanted to know about the preparedness. And they had a breakfast meeting with Agnes at 7 a.m. I just thought that was crazy. But out of that, guess what? They gave us $20,000 for this conference. That's why they are platinum sponsors and all the other sponsors. So, enough of that. I just wanted to appreciate you, gentlemen. So, and ladies, I'm not being sexist. And if I have, I beg forgiveness. Susan, am I forgiven? Thank you. If Susan says I'm forgiven, then I'm okay. In school, we used to say I'm kawa. Okay, so you can take your seats. I'm now going to request the gentlemen and ladies that I've read out. So, given Mudenda, please, if you could step forward to the stage. Okay, we've got Jon Krogello, and Jon is got a call after here. You remember we were talking about the 200 emails from Dr. Nganga. Jon, I won't ask how many you get, but I know you have a call in a few minutes, so we are going to run through this. So, and then we have Mr. Joey Rasha, who presented, and then it's going to be moderated by Professor Hamadi Boga. We've got 30 minutes for that. Oh, okay. This panel is going to be moderated by David Wazemba. David Wazemba is the country director of AGRA in Uganda. And thank you so much, AGRA. You've been a fantastic support. AGRA do some amazing engagements and they bring the industry together with the, a number of high-profile symposiums around the region, and they've been a big magnet, so we thank you for that. So without further ado, run away with it. Is it Dr. Wazemba? Thank you.
If you've forgotten, we worked with you for a while, so I'm sure you've forgotten that.
I can't forget.
That's so many years. But I will not tell you that. It's part of what we go through in Agra. It's a simple thing. We don't need to mention whether we're doctors or professors. David Wazemba is my name. I'm the country director for AGRA Uganda. Today, and just to let you know that yesterday, towards the end, we had quite a comprehensive reflection on the challenges, on the commercialization regulation and the challenges of the fertilizer and then crop protection pesticides in sub-Saharan Africa. Joe did a really good service by giving us a reflection on the trends, on his observations over years, but then we need to sit back and reflect. Are these really taking shape in the current status? Is this resonating with what we're seeing? So to get the panel, reflecting on this, I have Joe, I have Joan, I have Given, who are quite well versed with what's happening in the market. But in order for us to benefit from their experience, in order for us to benefit from what could be coming out as new, it will be important that we set the scene. Given the fact that Joe was able to actually give us a little bit of the context of where the issues are, I want him to set the scene by just giving us what are the biggest regulatory bottlenecks, in summary, of facing the fertilizer and pest companies operating in sub-Saharan Africa today. And generally, this is just to give us a hint. There could be as many. But in his appreciation over years, and given that he's been in this business for a while, but he has retired. But from the hindsight of his appreciation of the current landscape, could you quickly reflect on that and give us a context of where are we in terms of the regulatory bottlenecks? What are those 5-6 bottlenecks that you think we all need to go home and then point out and say we need to handle this moving forward? Over to you, Joe.
Hello. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. When a moderator, we're here again. As MC said yesterday, I insisted we do the presentation yesterday and go through the moderation in this session. As was mentioned yesterday, let me repeat my names again. I'm Joe Iracha. Formerly worked with Bayer for many years. And I mentioned my DNA is Bayer, having worked with one company for about 30 years and retired more than 10 years ago. And I confessed my witness to those who fear about retirement, as there is life after retirement. So what have I been doing for the last 10 years plus post Bayer? I wear a few hats. One of them, or the key area, is plant nutrition and biofertilizers, representing 2 global companies in sub-Saharan Africa. And I also happen to chair a board of directors for a company associated with Centum Investments, which is the biggest private investment company in Eastern Central Africa. The agricultural wing specializes in the growing herbs for export. I chair their board. So principally that's what I do post-retirement. And in my journey in Sub-Saharan Africa for these companies I represent on plant nutrition and biofertilizers, the key topics of today, that is regulation, commercialization, and the challenges we face differ from country to country. If I become more biased on the biofertilizer section, where I've been spending most of my time in the last 10 years, the challenges differ from country to country. Let's begin with inorganic fertilizers. In quite a few companies, you do not require registration trials. What is more important is the standards. Every country has its own standards. If it's Kenya, you have Kenya Bureau of Standards. They will then engage, if you're importing from Germany, SGS Germany, to do the PVOC in producing the COC for export. So when the importer brings in the product, the critical point is the COC, and it's the duty of the KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, with their surveillance system. The clearance is easy, seamless, but they also go out there to take samples sometimes to check whether actually what you submitted is the same or there are any handout deals to make the product not conform to original. When you come to a country like Uganda, they treat inorganic just as pesticides. You go through the 10 years process of registration. If you're an investor, then you query yourself, where do I put my money? Do I start with Kenya, where all I require is standards? Do I go to Zambia, where I require is standards as the market is used? Do I go to Tanzania? Do I go to Mozambique, Nigeria? And your answer would be as good as mine. Of course, you invest where you can reap easier. Because you come here, you spend your I had $10,000 to come to the market, and it will take you like 2-3 years. Whereas by that time, you'll already have maybe recouped your money in Zambia, in Tanzania, in Kenya, and so on. So that is one area the authorities here should ponder, and whether the harmonization across the region, in East Africa in particular, makes sense or not. When you come to organic fertilizers or biostimulants, biofertilizers, biostimulants, I think the regime is more or less the same in those countries. In Kenya, you have to go through a rigorous process of registering the organic products with the heaps and doses of files. Is the same story here. In most countries, it's the same, except again in countries like Zambia, which treat all those products are more or less the same. Again, as an investor, you have to decide where to go first. Where the barriers to enter are high, you see that one can hold. The processes are clear. If you follow the due process, you get your registration and commercialize. There are, of course, challenges to commercialization. I would take, for example, one of the, I would call it non-controversial biofertilizers, like inoculant for soybean. Uganda is a big producer of soybean. So is Zambia, Malawi, Zimbabwe. Those are the key markets. Once you go through the regulatory process, like we have done here with one of the products, which is commercial in Uganda, an inoculant for soybean. The challenge is, how do you get it out there to the farmers? Other than the big farmers, the smaller farmers is always a challenge. How to disseminate that information for adoption by the smallholder farmers. On that note, with my experience again over the years, in both having worked with the Ministry of Agriculture and the industry for many years, one of the biggest disconnects I found on information reaching to the farmer is adoption. If you go to Kenya, the regulatory authorities have heaps of files of recommended products, whether it's Caro, whether it's PCBB, whether it's Kefis. They have heaps of approved products which have taken years and years and dossiers. But then how does this information get even to the universities, to the extension workers, and finally to the farmers? That's a big challenge which needs to be addressed. And there are many ways of interventions, many of which were captured here yesterday by engagement of stakeholders working together. To find, say, look for a solution, I will take again the case of the inoculant for soybean in Uganda. Yes, it's a very friendly product. It's bio. It fixes nitrogen from the air. They use and not use. If you use the inoculant to get nitrogen for you into the soil, into the seed, your yield difference is roughly about 30 to 40%. Huge. So in other words, if you are a soybean grower and want proper yields, you have to go into that technology. Then how do you get it to the smallholder out there so that the technology does not take 3, 4, 5, 10 years for it to be adopted? How can we move faster to adopt this beneficial technology to the smallholder farmers? I'll borrow a cue from some experience we had with smallholder exporting to Europe, very sophisticated market, and I would say replicate this one here in a nutshell. You need to bring in the stakeholders in this partnership and tackle the bottlenecks. Now, coming back to adoption, I'll quote another incident I had in 1998 with a group of Ghanaians a part of our delegation, and during our introduction, they told us they come from the Ministry of Adoption, no, Department of Adoption Technology, the Ministry of Agriculture in Ghana. That told us a lot about what I mentioned about information lying out there without the off-takers, except the initiative of the private sector who have an interest in their product to fish it out and get it out to the field. Does this ring then a bell to the regulators, to the ministry people, that maybe that's a question they need to address on how to get this information piled up there with a lot of research work and money tied for the benefit of the country, in particular the smallholder farmers. I will quickly give what I see as one of the solutions in getting adoption of this technology faster. We need to do a connectivity of serious stakeholders, starting with the farmers. We need to have farmer groups organized with strict bylaws, operating bylaws. Let's say you have 1,000 farmers in Gulu. I don't know whether they're organized in cooperatives or not. Of course, the Ministry of Agriculture needs to be deeply involved. The provider of the technology needs to be deeply involved. You need an off-taker, and since it's a product being sought out by many buyers, it's easy to get an off-taker. Then you need to get a financier on board who finances the inputs so that when the input supplier like AgriFarm invests our money to buy those products, she's able to give to those groups. Then the extension people, in supported by the technology, all the extension staff, popularize that to the farmers. When they harvest the off-taker, of course, you have to have a financier. The financier for the input supplier to feel, okay, I'm covered, I can import these products, supply to the farmer, the information on use is delivered to the farmer out there, he produces a high yield, 30% higher than they were doing on literally. If you adopt this technology, you are sure of getting that. The farmer is in money, but how does he get his money? This off-taker will normally then pay to the bank where all these smallholder farmers have bank accounts, both collective and individual. And when the farmer is being paid, they deduct whatever inputs were supplied, and everybody is happy. A lot of times, the finance is not comfortable because the smallholder cannot provide collateral. So who then takes part of the risks? This is where, again, in that chain, you loop in somebody would call a risk taker, an NGO, maybe AGRA, to support this program. The bank would say, my default rate would be like maybe 20%. But the default rate 20%, 80% the bank can take and lend the money without the collateral because there is a guarantee on the default section. These kind of models have worked before. They're available. We are ready to share our knowledge, including the export sector, where I know this country is not so strong.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I think you've done it precisely. You've kept pace. You've given us a little bit of the emerging technologies and trends and the market dynamics in the context of the regulatory landscape. Is provided us to what extent that is evolving and how the market is keeping pace with. Some of the solutions are really being tapped into. Just moving on, and this goes to given that you actually look at the region in Eastern, Southern Africa, what progress has been made in harmonizing the fertilizer and pesticide regulations across the region, the blocks? You deal in a number of these products, you cut across markets. What are some of the harmonizations that have been made that allows your business to thrive? Possibly you take that with the same, to what extent do the national regulatory bodies have the capacity to effectively evaluate and regulate some of these? So you're looking at it from the regional context, but also then bring it down to what extent the national, the countries have the capacity to support or effectively tap into these harmonized regulations. Over to you, Given.
Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, better. Thank you for that very important question. I think to start with, we need to make it clear that one of the biggest challenges that we have in the region, in sub-Saharan Africa, or in Africa as a general, is the lack of harmonization amongst the systems. And this is the biggest challenge that we have. If I'm sending my seed or end product from Zambia is going to Kenya, I have to clear it in Zambia. If it's passing through Tanzania, I have to clear it in Tanzania, and I have also to clear it in Kenya. So those are really not harmonized systems. It's so unfortunate that in the Askuda world, some of you that are familiar with the regulatory authorities that Uganda Regulatory Revenue Authority, TRIA, Tanzania Revenue Authority, or Zambia Revenue Authority, or Kenya Revenue Authority, they use a system called Askuda World. When the implementation of that system was meant to harmonize the clearance of goods. However, that has not actualized. So these are some of the challenges that we face. For you to move any good across countries, you have to clear it at every border. So you can imagine how many border and the time that it takes. And if you are carrying for some fresh farm produce, they actually go bad. So systems are not harmonized. And also, we need to admit that our infrastructure across the countries are still in a terrible state. Whether we like it or not, the roads that we take to the borders, some of you have driven across from here to Kenya, you can attest how bad the roads are to drive across. So the infrastructure is still bad. We're still struggling in that area, and we need to do a lot. Another challenge that we are facing as a business to transport our goods and give access to our farmers and smallholder farmers. The regulation themselves, we have been trying to harmonize the East African Community registration harmonized regulation. Alex and I worked some years back in Tanzania, some faces familiar here, trying to harmonize the registration of pesticides in East African Community. Up to now, it has not been harmonized. I think it has been 10 years plus. So the regulation framework is not harmonized across the countries. If you're moving something or registering something in Tanzania, it should be easy that when you get trials in Tanzania, in Kenya, in any of the two countries within the East African Community, you should be able to get your registration, but that's a dream. It's not happening, unfortunately. But this is not to blame anyone. It is our slow systems, and we need to work together to make sure that we make it happen. So there are so many examples that we face that are not harmonized and make it possible for us to have a free trade and make sure that we are delivering the much needed technology to the farmer down there in the village. So we still have a lot to do, and there are a lot of work that we need to do. If you look at the Uganda itself, and perhaps in many other countries is still the same. If you are importing fertilizer, you have to go to a different section to get the importation permit and the registrations. If you're doing pesticides, you have to go to another regulatory authority. If you're doing organic fertilizers, you have to go another guy. So there's so many stations that you need to touch. And unfortunately, it also costs money. Either you are paying money to the authorities, or you are spending money to go move and do these registrations or deal with the authorities. So these are some of the many issues that we still face. So many barriers that we need to harmonize in terms of the infrastructure, the authorities themselves, and also the other authorities that support us, like the revenue authorities across the countries. So we need all these things harmonized so that we can give access to the farmers. Still a lot of challenges, but again, it's a journey, and we're here to find the solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you, Given. And the beauty is that we have some of the regulators here. Dr. Paul is here today. Hopefully we'll shed light on to what extent he's moving to try and ensure that the harmonization takes shape, but also in the country context, we are almost compliant to a number of these in order for us to effectively deliver what the farmer requires. Yeah, to you, John, and this is a little bit complicated. What are the key commercial challenges that prevent new or climate-smart agro inputs from reaching smallholder farmers at scale? Are inputs companies incentivized to invest in research and localization of products for diverse ecologies across Africa? Possibly that sits well with what you do, and possibly hint to us to what extent that is happening. Over to you.
Does this work? Yeah, now it's working. So, first of all, thank you for the question. So, I think we've touched a lot, and I think Joe also touched a lot on regulatory issues. Because first of all, of course, when you look at new solutions that you bring to a market, of course, we are all private sector, we are business companies, so we need to have a business case for these things. There's obviously a lot of technology that is available, and we invest a lot of money into R&D and innovations to check, basically, to push the boundaries to provide farmers with new tools. But of course, when we look, for example, into the registration process, you see hurdles, barriers, those are increasing the cost. The other issues that you would be looking at is afterwards, how good can we really show the value? How good can we show it to the farmers? So how effective are we and our channel partners in basically delivering the knowledge, the value propositions of those products to the farmer? Because they will only see value and buy a product ultimately when they actually understand how it works and what the benefit is. So this is the case basically that makes the market, right? So the more from the whole chain we can go and remove barriers, the more we make, first of all, technology feasible and acceptable, right? And also, of course, we touched about counterfeits yesterday. Let's say we have a ban of a molecule, or we have a product that's been taken out of the market, which was economically very affordable. Now, usually there are obviously other ways of products to be brought in, but those might come at different economies. So the product might be more expensive. As a manufacturer, you will not bring new technology in basically if, for example, there's still solutions at hand that are available because they illegally come into the country or whatever, because the farmer will not take up your product. So it's a lot about, obviously, how can we make the processes more efficient? How can we educate every player in the chain, basically, on the value, on how to steward the products right, on how to basically also provide the right information to farmers, and ultimately to really showcase the value, and, of course, from the regulatory side, to provide an equal playing field to all players. Because innovation, especially, to the extent, I think Givens also mentioned it yesterday, like a new crop protection molecule is to the extent of $400 million in exploration, or depending on, could even be more. These costs need to be recouped. So the point is, obviously, those molecules sometimes come with a price tag. And if that is not being recouped in the market will be overlooked, because it doesn't make sense in that moment to spend the money on the regulatory process, on other things, to really bring a new product to the market. So The 3 points for me is obviously the process efficiency in that regard of regulatory processes that reduce the time, that are reducing the cost of those processes. The second one is, of course, our ability as an industry to really communicate value to farmers. And in a smallholder environment, obviously, we're talking to the millions. So how do you efficiently bring that information about the value and the innovation of the product and the benefit of the product down to the farmer? And then, of course, as we said, how do you make sure that that market is a level playing field so that when you actually want to bring in innovation, you can actually trust that it's not basically being of course, on the one side, attacked by counterfeits. On the other side, obviously, that it is basically in the space of regulated product and you're playing in a market that is well regulated and by that way protecting also the farmer and everybody in the chain.
A follow-up on the same, in regard to the startups, and to be honest, you're operating in a market where we have quite a number of startups or SMEs. To what extent are these challenges really crippling, the innovations that you're looking at? Especially if you're going to get to the last mile, you need these SMEs to play an important role. You need the innovations in the distribution models, and these are startups that put up those innovations. To what extent are these still a barrier to entry?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think it's obviously also the type of innovation we look at, right? Because when we talk new molecules or something, chemical innovation, that's a certain scale, a certain investment, and in a certain framework. Of course, and you're absolutely right, innovation can occur at multiple points in the value chain for a farmer, in the agronomic value chain. So I think it is very, very important that we see and that we promote innovation in especially the digital space on how to provide information to farmers, on how to basically help our channel partners to be better stewards of the products, to be also reaching the farmers in a more efficient way. Because ultimately, the value is created by the farmer, which is to the millions in the markets that we're in. We're talking smallholders. That's a fact, and in order to really help farmers, we need to find more efficient ways on how to disseminate information, on how to make sure, as we said, that they're actually getting the product that they're intending to buy, which means that it is protected. And of course also that there's novel solutions available that are specifically looking also at the challenges that they are facing, because they're sometimes different, of course, from a large commercial farmer that has a very different setup. So in that regard, of course, on the one side, basic input innovation is critical, but also, of course, innovations in the way how we reach out to farmers, how we're engaging as a whole value chain is absolutely crucial, and is something that is very seldomly done by a single partner alone or by a single party, but it's usually something that takes, again, a cross-involvement and partnerships in order to really help a farmer in the end.
And as we drill down to the farmer, Joe, how can regulatory frameworks balance facilitating access to inputs while also protecting consumers and the environment from harmful use?
Thank you. Maybe before I answer that, something came up to my mind about the challenges in the regulatory and commercialization sector, particularly in regard to biofertilizers and even fertilizers themselves. From my experience so far, maybe this case is limited to Kenya, where the issue of HS codes determines whether you pay VAT or you not pay VAT. And we have been having serious challenges with biofertilizers in Kenya to the extent of the investors pulling out because of the complexity of doing business. Some of the biofertilizers, based on microorganisms, share the same HS code with the Farmers and Poisons Board. So in the import process, whereas you did registration with KEFIS via the Kenya Standing Technical Committee on Imports and Exports. They give you approval for your import. Now, before Kentrade can approve the next stage, you have also to register that product again with the PPBB, and as far as I'm concerned, we have nothing to do with that. The stakeholders have sat, they have discussed, until KRA now is the one mandated to change that. That has remained in the books for the last 4 or 5 years and nothing moving, so that brings serious complexity in doing business in that sector. I hope that doesn't come to Uganda to make more complications. When you come to the NPK fertilizers, the liquids or suspensions, lately KRA has grouped anything NPK, you pay duty. We have had cases in court. Companies have won. But anything with micronutrients, they charged VAT. But because of the court case which was won, they still push and pull. But you can see the complexity. If you have to pay 16% on top for the fertilizer, it becomes a serious hindrance when it gets to the market, and there is no harmonization of that policy. It means if the Kenyan farmer is paying 16%, that product, they would rather not buy it, but buy the one from Uganda, which doesn't attract that. So those are some of the challenges we face out there. Back to your question, and delving more into these technologies and what they put on the table for the farmers. A lot of times, we are preoccupied with the price. It becomes our first consideration. Too expensive. We have to do a lot to show farmers there is value in that technology, and that's why the big companies are here with the distributors. The ordinary farmer, much as price is important, ultimately what is important for that farmer is the value derived from that product. The farmers are not that gullible like we imagine. I'll give an example of one of our fairly expensive foliar fertilizer based on suspension technology, and an old one liquid, which used to cost about $2.5, and then we moved to the suspension one costing $10. And people are telling us, who the hell will buy this? Today, the farmers buy in tens of thousands per month the expensive technology because they see value. So what am I driving at? A lot of times the farmer is fixed on that. The protector of the farmer is fixed on price as opposed to value. The only thing in the hands of farmers, the power in the hands of farmers, is only production, to push the yields. You have very little control over price. Price is market set. If it's the coffee price, you can sing or dance, but the price is out there by the buyers, it remains the same. The only thing you can do is push, adopt technologies, work with the right partners to push your yield to the next level. If you are a corn grower, I take a cue from some farmers in Eldoret, farmers who have adopted conservation technology. They have no farms of their own. They hire land. But their target yields is minimum $30 per acre, because they know $10 will go to pay for the lease of the land, $10 for the input, and $10 for profits. You can only achieve that we adopt technology, work with the right partners who are products or technologies that give value. So in the commercialization of new technologies, that must be captured as we go to commercialization and convincing the farmer that this new technology is worth your while.
Joe, as we are running out of time, and is the last few summary comments from Given. Given, how can environmental and human health concerns be integrated in summary into the pesticide and fertilizer registration and monitoring process? How can you integrate the human concerns, the environmental and human concerns in the monitoring, but also in the registration? In summary on those.
Thank you. I'll try to do in summary, right? I think that's a very important question, and thank you again. Yesterday, when we were talking about what are the key focus areas for us here, we talked about the user safety, who is the farmer, handling the product. We also talked about making sure that they're having the right product that is efficacious, that is doing the job. And we also talked about the environment. The pollinators are part of the environment that we do business or we do farming in. So I think it's very important that in our registration, in our way that we are pushing the pesticides or the fertilizers, we take account of these three elements. Are we providing the products that are safe for the people? Are we also protecting the environment? And are we making sure that we are providing the products that are working? So in that way, we're able to integrate the three areas to make sure that we are taking care of that. Sustainability is a bigger part of what we do. We are happy to share some of our sustainability goals because we have this documented. We are making sure that we are reducing the carbon that we are removing from the soil as we are doing the farming, so that we don't send too much into the environment. There's three areas, and profitability is one of the key areas for our farmers, smallholder farmers, and also most important is to make sure that these farmers are able to have food security, be able to feed their families. So they must be produced sustainably good yield, profits, manage the carbon emissions from the soil, and combine this with making sure that they're using the right products. So this will give you a very good combination. And this does not end with us, the suppliers, and also the players in agriculture or the stakeholders, but it also extends to the regulators. And I think this is very important, that we need to allow the regulators to do their job, because they are protecting the environment and they're protecting the people. But we can do this together by having a conversation and making sure that we are doing this together. So with this in mind, we should be able to make sure that we are able to integrate all this in the human and the regulatory framework, and you're working together sustainably and supplying the right products, giving back to the environment, because if you don't give back to the soil, it's not going to give you the food. With that said, thank you.
Thank you. And generally, you're in the right space because you possibly recognize the sustainability concerns from a business, but also from other actors within the system. And this, lastly, John, is there a pathway for the safe transition to more eco-friendly and biological alternatives? Can you possibly paint to us any of what you see as the pathway to a more eco-friendly and biological alternatives?
Yeah, I think one of the key principles in this area is IPM, right? Integrated pest management, where already the principles say that, for example, you should not apply a pesticide if the economic use is not given, right? Also, of course, this looks into now in a production system, right? Because a grower it's not a single product always. You need to look at what a grower is doing basically to get the crop and in the end ultimately secure his or her livelihood, right? So in that regard, what are the alternatives? What can, for example, biological solutions, but also other cultivation methods, and like the whole range of toolkits, basically, what can it do? Because there is a lot of innovation, and obviously from a scientific standpoint, basically we need a tool to unlock. And we need a tool to unlock, of course, the yields to feed the people, because this is a base condition, right? Agriculture is not done for fun. It's done for a very, very critical purpose, which is feeding the population, feeding the people. Of course, it has to be done within the boundaries of the resources that we have been given by the planet and the surrounding that we have, and this is what we need to safeguard and steward. So basically, we need to look at the whole equation. We obviously need to look at new technologies, but it is, for me, about the systemic understanding. It doesn't help to look at a single item and basically try to push on that, but you need to look across the whole chain and really say, okay, how can a combination of methods, of the right practices, how can it help a farmer to produce more with less, or at least more with a similar amount of inputs, or again, safeguarding inputs, but basically producing a certain level? Because again, we have, and especially in this part of the world, we have a strongly growing population, and we are already at the point where we do not produce enough food in order to basically sustainably feed that population. So for me, those are the things that we need to balance. And I think in that regard, every technology, everything has to be welcome, and we need to look very carefully and understand the systemic impact of it.
Thank you, colleagues. The panelists possibly have done a bit of justice. We possibly don't have the benefit of all the time. Our time is over. Want to hand over back to the moderator to see if we have any 10 or 3 minutes to allow if there are any burning questions.
Thank
Is
you
that possible?
very much, Bwana Wazemba. I think that has been well done. Can we give him a round of applause on this panel? I think it has been a class. You could hear a pin drop from a mile away, which shows the level of concentration. I think as a gift to this team, we shall probably allow 2 questions to this panel, directed to the panelists, and then we can allow them to go. Starting with the lady at the left. I always get excited when ladies raise their hands. Please keep your questions short, and let's also keep the answers sweet.
Thank you so much, our panelists, and thank you, CropLife Uganda, for bringing us together for this inaugural symposium. I have a question. It goes to Syngenta, but also the others are also, they are also importers of agrochemicals. And maybe it is coming earlier because I see the session on public-private partnerships is the end, and we are a bit behind. So I wanted to know if you have implemented any successful partnerships with government where you have leveraged funds, maybe through your dealers here. And of course, yesterday there was a discussion on how are we tapping into the government, the existing government economic opportunities in reaching the last mile farmers. And government has several programs that are running, including the parish development model and many other programs that are reaching the women and the youth. So with the dealers in country, are there any programs that you have implemented or models that have been successful in leveraging government resources to reach the last mile? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very good question and very important one. I think to start with, I want to make it very clear that we have not done it yet in Uganda. I think this is a discussion that we had yesterday, like you mentioned. It's a journey, so we identify areas that we can work together and collaborate with the stakeholders to make sure that we can deliver that. However, I'm happy to tell you that we have done that in Zambia and many other countries. I can give you a candid example where we are partnered with the government and CropLife. We sponsored what we call the Poison Center. It's the first one that we are opening in Southern Africa, apart from South Africa itself. We sponsored the toxicologists to train in South Africa at our sponsorship, and we partnered with the government, providing the clinic and also the service center that we are working together, and also CropLife chipping in to make sure that this is taken to the people. This is going to help the people that access the health services in case someone accidentally drinks or spills on the pesticide on their bodies and this can be identified. So the regulator is involved. Initially, it was driven by Syngenta. We have CropLife, and we have the government, the Minister of Health, working together to provide a poison center in that area. So we have so many of these examples that we have done. I think we have done, I talked about the empty pesticide container management that we're doing also in Zambia, which has been successive. We started it as a need when we identified that our customers are complaining that, I like your product, however, let's go in my warehouse. In the warehouse, there's a pile of empty pesticide containers. We needed to find a solution. So we agreed, engaged the stakeholders, including the government, the regulator, and we created a recycling project of the empty pesticide containers. So we have so many of these that we have done, and I think we started and working with it in Kenya as well, so that we are doing and making sure that we are partnering with the government and also the key stakeholders. And I'm excited to say that all the multinationals like Bayer, we are doing it together in Zambia, in Kenya, and all the other countries. We are working together as players in the industry. We initiate the idea, and collectively we are driving that. So we have so many of these projects that we have done, even getting the technologies to the smallholder farmers, deliberately and work in the countries. We are yet to do something in Uganda, and watch this space. We are with you.
And another question? Possibly pass the mic.
Thank you. My name is Gabriel. I come from the private sector question and last mile. Mine is basically a two-pronged question. It's both a question and a comment. In terms of your delivery, have you structured in a non-monetary or an input level in any country where you set up a section of input to begin the process of profiling the farmers? Because one of your colleagues mentioned that we have the off-taker who pays the banks, and then the banks possibly pay the farmers who have accounts with you. However, for the banks to guarantee, the banks need the data to profile these farmers, especially in their savings, for example, their possibly previous harvests, but there is nothing documented in most of Africa. We are just beginning to document that, but the startups which are coming to document, when you walk to a bank, they look at you and they ask you, what are your records as a startup? And then you're saying, how then can we start up if you're asking for records? There has to be a starting point. So have you, as input providers, manufacturers, put in space that something for the farmers, for the startups to start with, to support the farmer profiling? Thank you.
Not sure who wants to take this.
Yeah, take.
Okay, sure.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your question, because I think you're touching on one of the key topics, as I think it was also outlined by Joe in the initial comment on the panel. So we have several initiatives that are looking at exactly basically the way how we can get farmers into a system where credit can be expanded, basically where you can have a bankable farmer, which is usually the problem, and I think, Joe, you framed that very well. Usually it is, again, something that we're approaching with partners. So, for example, you see across Africa projects with the MasterCard Foundation, for example, where people are looking at how can I give a single unique identifier to a farmer and then basically build an ecosystem on top of that is allowing basically credit to the farmer, but also giving the levels of security and allowing the data capture that very often a credit supplier would need in order to run this without an insane risk premium, because that's usually what it is, right? The interest rate that you're paying is depending on the risk that you as a lender are basically giving in the relationship. The other things that we're doing is we're working with people in different countries, and I know it's also very likely true for our key competitors on the multinational space. So companies that are running credit models to basically expand to farmers, and that are running, let's say, different schemes of basically identifying the credibility of a farmer and providing input on credit. Is it perfect, or is it completely scalable yet? Probably not, and I think a lot of the topics that's been discussed in the panel is that need to be looked at, and it's basically how can you create a system that assures that the farmer by the end of the day can pay it back, and also again has the right information and knowledge to understand what he or she is actually engaging in and paying for, right? And again, we talked about cooperatives that could come into play and basically ease the system out a little bit. So I think there's multiple good approaches, but I guess there is not a silver bullet yet, because again, it goes beyond just the single farmer credibility. It is an approach that needs a little bit of an ecosystem and many things to come together, but it is something that, of course, we as an industry are strongly pushing towards with multiple partners also on the international NGO side that are very, very interesting, because it is one of the key items, obviously, to unlock smallholder farming in Africa and basically raise farmers to the next level. And I don't know, Given, if you want to, from your side, also add on.
Yeah, thanks, Johan. I think you have said it all. I just want to make a comment, of course, on the startups and access to credits. I think the multinationals, on average, the suppliers, are the most people that give you credit when you're starting as a farmer. We give you some terms to make sure that you pay us back. Of course, it's usually challenging in sub-Saharan Africa, and Africa as a whole. Sometimes we take a huge risk and don't get back the money, or it's delayed until you go the other way. So I think what we are saying is we need the startups to make sure that they're able, and the farmers, they pay back when they do borrow. That's very important. And as a startup, you don't have to have millions for you to start keeping your books. We need to make it clear that as a startup, as soon as you start, you need to keeping your records. The capital that you invest, you need to start taking records of it. And that's small amounts in the financials. If they're checked that they're correct, you can see the trajectory of the growth. You don't have any books, nothing you have done. The next thing that you're showing us in the next five years, you're going to produce $2 million. How? Even the bank will not give you anything. So we want you to take the records and make sure that we're working together every step of the way. But we are willing to give that support. And I think most countries, like in Kenya, we have Exim Bank and others that are giving a lot of credit to the smallholder farmers. And I'm sure here there are some that are willing to give if the right path is followed. Thank you.
We've run out of time. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. And the next set of questions, possibly for them, we should be able to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wazemba and your team. Let's give them another round of applause. They've tackled a very difficult and very relevant topic, and I think they've done due justice to it. So thank you so much, Yon, Joe, and Given. Given, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Given or Jiven? It's interesting. When you go to Southern Africa, the names are quite interesting. Gift, Given, all of them are always English words. So thank you so much. So we are going to have another presentation. It's not going to be a presentation, actually. As we told you, we are going to have a very different approach to this symposium. We are going to vary it. So not PowerPoints, too many, and again, not too much of one-way speech. So we are going to have a briefing on advances in fertilizer and soil health, the case of sub-Saharan Africa, past, present, and future. And it's going to be delivered to us. It's going to be more of a talk, so you're not going to take, it's not going to be death by PowerPoint. It's going to be by Mr. Godfrey Ikigu, who is the agronomy manager for Yara East Africa Limited. And I think that will then usher us to the next presentation, or rather next briefing, which will be done by Professor Latigo. So as Godfrey takes stage, Professor Latigo, get yourself ready. So you're most welcome, Mr. Ikigu, and let's appreciate him with a Round of applause. You've got 10 minutes for that. Thank you.
Hello. Good. So, the Commissioner, Dr. Mwambu, representative from the Ministry, senior government officials present, the chairperson and the Secretariat of CropLife Uganda, esteemed sponsors, development partners, private sector leaders, value chain actors, farmers and representatives of the farmers. I hope they are still here today. Colleagues from academia, we've seen a lot, in the research sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think mine is pretty simple. It's just to share the journey of how we've come, where we've come from and where we are and where we are going now from the fertilizer sector. I'm just going to give a brief overview of how the evolution that has occurred. We've been able to get throughout the years and where this is taking us. I think we've had our example of a layman unfortunately left, Mr. Allen. I think he's been getting a crash course here from yesterday, and this was supposed to be another crash course for him. So allow me to get into it. I have a very, one of my favorite authors is a Swedish physician and statistician. His name was Hans Rosling. He had a very simple concept. To better understand where you are and where you are going, it is always good to look at where you're coming from to give it a perspective. And that gives you a way to tell whether you're making progress or you're stuck or whether you're still stagnated in the same place. So he has a very simple outlook in life. To better understand where you are, it is important to look back at where you are, where you have come from, and to appreciate the progress that you've made. And that is where we will start. So for most of our countries here in sub-Saharan Africa, most of our farming operations really picked up in the 70s and the 80s. What we initially had in the 60s was what was inherited or we took over from the colonial powers that be. And when it came to fertilizers, we were only very limited to very few products. Most of these were straight fertilizers, the DAPs, the CANs, urea. And that is what we had to go with for a very long period of time. Remember, this is a time where even the information and knowledge, or even the scale of production was still at a very infant stage. Then comes the 1970s and 80s, where we have this population boom and the need for food. And we started to look at ways that we can now commercialize and expand our productivity. Now, this brought with it its own challenges, because now you have to produce more per unit area. And this required a heavier input usage. So we see now fertilizer increase coming into play here, and the early emergence of recommendations from the government institutions. In Kenya, for example, in 1985, that's where we were getting the first fertilizer usage and recommendation program, where they were trying to guide farmers on what you can use and when you can use fertilizers to boost your productivity. In the 80s, again, it's where we start to see the utilization of data to our policymakers to give the right recommendation. And what we initially had, was because technology was also limited to what we could be able to measure in our soil way. Once it starts going, it goes in and all this data and information that we've had or built over the years to have very localized and a solution. So now what we have is examples of multi-nutrient blends. This has become a become a big thing, and it's a big thing, and it's predicted to be a big future, a big part of the big part of the fertilizer industry. Going into customized blends for specific regions, foliar, biostimulants, and biofertilizers. That significant steps that we've made is the ability to collect and analyze data. Now we are in an age of big data when it comes to agriculture. We get, for example, this huge soil analysis database. What do we do with that? It's such a huge data set that needs a way to analyze it and produce an output that is suitable for both the industry players, the input providers, extension officers, and the farmers. And the good example always put across as a success is what Ethiopia has been able to do for their soil system. And this is what Kenya is now trying to do in line with the outcomes of the last year's Soil Health Summit, is to collect all this data, put it into a platform that gives us meaningful data that we can work with. And finally, in terms of fertilizer application techniques that improve efficiency, this is something very, very huge. We don't only give farmers a good product, we need to teach them how best to, how it has been passed now to us, for example, the pub. Finally, as companies now, what we call the carbon footprint of our products has become very, very important. So what the industry is doing is trying to come up with most efficient ways of lowering the carbon footprint of the product that we are putting out in the market for the farmers, to make sure as much as we are working towards enhancing the resilience or providing climate smart solutions, we are also working as an industry to lower the carbon footprint of the products that we give. And we have made strides to this. We are now actually able to give verified carbon footprint statements for farmers who use particular sets of fertilizers. And this is something they wanted to do. They can be able to calculate the carbon footprint of their end product based on the carbon footprint of the fertilizer that they are using. So moving forward, I think a lot has already been said. We see a lot of collaboration coming up, because nobody or not a single player will be able to address all these farmer challenges. And we see a lot of collaboration coming in for all the industry players. So in summary, fertilizer and soil health in Africa have come a long way.
Very much, Godfrey Kugu, for that one.
Younger and the brother to Kagame.
We didn't ask you to deny. But thank you. I think that was a lovely briefing presentation, delivered smoothly, no slides, but I think you hit all the points. We are going to take just 2 questions, and I think I'll take the gentleman for his persistent hand. Now, unless I don't see a lady, I'll say we'll get you. So these are the 2.
Thank you so much. Deus is my name. I work with Kigs AgroLinks. Yesterday we said that here in Uganda, we use 2 kilograms per hectare. And in Kenya, you use 32 kilograms per hectare. I just wanted you to highlight to us how you have been able to drive fertilizer adoption in Kenya, so we can take a leaf from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Interestingly, is Kenya might look big, but it's very small when it comes to arable land. So for us, really, we have a very little room that we need to work with, and we have to really be able to go lower nutrients. We are still low. We are required to be, I think the minimum was 50. What we've been able to do over the years is to show the value in input utilization and how farmers can produce more and be more profitable by using these inputs. So that's how we've been able to do it.
Chazanga, a farmer. First of all, I thank the organizers of this important event, where we have met professors and all the categories of technocrats in the relevant field. Right away to Mr. Ikugu, thanks for your presentation. I've been very attentive. Mine is, as a farmer, I haven't seen you people in the field trying to create awareness and teach the farmers like what we have been hearing, because like these other companies like AgriFarm, they have extension workers who are trying to reach out to the farmers. Rainbow, I've seen some extension workers. Sir, do you have some extension team reach out to the last mile farmer and then create awareness about your products? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very valid question. Yes, we do have a team here in Uganda that and we'll continue doing this and reaching more farmers as we go along the way.
I think, thank you so much, Godfrey. I'm Nafis from Kabi, Nairobi. I'm interested with the knowledge hub that you mentioned about. Just in 1 or so minutes, briefly talk about the knowledge hub and maybe the possibilities of, collaborating with others, and what are you showcasing in that knowledge hub to farmers? Thank you.
So the knowledge hub that we'll be launching in Asili, it has been existing. So what we now want to do is to showcase what we have and how other partners can come in. But it is one of a network of about 12 now. We started off in Kenya. And the way we designed it is to be a practical learning center. We realized that, like same to other private players here, we set up demos. And the farmers, what the farmers get to see is the final product, a nice looking crop. But they have not been part of the journey and they cannot be able to appreciate. They just look at this and see the final product. So that is where it started from. Can we involve the farmers as part of the process? So we set these knowledge centers where we take farmers each step of the way. We try to start it a little bit early. So if planting starts next week, they come to the hub, and this is we demonstrate how we do in terms of fertilizer placement, how do we recommend it, and then we take them through the journey. They go and do that to their farms. And then what we have created now with this is a system where farmers are able to follow the journey, and then go replicate in the farms. So yes, it is actually open to partnership, because like I said, we really cannot do this alone. We are not experts, for example, in crop protection, for example, and we need to bring in experts in crop nutrition, for example. So yeah, it is very, very much open, and with my colleague Dr. Win here, we can always look at how we can come together to help the farmer.
Thank you. Just one last question. Keep it short, and then we free Godfrey.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Joab Tugume, Maif. My question is about research on use. I know Yara is big and they could be able to do some market research. You note that the data given saying Uganda we are using 2 kilograms per hectare, but the consumption by different commodities, how much is tea, how much is coffee, are we putting in optimal or suboptimal? I think we need to know much more about the use to specific commodities, because I presume that if we consider the bigger consumption, which is by tea companies, sugar companies, you'll find that actually almost in Uganda, the ordinary farmers are not using fertilizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think as we continue to grow the Uganda market is to understand it better in terms of where the fertilizer is growing, the types of crops, we take it from there. But that would be a good suggestion to collaborate with the ministry and see what data is available and where we can plug in and close that data gap.
Okay, thank you very much. Ron, let's appreciate our speaker, Godfrey Kugu.
Thank you.
And I think for me, from everything you've said, and I think I should remind the people to attend that demonstration at Asili Farms, because from my experience, I think you all remember that saying, tell me and I forget, till I may remember, involve me and I learn. I think that's one of the things that we need to do, and it goes back to extension. One of the best COVID-19 response program was done by Yara around 2021, and Bayer. It was 2022? Yes, 2020. We were actually supposed to be collaborating with them between Bayer and Yara, but logistics didn't allow. And you see their packages were large, whereas our packages were small, little seeds packs. But through that, I think, Evelyn, you remember, you were able to increase the hybridization by what percentage? 5%. In some areas that had never known anything called hybrids. So people used to save their seeds from shoshos, jajas. I think here we call them jajas. You save them, plant them, and then when the cob comes, it has gaps like the gaps you get when you remove your teeth. But I think they appreciated the yield. So thank you so much. We are now going to go into the next presentation, and that is the Professor Latigo Ogenga. And that presentation is something that is touching on everything to do with safe use, safety, and all the concerns that our colleague from Ministry of Health, Deto. Yeah. So Professor Latigo, as you go to the stage, he's going to be talking about, he's going to give us a health, responsible and agrochemical, sorry, on the responsible use, safety, everything. I think we'll just call it HSS. So Professor Latigo, I think, is the clicker. Somebody has the clicker? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, please just bring it forward and just demonstrate to him as he prepares. Professor Latigo, any qualifications? I think he's an entomologist. His PhD was in entomology, and he's also been a member of parliament for Agago. Was it Agago East, Agago West?
No, Agago.
LOPs that I've ever seen in the time he was in that house. We engaged with him on a couple of issues in my previous employment, and I think he did a stellar job, and he has continued to maintain his presence in the public spaces. As you
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I was given a topic which was kind of difficult for me, that I am, to stand as an academician, crop protection specialist, or to stand as a Ugandan politician who wants to see the country grow. So that little technical things, I leave it for the entities that deal with that and the ministry. But if you look at what happened yesterday, you'll clearly see that there's something that we have not covered. That is putting what we discussed within the framework of our agriculture, whether Ugandan agriculture or the region's agriculture. And I've tried to do that. And also the other element, I was told that the biggest challenge in agricultural development and the use of agrochemicals and fertilizers is really the disinformation. Information has even affected our country's progress on biotechnology, which is a completely harmless science. And so, and then you compound it with climate change, and the necessity therefore arises that how can we make this agriculture work for these people? Mm-hmm. And then the other element is that we're not dealing with those traditional varieties that naturally were resistant to pests or naturally didn't need to yield so much. We are dealing with new varieties that have high yield potentials that must be fed, but that must be also protected. And in using them, we will want to ensure that livelihoods are changed and there's transformation of our countries. On the other hand, critics will say that these things are causing us problems. They ignore the primary purpose that we must use these chemicals to protect the crops and ensure health and safety during production. The worst thing is that the assertions that they make suggest that we can do without pesticides, we can do without fertilizers. It's refusing to move. Oh, here. Oh, it is here. Okay. Yeah, it's just moving. Now, in the case of Uganda, Uganda could be, if our agriculture was well developed, Uganda would be an exceptional country. But at the same time, it is also still an exceptional country in terms of its agricultural potential. Our agroecologies are so diverse. I mean, people even talk of temperate conditions here. We have very moderate rainfall. I mean, weather, climate, temperatures, very reliable rainfall, huge potentials for irrigation in case the rains go crazy. And by the way, Uganda is home to very many crops. Coffee originates from here and the islands of Ethiopia, Robusta. Matoke is only found here. It only spread from here to other countries. And things like millet and simsim, these are regional crops. In other words, we are a very strong agrarian culture. But the question is, if you look at our agriculture, does it reflect these potentials and realities? Many of you flew into the country. You fly over Kenya, you'll see continuous chains of crop fields. Here, continuous chains of very green, beautiful vegetation, spotted with the crop fields. So, against that, and this is where I'm driving to the necessity for agro inputs. We have the largest diversity of pests in the world. By the way, if you go and look at some of the pests that were first named, they were actually named on discoveries from Uganda. So, with that diversity of pests and diseases, it means that we are equally challenged to ensure that we can produce. And then, if you went to Kigezi or Bugishu, or even here, when it rains and you have put fertilizer in the field, there are likelihoods that the fertilizer would get washed away from the field. So you cannot have a reserve of plant nutrients. You will have to replenish. So in the circumstance, can we bear these challenges without the use of agrochemicals? We can't. Now, for all these challenges that suppliers face, the critical path is the modernization of our country. And agricultural transformation is key to that. It will shift the livelihoods and economic activities from subsistence to non-agricultural activities. But that has consequences. Many of the young people who no longer engage in agriculture are in urban centers, whether doing border work or factory work. So they're not going to depend on something they grew. They have to be fed. And that means we have to have a good agriculture to ensure that the economic and national transformation takes place on a sustainable basis. You require highly productive farming that ensures that the farmer makes adequate money. I've been in farming for a long time. The gap between success and financial failure in agriculture is so tight that unless we enhance things, adapt the kind of new approaches that have been discussed, we cannot succeed. And if we fail in agriculture, we're in deep trouble. And then the question is, can we ever achieve the above without right farming practices, right crop types, and effective use of pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers? Again, basically, the answer is no. Now, there are countries that have done something and transformed through agriculture. There's a gentleman from India. If you remember the 70s, 60s, every year you'll hear, oh, there's food shortage in India. Until the Indian government said this must end. They restructured land use, focused on agricultural transformation. And by the way, when they were doing that, there was the time when DDT was being banned. India said no. We are going to use DDT until we can be capable of buying or using the other ones. And what was the effect? The local people became prosperous. They became local markets for manufacturers. Indians went into manufacturing. And they're now a different country. Same with China. I was in China in 2012 with the PS of Agriculture. China did the same thing. Initially, during the communist times, the earlier communist times, they were focusing on, propaganda, agrarian reform. But then when that change came, they put money in transforming agriculture. Now, most of the agricultural pesticides and chemicals we get are from China. And because agriculture made the local communities prosperous, it removed the dependence on the state, created markets. China also transformed. Malaysia, in 2012, President Museveni actually sent me with the current Minister of Agriculture to Malaysia. They were sending a government delegation, and he said, yeah, this is a government delegation, but the thing I want, they cannot get me. You ask Latigo, and PPS Mera Maju called me. And I said, if the president wants me, in 2011, 2012, they just hammered me in elections in 2011. But my responsibility for the country demanded that I respond. And I went to Malaysia with the Professor Nyira, with the current Minister of Agriculture. And I came back, I wrote my report, and went back to the farm. 3 weeks later, they were asking me, oh, we need to write the report. I said, you are the guys in government. Me, I've gone back to the farm. And the president got what he wanted. But Malaysia, they had what they call Federal Land Development Authority. They said the Malays, the indigenous Malays, were farmers. The businesses were for Indians and Chinese. And they said, if this continues, the country will be chaotic. So FELDA created a program where they transformed the land use, resettled Malays, funded them. Actually, if you paid your loans quickly, they refund you, they return your interest. So it stimulated them. And rubber and palm oil. And then the last, I had an Ethiopian friend here yesterday. He's not here. You go, yeah. You go to Ethiopia now. Go to Addis, go to many of the cities, and you see the transformation in Ethiopia. But it was founded on the Ethiopian government focusing on transforming Ethiopian agriculture. Ethiopia used to be the biggest headache in terms of food shortage. Do you hear it anymore? It's gone. Now, could all these countries have made progress in agriculture without use of pesticides and fertilizers? No. And then, see the alarm that we cause ourselves in this country. I just extracted 5 articles. I did not put where they were published. But see that. Toxic fruits and vegetables flood the market. You even fear buying fruits and vegetables. Agrochemicals killing Ugandans. But when you check on the record, and I'm a farmer, in my community, I even know who uses glyphosate. People hardly use agrochemicals. The level of use in Uganda is so low, but this alarm will make you say no to pesticides. And then what? What are my responses to this? I said I refuse to name the sources of the authors or the authors. You Google, you'll find those articles. But let those who support those claims of the health risk and environmental risk, let them come and tell us, give us the figures, give us the incidences. Then Latigo will respond. Again, the alarms on health, environment, it is not necessary to create that alarm when we need to transform our agriculture. We have scientists, beautiful researchers, wonderful researchers in the universities, in the narrow systems, who can tackle challenges arising from the use of these chemicals. And if you go to them, they will give you statistics and data on what is going on. Now, the challenges are really related to lack of knowledge, weak voices of stakeholders, and I'm very happy that CropLife has created this symposium because the country will listen. And by the way, last night I went and then a journalist called me and said, Professor, somebody reported to us that yesterday 14 molecules were banned from Uganda. You remember the projection there? It's only good that that media house took restraint and called me. Otherwise, today, the front headline would have been 14 molecules banned. Of course, there are challenges about pesticide use, as I said, and the relationship to them includes the issues of weak voices of stakeholders, counterfeits, and counterfeits are real, not just in pesticide. You buy maize, and or sunflower, the seeds, all the labels are exactly the labels of the original owners. But go and plant, you'll get a shock. So, and then we have undue external pressures. And we Africans, if we don't take our future in our hands and yield to external pressure, that so a very well-established agricultural extension system in Uganda killed. We shouted, but what could we do? Because the World Bank had the money. Even the country director at Randolph Harris, if some of you may remember, it was somebody who even went up to Kalong. But we were in a meeting in finance, and they ended fertilizer subsidy. Japan used to send us tons of fertilizers. They said that it was distorting the fertilizer market. I asked Randolph, I said, where is the market? If we don't train people to understand the value of fertilizer, there'll be no fertilizer market. So let the subsidy come, but let us use it to train people to understand the value of fertilizers. And then they will now seek to purchase on their own. I'm just ending, don't worry. Oh. Oh my gosh. As I end, as we talked yesterday, I realized that because I edit the Uganda Agricultural Finance Yearbooks for Economic Policy Research Center. And in the last edition, there were articles that bear relevance to this meeting. And so I thought I should share this. There are 3 of them. There are many others. Why Uganda needs an agricultural extension services legislation. And secondly, identifying regulatory loopholes responsible for the proliferation of counterfeit agricultural inputs in Uganda by Jude. And then the third one is financing Uganda's coffee sector to meet the European Union deforestation regulation, progress, and prerequisites. That is all that I needed to share with you. And opinions were asked. I enjoyed yesterday, absolutely. And I'm enjoying the proceeding. Thank you very much. Do you still want me here? Oh.
Thank you very much. I don't think the man disappointed. Prof, just stand there. Let's stand up. Stand up, stretch, and acknowledge this fountain of knowledge. Professor was invited by a phone call. He was traveling, and if I can be honest, brutally honest, I think it was less than 10 days ago. Yeah. And tell us what you told me.
I don't remember.
Anyway, Professor told us he was traveling somewhere, and he said, remind me the dates again. And we told him 14th and 15th. He said, let me do my best. I'll be there. Now, the man is not only here, but just see what he has just left us behind. Professor, we are very proud of you. Don't go very far, because we still need you on stage. Yeah, so what we are going to do now is I'm not taking questions, because we are going into a panel discussion. And on that panel, we have Mr. Fred Muzira, Senior Inspector, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Are you around? Yes, please stand up. I think he's not new. The Gen Z of Maif. Please take your seat. We have Mr. Henry Kimera, Food Safety Coalition of Uganda. You have quite a lot of books. Let's clap for him as he comes. Information doesn't come doesn't come freely. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. Professor Maurice Ogenga Latigo, please join the panel. And this panel is going to be moderated by guess who? Yeah? Professor Agnes Mbabazi. Thank you.
I don't think I want to steal the thunder from this panel, so I'm going to hand over the microphone straight to Agnes to moderate, and you've got about 25 minutes. If you can keep it to 20, we shall appreciate. Over to you, Agnes.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. I'm just looking at the panelists that I have here, and I'm intimidated. But I'm very confident I'll do justice, because this is a very, very passionate topic that we are discussing right now. I want to thank in a special way Professor. He kept it simple, to the point, no science like most of us have been doing, nothing complicated, no word needed explanation. Wow, it was so basic and simple. Thank you, Professor. And this is a very, very hot topic, like you all know. It's been one of the most trending topics in the newspapers lately. But like we said as we began this symposium, is that we are here to learn from each other. Learning never ends. I've learned so much in the past 1.5 days, much better than I came in this room. But again, from Professor, I saw all those articles, and I'm asking myself, where have I been? Since 2021, I've been in this industry for 25 years, practicing. And I've had a lot of exposure. But every day I see what Professor writes, I want to go back to school. He really writes with passion, with knowledge, with information. And for me, I think this is the way to go. We should be passionate about what we do. When you do something passionately, with no expectation of money, you achieve a lot. And the impact is massive. But every time we look at things from the money aspect of it, you lose the game. I see so many professors in this room, people I've known for many years in the industry. One of them is the guy I call the doctor of tomatoes, Dr. Okello. Wave to the people. He's from Makerere University. And I know this gentleman way back. We tease each other a lot. I don't even see him often. But I think I met him in Netherlands many years ago, right? Like 2003. And the man went and doctored in tomatoes. This is very important for him, extremely important. Straight to the discussion, we have 3 panelists. One, a celebrated citizen, retired politician. Professor, are you retired or not? A bit. Maybe, he's not sure.
Maybe from elective politics, but politics is a way of life. So
okay.
I will always have an view.
And there's something special about professors with politics. We have a number of them in the room. And then we have Fred Muzira, who is from Minister of Agriculture. Yesterday you saw, he was very instrumental. Dr. Mwambu, this gentleman did justice yesterday. Please give him a big hand clap. And then we have Mr. Chimera, a friend of mine who is also passionate about this industry, and he brings in the perspective of civil society, which is a balanced, kind of session. So I'll begin with Professor, or maybe let me begin with Chimera. The rest have been talking. Let me speak to Chimera first. Mr. Chimera comes from a civil society background, and will explain to us in brief his organization. And what I want him to talk about is from the perspective of the NGOs, and with government seated next to you, and a senior citizen over there. What collaborative interventions can we have to improve farmer education on safe handling and application of agrochemicals, where we are protecting the farmer, the environment, and the planet? And as a person from civil society, what exactly are you driving as an agenda to ensure that we bid on the same stage and driving the same conversation? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. In fact, I would say good afternoon, consumers. You seem hungry. Good afternoon, consumers. Thank you very much. Agnes, to start my contribution with regards to the partnership, let me just do a gesture of collaboration, generation of information, by giving you a set of information that we generate and we use to do that awareness and so forth. And I would like to use a few seconds just to walk to each of the people I would like to give this package. Symposium coordinator.
Jimmy? Let him walk. Let him walk. Jimmy, can you walk here? Jimmy, can you walk here for your package?
When I said I felt like not being here yesterday, when his speech was read, the alarm is wow. I'm part of the alarm, and I'm proud to be that. So that is hopefully the work we are doing. And last, Professor, you asked us to share with you information. And in one of the ads, there is your citation in here. So please, we use science. So having said that, unfortunately, I'm sitting with scientists, whereas I'm not a scientist, but naturally I'm a scientist.
Nice.
Because I have to choose a partner with whom to breed my children. So that means I'm a scientist. Having said that, colleagues, yesterday, before we started, I was seated with the colleagues of UPL. And I told them, I think I don't need to be here today, because the collaboration, the discussions that we're having before the symposium started was rich. Now, before I kick it off, I also like to say I'm happily being a chairperson of Food Safety Coalition. The Food Safety Coalition started in 2023, and the issue was, where is food safety? And our slogan is, safe food for all, by all. And when we were starting, civil society, government, and agribusiness, and always who are there, CropLife and UNADA, we say, we do not like to fight. We want to discuss. And when I listened yesterday, that's what you first told me, and what Jim said. Dialogue, listening, and innovations. And under the Food Safety Coalition, we have 4 pillars: research and innovation, communication and awareness, capacity building and training, then governance, where we do advocacy. And in my documentations, when you see them, they are recommendations, and I trust Betty must have brought you a copy as a chairperson, but I've added more. You're going to see what colleagues call alarmists are not alarmists. We look at collaborating for responsible use of animal crop protection products. And the issues that we speak out on and we call to action are those issues that affect the consumers. I'll tell you something. I started being an alarmist 32 years ago, if I would use the name. 32 years ago, consumer protection and ethical business. And the element is there, ethical, that is responsible use. The other organization I had, I'm sorry, Agnes will allow me, is Consumer Center. And we have 2 programs there, consumer protection and better business, where we pick up stuff. We released the report last year. It talks about the consumer voices, and what was most complained about? Counterfeit, poor quality products. We didn't keep it to ourselves, we gave it to government to act. We collected this from 20,000 consumers. These include, now I'll tell you what the farmers told us when we were harvesting complaints. And there's a professor, one of the panelists yesterday talked about Mbale, and most of our work currently in Mbale Central Market, we are on a food safety program, and a number of issues that we do there is to work with the local government to improve food safety. So, and we do a lot of awareness. So as alarmists, we pick the voices of the farmers, and I always visit Bukola because it's right opposite Central Market. So we pick the voices from the farmers, small businesses and consumers. We document them and we turn them to the regulators and tell them these are the voices that are coming out. We need to do this. And when you read all what I've shared with you, you're going to see whatever was shared here and say, why are we looking at these colleagues as alarmists? Well, as they are giving us information. If I'll just give you some of the titles.
I think before you go into that, Mr. Chimera,
let me just very quickly.
Let me just guide you into the same.
Yes.
As you show and share the information,
Yes.
I want you to guide us on how can we collaborate.
That's what I was going to.
Exactly. Let's drive in that direction.
Don't allow me to be an alarmist.
Don't be, but we are used.
So, but these are hazardous in the food chain. What are we seeing there? And these are practical for, and we hand them over for usage to sensitize. So this is one of the collaboration. We generate information. What the information we generate, we share it with the different stakeholders so that the quality of life, the quality of the consumers, the market. Just imagine the market is sick. Will there be consumption? So this is the collaboration. We go in, generating information, picking the voices, and then we share. Government is limited with resources. And it is good, Professor Latigo raised an issue of the World Bank, the structure adjustment programs. The two most affected sectors was extension and public health inspection. Those two sectors are the foundation of our health. Whatever the extension cannot advise positively on responsible use, then the civil society, some of the civil society, in fact, those that are in agriculture have got extension service provision. They advise, whether it is conventional or organic. So this is where civil society works and we promote responsible use. We only raise the issue, and where in converted, we become alarmists when we raise the issues of misuse, and we would say, I might say either it is a regulatory glitch, because studies that we quote in here have shown the high pesticide residues on products collected from Nakasero market or collected in different cities. So we share this information to help the regulator take decisions, not to say that we are campaigning the usage where it is responsible. This is something very key that we need. I would like to give you another corroboration, and this is where by then, 25 years, but then we corroborated with CropLife, and where it was about counterfeit, and I went, in fact, I went even up to Agago, Kalongo, Pade, Pejule, teaching farmers the scratching, so that we fight counterfeit. That was a corroboration. So where resources, and it was you who was raising an issue, if we can bring together limited resources and we pull them in the pool, whether we are civil society, whether it is government, whether it is private sector, putting resources together and we speak the same voice. I'll give you lastly, as I conclude, still as in the aspects of collaboration. In 1999, I'm going to give you 3 aspects. Those who were in agriculture remember fish poisoning and EU banned. So there was one meeting at the Wuma Showgrounds, and the president was the guest there listening. I told him in 1999, I was still young, that, Mr. President, if Uganda doesn't adopt a quality culture and invest in quality investments, will never be competitive. That is 1999. In 1999, still joined hands with PSFU to fight counterfeit. And we went and Bank of Uganda. So you see the collaboration civil society can do? Now let me go to still, I happened to meet the president again. It was still on counterfeit. It was at Protea in Kololo. And I said, Mr. President, in fact, most of the cabinet meetings were in place. And I told him, Mr. President, the way you fought HIV/AIDS, it is the same efforts you should put in fighting counter. If you recall those who were there, Linda Choka and Major General Karikaihura and Honorable Patrick Yambabas was still the Prime Minister. So we talked about now the issues that we are discussing here yesterday and today. We are not alarmists, but we are informing and we are raising aspects and calling on the regulators. Where things are going wrong, please speak up. The issues that you raised yesterday are in this report. They are not our issues. But if the ministry wrote about them and they are here, because the letter that was sent to you, are we alarmist if a letter comes after we have raised them? No. We are partners because we want Ugandans to be healthy, productive, and whoever is doing judicious business, you benefit, and the citizens benefit. We need a healthy environment. We need healthy people. We need healthy businesses. A healthy planet. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
if I'm going to continuously be called an alarmist, I'll be proud to be called an alarmist while I corroborate to speak for those who cannot speak. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Chimera. For me, what I pick from here is collaboration. Again, this is what we need, and we'll really, really say it again. The only thing is that how do we collaborate? How do we collaborate? We need to have conversations. We don't need to go to the streets, but collaboration is the way to go. And I appreciate one thing from Mr. Chimera here, what he mentioned. The collaborations that you're doing, if they are done with the right people, and I know they are done with the right people, let's have a conversation. This is very important, and I'm happy you're here today because some were not able to make it here. Why I'm so proud of Chimera, when I called him and I said, I want you to be in this room, he said, why not? Some did not come. Thank you so much, Chimera. Let me go to Fred. Fred, as the regulator, we've had all these things, and many of the loopholes are in the regulation, enforcement, and everything else. And definitely, we've all said, this is a responsibility for all of us. Private sector, manufacturers. So in the spirit of regulation, what are the ethical responsibilities of companies involved in manufacturing, in distribution, in selling of agrochemicals and fertilizers? And how can these responsibilities be enforced? Basically, between Ministry of Agriculture, the manufacturers, the distributors, and now I add the alarmists. Sorry, Chimera. Anyway, the right word is civil society. Because again, they help us to shape up. Really, really, for me, I like this kind of collaboration. So Fred, can you please elaborate how we can all be responsible to make sure that we are all safe? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe before I respond to the questions at hand, I think I always, every time I get a chance, I always say, there's one thing I always say that there isn't any other place to call home. Uganda is for all of us, and that's always my starting point. And we can decide to burn it down and go back to heaven, or yes, yes. Or to hell, yeah. We can decide to burn it down and go to heaven or go to hell, depending on where you choose to go. And the issue, and then I know I love Chimera, being sincere and saying he's happy to be called an alarmist, and it's okay. But maybe the biggest challenge that we've always had, and what we're saying, how do we collaborate? I think the issue is collaboration. From yesterday, we've been seeing collaboration. Before I come to the responsibilities of the industry, the information has been collected, right? The challenge and my biggest concern has been, how do we communicate the information? I think that's our biggest challenge. The communication channels. How are we communicating the information? You can blame. Yesterday I was saying the boss will be here to answer some questions, you know, because and that's part of communication. That I have my Ruvimbi to do like the president says, and it stops somewhere where you know that I have to play the politics. That's not for me because I don't meet the minister. The boss meets the minister. So coming back to the issues, I remember last time we were engaging the media, and again in the morning I was interfacing with somebody. I think it was Chivero, and I was saying, yesterday we were here discussing the issues of the 14 molecules that we are discussing, and that's why I was saying communication is key, and the communication will either lead us to heaven or hell if we don't change it and become very serious. After all these deliberate efforts, talking about the 14 molecules and saying that the regulator has not yet made a decision, these 14 molecules are coming up for discussion. In the night, again, like Professor was saying, in the night somebody sent me a screenshot of one of the media houses. Actually, it was reading the EU bans 14 molecules in Uganda. That's so I was like, now, we've been here the whole day, laboring, trying to discuss these things. And the person communicating out there is putting up some other information. I remember also some other colleague who works for FAO, you know, for a long time. I developed this because this is somebody, you're contemporary, you discuss these issues about chemicals, because there's no doubt everything is dangerous depending on how you use it, including water. We say water is life until you drown in the water, okay? Yeah, so I met him and I said, but you know, we discussed these things, and then the media, among some of the stories the professor was quoting, was reporting, and one of those articles was his. So I held this anger against him because I can't meet you and then you go behind and stab me in the back until we met in the Ginger. And he was now putting the media at task for misquoting him, for putting, you know, he said, I gave you the information, but you went and distorted it to suit what people want to hear. And I think that's our biggest problem. Nobody is saying, we all agree that we have issues. As far as, I mean, the food safety has been a very wrong challenge for us as Ugandans, all of us. Nobody seems to be paying attention. When you go to Minister of Agriculture, says, yeah, we are supposed to be in charge for a long time. And then you go to Minister of Health, says, if it's issues of safety, it is us. So there was that debate, and delayed us a bit. But we thank Cabinet that it was able to decide that, you know, issues of food start with the Minister of Agriculture, and we're in charge. And that's why the Commissioner was saying that the Food Safety Authority is coming and will be handling this. And that has partly been one of the issues, But coming back to the question that have been asked, and also to my friend Chimera, is that I think before we get to the media, for the reasons I'm yet still to understand, I mean, we have a responsible entity, and that's why I have a challenge. You have a regulator. The commissioner is there, he can attest to that. Before you go to put this thing in there, yes, we might want, because we might want to inform the people and make them say these issues are here, but we might also end up hurting ourselves in the wrong run. Like some of the articles, when you say, like somebody was saying, fruits and vegetables in Uganda filled with dangerous chemicals. The people who are coming here in this symposium, people flew over here and came here. We are struggling for markets outside. So we cannot be the ones, and then we are saying Uganda is agrarian, is agriculture based. So we cannot be the ones killing our own economy. That's something I wanted to communicate. Coming back to the industry, yesterday we were saying that we have the laws and regulations that are there, and also we have international conventions we're talking about, and the agreements, like for example, the Food and Agriculture Code of Conduct gives us clear guidelines on how we should be able to enable the people we are giving these chemicals, use them responsibly. Stewardship has been a very big challenge and which is part of a regulatory requirement for the industry. once somebody has registered and finished with the registration office and he has gotten his or her registration, says now it is time for me to go and make money. And I've been arguing with people sometimes. You say very annoying but factual statements, and the industry say, can't you take it slow? But you know, I don't want, because if the industry was holding onto its end of the bargain, helping the stockists, make sure that you see this is our product. You must train the farmers to use, because we can't say they reach the farmers. Their entry point are the stockists. So the issue of stewardship, explaining to the stockists, and some extent when you're doing the demonstrations, the farmers, on how the product should be used. Issues of PHI, how we should handle the issues of pre-harvest interval, because this is key. This is what is making the Chimiras popular. We are just not being able to handle the issues of the withholding period or the pre-harvest interval, because that's their biggest cry, and I understand, because we've not done that part of the bargain. And then also, yes, I know, I also, the other thing I tell them is, yes, we focus more on the money, on the lighter side, from what Kim was saying. We focus more on the money, but at the end of the day, say, if we kill the farmers, okay? If we kill the farmers, and because we've not told them and ironed out and say that these issues of PHI are not a luxury, we must observe them if we are to stay safe. Where shall we sell our products? So as industry, you have a duty to protect our people. You have a duty to protect us as consumers. And I'm looking forward, after this conversation we've been having here, I'm looking forward to seeing more of these. You have the money, put out more of the adverts there on emphasizing issues of responsible use, making sure people are doing things by the book, and then also living up, because for the guys who are counterfeiting, whom you must fight with passion, for them, they even don't mind about some of the things because they don't understand them. I've been telling you that you go to the market and somebody, because of ignorance, he says when he sees toxicity class, they put first class. So for him, he thinks first class is the product is very what? The product is very good. So, and it's just because of ignorance. So, education, awareness, we can't run away from it. You can't leave all this to the regulator. I think that's what I can say. And as I conclude, on the issues of how we collaborate, we need to, you need to allow the regulator censor the information that is going out to. It might be hard, maybe if it goes raw, it creates more coverage out there. But at the end of it all, when we burn down Uganda, like I said, we shall go back to hell wherever you choose to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. That was insightful. What I pick from Fred is that we need to put out information that is authentic, but we also need to understand the channels of communication. When you see people communicating everywhere, you know there's a blockage somewhere. So, Mr. Chimera, I think going forward, we should have these regular conversations. And again, it comes back to the same. So, Professor, you did justice to the presentation, and obviously, as a senior citizen that is respected in this industry, you really, for me, you blow me away when you go voluntarily to explain what we should be explaining as the sector, or what the ministry should be explaining. But again, people read the articles because they look at you from the perspective of a neutral person, a responsible citizen, respected scientist, an entomologist, and also somebody who holds this country with high regard. I would like to hear from you. What would you recommend to the regulator, to the industry, and to the civil society, and all of us, what would you recommend as the interventions that we should take on in terms of practical policy, financial, institutional reforms that will help us to sort this challenge and ensure that farmers receive timely, relevant, and localized support? Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I happened also to have done my postdoctoral fellowship in the US. Now, if you go to the US, they're large-scale farmers. But when it comes to things like pesticide application, they're actually companies, specialized companies that are paid to apply pesticide. That is how sensitive the use of pesticide is. The challenge that we have in our country is to assume that you can even decentralize agriculture. You can't. America has US Department of Agriculture. There are few departments in the government of the United States. Agriculture is one of them. Ours now, the ministry is there. The person in Agago, they call him or her production officer. He has totally no linkage with the ministry. And yet, when we want to talk about agricultural transformation, there must be a holistic vision of what should be done. And then we build frameworks. And I've said this, and it's good that the president told his personal secretary to arrange a meeting after we talked here, and I talked about parish development model. My brother, unfortunately, probably doesn't know me very much. Me and Professor Nyira in Makere, when we went, we would go to academic conferences. The people that they feared most from asking questions was me and Professor Nyira, because we just put it as it is. I want us as a country to review the structure of agriculture, even local government. I've written an article saying that instead of getting drunkard who will be voted because they drink with the voters, let us change our local council representation so that the farmers send their representative, the traders send their representatives. You know, bodies that create change should be the ones to sit there and discuss what should be done. So the challenges that we face now is bigger than the discussion here. It is about how do we handle the Ugandan state, how do we handle agriculture. Because agriculture could do incredible things for this country. I know, for example, I used to write the Uganda Human Development Reports for UNDP. And in 97, 98, when we wrote on towards rural transformation. And to be able to write my article, I read the background to the budget and the budget speeches from 1962. And I come from a DP place. We used to despise UPC and Obote and his government. But what I found when I read background to the budget and the budget speeches and the 5-year national development, it shocked me. Because every year, between 1962 and the time Obote was overthrown, the budgetary allocation for agriculture ranged between 20 to 26%. Now it is 3%. You assign these guys responsibilities without resources, what would they do? And that's the challenge. And those days, you didn't have to think where, we chose where to go to school because you like the blazers or the stockings. It wasn't that your father can't afford, because the cotton my father grew would pay my school fees. The coffee that people in coffee places grew would pay school fees and improve livelihoods. So agriculture, if you're going to Gulu, Boyale is a very progressive town. But it is all because of agriculture.
Yeah.
The evidence is there that if we do everything possible in agriculture, I can assure you, why would I spend money buying herbicide that will not give me returns? I will not buy. But if it is there, and I'm using it properly, I feel deeply offended when general statements are made about herbicides. And if I wrote it at a personal level, I would have been very harsh, actually. Because a report like this, normally the best thing is to call different entities and you review the draft report. And those guys will give you inputs. Those who see it differently will tell you also why they see it differently. Otherwise, I agree with this young man that next time technical things are being talked about, it is good to share with the responsible national authorities so that you don't create conditions that undermine the progress of this country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. We're just wrapping it up in the interest of time, and we have other presentations, but just one more word from Fred. In one sentence, tell us call to action to the industry and to all of us. This one thing that will call us to action and put us in order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One sentence. One, we need awareness, okay? Corroborated by the industry, guided by the regulator. We need to work together on awareness. Prof has talked about issues of training of the guys down, the extension workers. They are going to help us a big deal, okay? So that's part of awareness. Training of the extension workers so that they're able to extend the technologies, because agrochemicals are technologies to the farmers. So we need to see how to work with them. Even when they also help us fight the issues of counterfeits, those guys, because they are mandated under their JDs, the job descriptions. The ministry gives them mandate to do issues of quality assurance, but they can only do quality assurance if they are working with us. So we need to engage with them. And then the other one is, so we have awareness, we have the training, stewardship, okay? Stewardship. And finally, the glitch one. Uganda, in our stance, in whatever we say, there's God in it. Let the industry have some godly characteristics in them. So like that. You remember, I always remind you that where Uganda is for all of us, and there's no place to call home. So that's what keeps me going. That way. Even when you travel, you be there for 1, 2, 3 days, and you say, why don't I go back home? Because you find that things are different, than where you go. So let's have that godly nature in us, so that we are doing the right thing, even when the regulator is not seeing you.
Thank you.
Then, of course, pull some monies, and we work together. Any of us fight without the bad apples from the industry, and we move. That's what I can say.
So call to action to the industry, pull some resources together. 2, let's create a pastor somewhere to keep giving us the guidance in that godly manner. Chimera, we are wrapping it up. In one sentence, don't do 3 sentences like Fred. One sentence. What do you want to see after here? Thank you. One sentence.
Unfortunately, it might not be one sentence, but the way Fred, I just want to give you a small story. Very short.
Wrapping up.
Wrapping up. When we were doing the Scratch campaign, it was called...
E-verification is what you're talking about?
Yes, the e-verification. Seeing is believing. But I'll tell you, where industry, and you have talked about stewardship, there is a great need of steward. When we were in Lukaya, Nakati market, the farmers told us, do you see this brand dealer? He has an in-law who gives him his wife, but he's the one who's counterfeiting. And we have told the brand dealer, he has refused. So you see, the farmers have the knowledge. They know who was doing it.
Information.
But private sector, you need to listen to the people you sell to. Seeing is believing. That was way back. So
Thank you.
Having said that, I'm concluding.
Yes.
I will not repeat what Fred has said. And I used to sit with him on a technical committee on pesticide management. So that's where maybe my alarmists also come in, because everything is set, but we're not implementing. Number one, regulators, let's not be dishonest. Let's be honest to Ugandans. Number two, private sector. The consumers, the farmers, give you the social license to operate. Be socially responsible. Number three, we are all going to leave the positions of power. But what footprint are you leaving and what legacy? I will conclude with one thing. When we gave government a consumer protection draft law way back in 1999, I handed it to the Ministry of Trade. One of the officers who was too technical to drive the agenda retired. And he called me, Henry, I got my pension, but cement and paint I've been using on my house was counterfeit. Can you help me? I said, no, I can't help you. Because you had the powers to protect yourself and to protect your prosperity.
Thank you.
And he lost money. So ladies and gentlemen, the regulators seated here, what you call us alarmists we are talking about, it is coming to your houses if you don't wake up.
Thank you, Mr. Chimera. Legacy is what I picked from it. Professor, one word to a wise man in this room, in the sector, that will keep us going until we come back here next year. Thank you so much. The professor said it all. Thank you so much for listening. I think we had a great panel. Thank you so much. Over to you, Jimmy. Thank you.
Wow, what a panel. Let's appreciate them with a bigger applause than this. Wonderful presentation, reputation. Yeah. And for all the other presenters, please, before you break for lunch, you'll all be required to take a picture. Mr. Chimera, just step back a little bit. Yeah. Wonderful panel. I think considering that the issues are weighty and they're not being acted upon, smiling might be minimized.
This is your package as the symposium coordinator.
Thank you very much. I receive it with grace. I don't have to declare it. There's no conflict of interest, but thank you so much. And I promise to read it. Thank you very much. In Africa, they say when the big drum sounds, the small drums go quiet. And I think as Professor Latigo and his panel were discussing, there was silence. You could almost, it was like what you call the graveyard silence. Everybody was listening. So that is how powerful. Thank you so much. I would like to recognize Mr. Frederick Petrus, commonly called FP. He's the CEO of Grain Pulse. Are you in the room? Just stand up and wave to the... Oh, he has just left. Oh, okay. Just tell him he's most welcome. So we're now going to one panel. With your indulgence, like we did yesterday, I'm going to request that we just delay our lunch slightly, because I want to make sure that the afternoon is as light as possible. The afternoon sessions are not going to be as heavy in terms of presentation and so on. I would like us to accommodate this panel on women and youth shaping agriculture in the agrochemical and fertilizer industry in SSA or Sub-Saharan Africa. And why are you looking at me with a smile? We are looking at you with expectation. This is going to be presented by my very good friend, Evelyn Musioka. She's a very interesting professional. I always tease her, she spends the greatest part of her time in the air. The only time she comes on the ground to patch is probably when she's preparing to make a talk like she's going to do. But Evelyn is one of those leading voices, one of those leading women in agriculture, and she's somebody to watch. Watch this lady. She has pioneered something they call the smallholder project at Bayer, and I think it's spreading like a wildfire. She has done a strategy, and whenever she talks, everybody listens. Evelyn, I don't want to take the wind out of your sails, but Evelyn is going to give us a talk on women and youth shaping agriculture in Africa. And soon after that, I'm going to invite her, she'll stay behind. As she takes her seat, you can familiarize with the set, the click and everything. We are going to have Honorable Victoria Sech-Toleko. I think Honorable Victoria Sech-Toleko has been introduced multiple times. Just for now, just wave to the people. We shall call you to the panel. Yes, we shall invite you. So you can see we have a fine blend of experience. Women, experience, and so much more. We are going to have Agnes Mbabazi coming back again. And then we shall have a young gentleman. Balam, are you in the house? Now, this is not Balam the minister. I know when I say Balam in this house, people will be expecting the minister for youth. But he's called Balam Twinamasiko, Director Transform Aba Africa Products Limited. And he's manufacturing some organic manure. He's quite an interesting young man. He's one who didn't wait for the jobs to come to him. He decided to create the jobs. So when I tell you that we are selecting people to talk not based on words, but based on actions, this is what we mean. So that panel will be invited soon after Evelyn. And I can see Evelyn is giving me this look of, get out of the way. Evelyn, please run with it.
So thank you, Jimmy, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Tell your neighbor, it is the neck that controls the head. And please don't comment further, especially if you are sitting next to a person who is not your good friend. Awesome. So I will take the session this afternoon on women and youth and the critical part that they play in the agricultural sector. You know, this is our future. This is our livelihoods for the future. And I will be able to share just a bit of the insights that I will be deep diving into. So moving into the presentation, hope it is working. Okay. Can you kindly project the presentation, please? Yeah, so as the presentation comes up, one of the things I want to say is that as Bayer, we are really looking into the future of agriculture. The question is how do we continue to build a very sustainable future, thinking about regenerative agriculture, where in the future we need to produce more and less. And if you look at the demographics, I mean, look at what is happening in the world, think about the population growth. In Africa, we're expecting that population to double to 2.5 billion people by 2050. There is a need, you know, to rethink about our agricultural food systems. There is a need for us to rethink how are we building a resilient food system, and also there's a question around how do we strengthen the different value chains that we'll be playing in. If you think again around the statistics, you know, around, you know, Africa, we are looking at 1.2 billion people. That's our population, and a population that is really, really growing rapidly. 30 million people every year in sub-Saharan Africa. That's massive. And these are people that our smallholder farmers who are actually contributing to 80% of the sub-Saharan Africa food needs actually are supposed to be feeding. And like I've mentioned, in 2050, we are looking at doubling that population. So think about the capacity that we need to build for us to keep our food security at par with the population growth that we are looking at. Then the role of women, for many years, the agriculture sector in Africa has been born at the back of women. 52% of sub-Saharan Africa population consists of women. And when you think about, the mechanisms of production, you think about the tools that we are using, lack of mechanization, just think about the burden that these places are on our women. But also, most importantly, is just the fact that today, 70% of our African population is actually below 35 years old. We are talking about the youth. But at the same breath, we are talking about the average age of a farmer being 55 years old. So think about that dynamics, and as always, as we sit here, just think about what will happen 30 years from now. Is actually Gen Zs who will be producing our food. Are they going to join the agriculture sector? A very big question to ponder on. Now, women and youth, definitely, with those statistics, will continue to play a very critical role in shaping the future of our food. When you think about food production, processing, like I've mentioned, the entire, value chains, but also, thinking about the contribution to the labor force, which is super, super critical in ensuring that we have the right labor, the right places, people in the right places for the food production and for the sustainability of that. And of course, there's also a question of how do you make it attractive for the young people, our Gen Zs, who are the future farmers, if not today's farmers. And the question around how do you steer up entrepreneurship and especially make sure that, we are fully progressive when it comes into agricultural participation of youth and women. And of course, you're saying that, as we continue to really empower women, we are talking about women still balancing the need of labor, the need of agricultural production with household needs, security, and of course we know the other work that women contribute to. And that means these are very critical specialty groups. We call them specialty groups because they play a very, very critical role in our society. And I can tell you, without our mothers, without our wives, some of us will not even have an idea the direction of where catering is kept. Some people in this room, and we know that. So recognizing that role and just asking ourselves, how do we really strengthen, the contribution of women, of youth in agri-food system, and how do we ensure that we continuously collaborate really to form strong agri-food systems like I've mentioned. But nevertheless, to say there is also a question around what are the barriers? Why are we not accelerating, that participation? And the first thing we need to do is really appreciate that there are systematic challenges and which are holding, of course, participation and full capacity of our women and youth to participate in the agricultural value chain. One of it, of course, being access to land, inputs, finance, and think about it, access of financing, financial gaps, for women, where we need serious collateral for even somebody in the rural community to have access to even means of production. So a very big challenge in accessing the right inputs when you think about financing, access to market, everything that we've talked about, just to ensure that we are steering on the food productivity and profitability, especially of our smallholder farmers. And of course, somebody has talked about literacy gaps, wage gaps, which come in within agricultural, value chains. And of course, sometimes we need to appreciate the fact that for a long time, agriculture has been really painted from a very negative picture because people really associate agriculture with poverty. And it's time that changed. And how will that change? It will change if we empower our rural communities. I keep on saying we are as strong as the weakest links. And if our communities are not strengthened, considering that agriculture is the mainstay of the economy, you know, providing directly and indirectly employment to majority of our rural communities, then it means that we are left exposed. Then again, just without going back, it's just thinking about when you think about the social norms, the laws, the policies that impede, you know, the acceleration, ownership, inheritance. And when you think about even succession, you know, credit access, basically those are some of the things which definitely we need to overcome for us to be able to really get that. And of course, we talk about the highly unfavorable condition, infrastructure, the workload. Like I've mentioned, think about 21st century, where our mothers, our sisters, our brothers in the communities are using machetes, hoes, you know, as a means of production. Clearly, some of those tools need to be retired in the museum. So how are we thinking about mechanization of agriculture? How do we continue, you know, allowing agriculture to be born on the backbone of women? So definitely as government, civil society, private sector, definitely there is a lot which we need to do. But again, just also thinking about what are some of the things which we are looking at, some of the key strategies we can work around to make sure that we are closing gender gaps. And when we talk about women, we are not talking about equality, we are talking about equity. Equity meaning that I can have the little resources that I need to be as successful as the person who is next to me within a society. And part of that is how are we supporting women entrepreneurship through targeted agribusiness programs? You know, how do we foster inclusivity? This is where public-private partnerships come into play, and ensuring that we are integrating women along the value chain, not just in the farm, but just thinking about post-farm, they produce the crop. How are we involving them in the marketing, processing of the things, and value addition for the things that they are producing? But also, most importantly, ensuring equitable financial access. Like I've mentioned, a lot of rural communities, 80% across Africa, remain unbanked today. The question is, how do we accelerate that, especially for women? The alternative financial models where you don't require collateral, but still make sure that women can really access those credit facilities and be in a position that they can be empowered. And that will not come without us thinking about policies, regulatory frameworks that mainstream gender at all levels, whether we're thinking about government planning, budgeting, but just a question of, you know, being intentional about, you know, getting women, youth in our conversation, and ensuring that at last that we are securing women land rights. I know it's not an easy conversation. It goes back to social norms, but I will just leave it at this table. How do you empower, you know, women when it comes to the rights and all that? So part of the interventions, and I'm talking about from a Bayer perspective that we are intentionally looking at is number one, we are working to reach 100 million smallholder farmers, not just in Africa, but across the low, medium income countries, of course, where Africa is sitting. And to date, we are talking about 14 million farmers who we are able to reach with our technologies, services. And the services basically include how are we supporting the diversification of women farmers to grow high-value crops, but also, most importantly, to ensure that we are connecting them to the holistic value chain. And we are saying from access to finance, you know, access to quality products, because we see also counterfeit is such a big pain point, you know, access to financing. How are we intentionally getting women who are buying our inputs to be financed, and most importantly, making sure that their products are getting to the market. And of course, on top of that, making sure that continuously we are training, we are advising, including on financial management as well. And of course, the other opportunity that we have is promoting women entrepreneurship. And it doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be high-class entrepreneurship. I keep on saying all our mothers who are selling products in the market alongside the roads, we could structure that and make sure that their return on investment is worth and very profitable to them. And of course, it's a priority for us to ensure that, you know, gender inclusion is very important, because there is no way we are going to boost agricultural productivity and increase productivity and improve livelihoods without stronger communities. And this is where we see a very key important role by women. Last and least, the big question has been, how effectively are we reshaping the image of agriculture? And I've said, you know, just think about 20 years from now, 30 years from now, your farmer is the Gen Z. Think about, you know, sometimes when I think about Kenya, you know, and I see my sisters, my nephews, my nieces, you know, on the streets, I'm like, oh, wow, these are our farmers. They're going to feed me when I'm 70. And the question has been, how do we make agriculture very attractive? Think about digital inclusion. How do we make it possible? How do we make it profitable? Because honestly, for our youth, they are not going to get into value chains which are not profitable. So how do we make agriculture more productive, more profitable, and ensure that we are driving digital elements to make sure that agriculture remains cool for the youth? Otherwise, we are getting all the youth going to the services industry, and definitely with a double population in 2050, we need to think about our food. Otherwise, we'll be starving, all of us, if we don't get the generation into agriculture. And with that few remarks, thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Evelyn. What a presentation and what a woman. Let's give her another round. That is the true Evelyn in her element. She's not fake, she's not undiluted. And I don't think she disappointed. So thank you so much. And I think she has touched on a lot of things which are going to be discussed. And as she was talking, I just remembered one thing. We had a prime minister in this country. He was also a professor, incidentally. When he passed on, sadly, may his soul rest in peace, he passed part of his estate. His heir was a woman. And guess what? It made a it was a headline in the papers. How that decision, and I think as Evelyn was presenting, I just remembered that and said, these barriers women face culturally are real. They are real. Because you see, women are not expected to be in a wheel, you know, inherit land and so on, because they are assumed to go to the other side. And we know what happens. The other side sometimes can get hot and you have to come back home. I'm not saying it happens, but these are real. And I think Evelyn has brought out those very good points. And so we are going to unpack that. And to discuss this important topic, I'm going to invite on stage Honorable Victoria Sechitoleko. Most welcome. As Honorable Victoria comes, I would also like to invite Agnes Mbabazi, Chair Crop Life, Chief Executive Officer of AgriFarm. And then I would also like to invite Balam Twinamasiko, Director Transform. Balam, you are the only thorn among the roses. Come running. Yeah. And this panel is going to be moderated, guess what? By another woman. Remy, take the floor. And you have exactly, how much time? If you can try to keep it inside or less than 30 minutes, I'll really appreciate it. So, Remy Malé is going to discuss this. Remy is a friend of the sector. Remy also, as you heard, she has to do a lot with the Commonwealth, business women, and so on. She's doing something she's been used to doing for so long, and I think she's going to help drill down to the real subject matter. So over to you, Remy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Remy Malay. I am the Continental Secretary General for Commonwealth Business Women Africa. We are in 25 African countries. I also happen to be the president of Association of Business Women in Commerce and Industry for the Uganda chapter, and it is the only global chamber of commerce, and our headquarters are in India. I'm absolutely excited to be chosen to talk about a topic dear to me, women and youth. I did not get a chance, like anyone else, to go into any other area. I naturally gravitated towards women and youth empowerment right at university. So I don't know, God just decided that that's what I should do. And that's how I cultivated myself into a business incubator to see that people get their dreams to move and they have livelihood options. I think I have the coolest panel. You see, I have to look at my guys. Guys, I'm excited because I have intelligent, brilliant human beings in front of me. And I'm going to do guided questions because of time. But before I even start asking my panel, I told God that every time I'm in front of people, especially in Africa, I will touch the element of the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution is here. To understand it is, you have to understand the first one, the second one, the third one, then the fourth. The first one was when we are just doing textiles, you know, and machines and engines. And guess what? It started when men had gone to war, and now the women had to do something. Now the women had to leave home and start working. So you see how relevant women are in every equation. The second one is electricity. And as you can see, in Uganda, even the second industrial revolution has not yet been in some of our areas. The third is internet, you know, how we got into the internet. It started in a funny way. People say that it started with pornography. Internet started with pornography. So people would say, it's for crooks. So people did not jump onto it. And some Africans to this date are not jumping onto it. Now the fourth is here. Where America is, where UK is, where Asia is where Uganda is right now in the fourth industrial revolution. That's why we should now work together to see that women, youth, and everybody is ready, and especially the farmer is ready to be relevant today in the fourth industrial revolution. I'm going to start my questioning. What is the role of women that they have played in agriculture and fertilizer industry? Evelyn, you did an amazing job. I even got goosebumps when you're doing your presentation. I can't even add one full stop or comma on that one. But as you cool down, I will start with Agnes. Agnes, what opportunities exist within the agri-food system for women and youth-led enterprises to scale and create jobs?
Thank you very much, Remy. First of all, as a woman, I've been doing other things not as a woman since this session started. Sometimes I don't want to be so much focused on women alone because we live in a diverse world. And in some sectors, they call me man, woman. Some people call me Uncle Agnes. So today, let me be Aunt Agnes. My journey started 25 years ago. That was 2000, and I've been in this sector, strictly in this very sector, agriculture inputs. And all my life has been here. And so I remember way back when I started at Bolton, those who know Bolton, from university, you join as a young girl. that time, let me talk like Mama Victoria. I also seem like to be very old, right? That time, you hardly found women in agriculture. On a serious note, I remember when I joined at Bolton, I was the only lady, apart from the secretaries and the cashier. I was the only lady in the technical department, let me call it that one. I was in charge of flowers. And every time I went to visit customers, the flower farms, that time it was mainly flower farms. It was a $1 million customer together in 1 month. And it was the most important department in Bolton. And so because of that, I had a lot of attention. First of all, as a young girl. Number two, as a person in agriculture. And I have some people in the room that have seen way back, like one of them, the tomato professor. When I used to visit farms, people used to be shocked looking at a young girl in this industry. And I used to do deliveries. I used to go on a truck, a big truck with fertilizers. And I used to, be there when they are offloading. And one day, one of my customers was called Toby Madson. He owned a farm called Melissa Flowers. He called my boss and said, couldn't you find a young man to do this kind of job? I fear for this girl. One day she's going to fall from that truck and probably you will be responsible. And I was replacing a man called Tembo, who is also in this room. Tembo, wave to the people. And he even referred and said, at least with that man, Tembo, stand up. He used to come and offload, and he could even walk to the main road. Now this girl will be raped one day as she leaves the farm on foot to go to take a taxi back to Kampala. And it was really tricky for a woman. I was so passionate, I was so much determined. But again, the challenge was because you're a woman. And so I remember one time I told my boss was an Israeli, and my story will never be complete without him, Mr. Zev Schiff. I went to his office one day when I was stuck in my area farm because it had rained. And I went to him and I said, I'm quitting my job because it's so risky. And of course, it's things that people talk. And then he asked me, what do you want me to do for you to keep the job, because you've done it better? But for me, I didn't look for this thing like I'm a woman. I was like, but if Tembo was doing it, who was he anyway? So I took on the mantle, and the challenge was, everywhere you went, it was this kind of judgmental. Over the period of 25 years, I've been in this industry, and I have probably risen from the little girl who was like 21 then to where I am today. And what I'm proud of is that in this industry that is full of technical people, this industry that has people that matter, way back it was very difficult to even explain to people what we do. I remember my classmates used to meet me. They were working with MTN. Ibrahim is from MTN over there. Some were from Airtel, and they thought we are maybe doing, in Uganda they call it Njaga. They'll be like, you're driving a double cabin, beautiful. What exactly do you do at Bolton? And I'll be like, agriculture. So what is this agriculture? Are you doing Njaga? Are you doing cannabis or something? So agriculture was not cool. Evelyn said it right and said, we need to make agriculture cool for the young people. And I worked with Evelyn. She was working in Amiran, Kenya, and I was working in Bolton, Uganda, and were sister companies. And we introduced a product called, what was it called, Evelyn? The kit. Farmer's kit. It was a greenhouse, many of you saw it, called a farmer's kit. And we put a tagline called, farming is cool. And we wanted to attract the young people and the women. So for me, the role I've played, and I'm very proud about this role that I've played, starting from servicing the flower industry that was very high technically, you had agronomists that understand, coming down to supporting farmers that are commercial and have agronomists. And now the role I do today, I have my company called AgriFarm Uganda. And what I've done in the past 5 years is to reach out to the rural families. You know, these women in the rural areas will shock you. I'm doing a project in northern Uganda and Rwamanja. And it's been a MasterCard Foundation project and a goal. And my experience there was amazing. I worked with over 400 women in refugee communities. And my role was to really support them, handhold them, train them in agronomy, in business, sit with them and make them understand. And every time we called meetings for the farmer groups, 70% or 80% were women. And then men would come, and still they do come, and by 10 o'clock they want to go back. The women will stay from beginning to the end. And when the women would come and find me as a woman, and they look at me, they believe that the future is bright. And because of that, the impact was great in the refugee areas we worked because I was a woman. And because the number of people that were coming were women. And most of the women would come, and because I'm passionate, they would come with babies, carrying babies, and then I'm talking to them. And the big challenge that happens today is most women have failed to scale up from where they used to be to the next level. You know, I'm full of admiration when I look at this panel, for example, and I look at women like Evelyn, I look at Susan, I look at Elizabeth. The women I've worked with in agriculture. This should be something that came up later. Before, in agriculture, even in those companies we worked to, you'll believe me, the population would be like 10% women in terms of practical people and professional people, apart from the traditional secretaries. And so as women, for me, when I look at the input sector that I've worked in so long, where the women have been so few until recently, I look and I'm thinking, if you empower a woman, if you involve a woman at this level, the commitment is actually greater. And if you look at this symposium today that we are preparing, that we have done probably for about 3 months, I sat down and I said, when I come as a chairperson of Crop Life, I told my board members that was so instrumental. We sat together and said, let's pull this off. And I was, you know, the chairperson as a woman, I probably could have taken a back seat and said that the men ran the show. But I told myself, we must make a difference as women. Not in the kitchen, not in the bedroom, but in the boardroom. In the boardroom. Because I also know that the successful women, you know, it is very clear. A woman will put you down or put you up. In the same industry, if you're working in this industry that we work in agriculture, which is not popular for women, where the women have been working, starting from myself, Mama Victoria, and everybody else, women are meticulously detailed. You will go to the detail of what you're doing, and you'll be very passionate. And you'll make sure that you deliver. And obviously, what we can't leave out is that women have sometimes less issues than the men. The men will carry every burden, starting from their wives, their children, their neighbors' wives, their neighbors' friends, everybody. But when the women have the responsibility to do, they will come and do it with a clear head. And so what is the future in this industry? I don't know why people are laughing, but what is the future for the women in this industry? The women start from the kitchen, preparing what you eat. The women come to the gardens to cultivate. The women come to the companies to manage. But also the women are so influential in decision making, and this you must know it. A wife can influence a husband to fire a worker at office. He would say, I don't like your secretary. The MD of Bayer is laughing. Looks like this resonates with many of you. It will be a good statement like, I don't like your secretary, I don't like the way she dresses. The following day, the MD will look for a reason. And then the secretary will be out. If he's very strong enough, he'll transfer her to the next department. But the thing is, what am I trying to communicate? Women are so influential in every field they play. And so in agriculture, if we put the women, empower them, most of the challenges Evelyn mentioned, lack of access to land, lack of collaterals. You go to the bank, you have to ask your husband for collaterals, save for some of us who are men, women. Many of you still go back to consult your husbands to use their titles. And many of you also fear to take on responsibility. So for me, it is a challenge and a call to the women. We can do it. Believe in yourselves. But most importantly, look for knowledge. There is nothing you can deliver as a woman without knowledge. If you have the knowledge, you can't come on this platform and you don't speak with knowledge and you think somebody will listen to you. But for the men out there, empower your ladies. And we also have it on statistics that, I don't know how to call it, but when a woman dies, usually in a family, the man will follow suit immediately. It is something that is really seen, at least in Uganda. I see it everywhere. And when the man dies, the woman will live on. She can even marry 4 times, remarry 4 times. It is a fact. I don't know whether it's the women who stress the men or the reverse is true, but this is actually what is happening right now in the industry. So for me, a woman, you hold the power over the men, because you can influence them negatively and positively. So let's influence these men in this room to drive agriculture to the next level. Through technology, through digitization, through AI, but also to support as the life support of the family level, in terms of farming, but also in decision making at policy level, so that we can drive the agenda. And we no longer have this issue of saying we are left behind. We are in the front. They started the movement, the Victorias of this world. Now we are up there. We don't have any other reason to say we can't deliver in the agriculture sector. Thank you, Remy.
My God, Agnes, that is amazing. The only problem our panel has, it is a panel just before food. That's pure witchcraft. But we're going to do our best.
Yeah.
To manage this time and make sure that people go for food in time. I also absolutely resonate with what you've just said, Agnes. Another element women come with is empathy. When you put a woman on your board, you have added empathy into what you're doing. And the other thing is that we are quite inclusive in our policy making because we're mothers. So we come with inclusivity. So do not chase us away. We are here to help. I know what happened with the Beijing conference decades ago when those women came back, the Honorable Victorias, hello, clap for them. They were so excited and they had just seen the injustice. Like they're like, what? You mean men what? So they came in an aggressive activism manner that we have all come to believe that we need men on board in our programs. So please, men, you need the women. We are not here to take your seat. We would love to push a small little seat for us on your table because we come with some good things when we're on board. Let me use this chance because another passion of mine is youth. And another passion of mine is men on board in women empowerment movements. And I thank God that the women panel today has a man and a youth on it. So Balaam, I also prepared a beautiful question for you. My question is, how can governments and regional institutions ensure women and youth are not only beneficiaries, but also decision makers in agricultural value chains?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. My name is Inamas Kobalam, Director of Transform of Africa Products Limited, and a manufacturer of Transform Organic Manure and a farmer trainer. On that question, I want to respond by saying that before, when we were studying, when we were still young, they used to say that, youth, you are leaders of tomorrow. But now we are saying, no, we are leaders of today. Youth, we are leaders of today. Why? Because we have the numbers. 78% of the population in Uganda, we are youth. When you go to Kenya, you find that the population of youth is higher than the elders and the young. So institutions or the government needs to do the following to make sure that we are also put at the front seat of the economy of all countries in Africa or even outside Africa. One, as youth, there are policies. For example, for me, I'm a manufacturer of organic products, and of which these products have worked for people, and I have employed other youth. But, for example, we have a Chemical Control Act of 2006. I think Mr. Fred knows it better. It was put to regulate chemicals in Uganda. But I want to tell you that that policy is now outdated because the time they instituted that policy, we had no producers of these agrochemicals. By then, we had only people who used to import chemicals into Uganda. But now we have people like me, like other people who I know outside there, who are making products. And the procedures that we go through to certify the product is for the importer, not for somebody who's locally manufacturing. But thank God yesterday I heard that they are amending that policy to favor the youth who have products also in Uganda to come on board and present their views and their innovations. Another thing the government can do, or institutions, we have got a lot of innovations in schools, in universities, in the villages and other areas, but these innovations are not enhanced or promoted by the government. If you want to see this, visit one exhibition or trade shows like Harvest Money, this Ginger Agriculture Show. You find youth with a lot of innovations, but these innovations remain in their bedrooms. They are not promoted, neither are they enhanced to be promoted or to have these innovations to be on market. So if the government can put on, or the institutions can put on the innovation incubation hubs, whereby people can be trained either in the production of different products, either in providing services, I believe we can be in the decision-making platforms. And then we have, as youth, for us to be on the platform, there's nothing that can happen without finance. We have happened to get finance. I myself have got finance from different civil society organizations, NGOs. I got finance from TechnoServe. I got finance from High Innovator Program, NSSF High Innovator Program. But when you see what they ask for before you get financing, you can even imagine whether you are selling yourself or whether you are selling somebody else. So they ask you for, of course, you need to have a company, you need to have URA, T number, you need to have powers of attorney, you need to have groups of people that you have. Yes, but there's a lot they ask for before you get finance. But thank God I was able to maneuver and got whatever they wanted, and I was financed. But even a finance has never been enough. But I want to thank the NGOs and the government, because NSSF High Innovator Program is a government program, and it has funded our product to be promoted all over the country. And then certification of products has hindered a lot of youth to be on board. Because, for example, if a youth has a product or he has a service that he offers, for it to be recognized, it takes a step. If you go to UNBS to register a product, it takes a year or 2 or 3 years. And this requires a lot of money. For example, if we are certifying the product, like this one is certified, but the process that we went through took us 7 years to finish the certification. But it is not that the minister was refusing to register a product, but they were guiding us on how to do. But when they reached in the middle, the money asked was too much, so we had to first put aside the business and start looking for the money to certify a product. So it is a little bit hard, and most of the products are in the shelves. People can't sell them, and some of them which are on market, they are confiscated because they don't have the certification. But what delays, it is the amount of money and the process. And another thing that the institutions and the government can do, I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture that they have a program of pesticide safe use training. They have trained so many youth in Western Uganda, in Gulu, in other places, who the youth who can start up their agro-input shops. But here, most of these youth are neglected. After training them, they say, the government says to whom it may concern. I believe if these youth who are trained to do pesticide safe use, I believe they are the best candidates who can drive this agrochemical industry well, because they are trained, they have the skill, but this skill is not utilized. The farmers don't have knowledge of how to use agrochemicals, but the people who know how to use them, they are just near them, but they don't know where they are, and the youth don't have the capacity to reach out to the farmers. So I think if the government can bring these people, there are some people who are trained by CropLife and Kabi on these are spraying service providers, SSP. They are trained, they know how to spray, they know how to mix chemicals, they know how to guide. So if these people can be engaged like how the Minister of Health engaged the village, the VHTs, those people who move around and tell the pregnant women, go here, go here. I believe it can be one source of employment for youth. It can also help the farmer to properly know how to use the chemicals, how to use the, how to do the post-harvest intervals and other things. And then, as I conclude, there's a gap in extension because apparently one extension worker serves 500 farmers in Uganda. 500. And yet youth are there unemployed. So, and we have youth who have started training farmers, but they don't have the capacity to reach to many. If these groups of youth that have started the training of farmers can be promoted, I think it can be one of the ways how these institutions and the government can work. And finally, I want to thank the government of Uganda for bringing policies that favor youth, some of them. There is a youth employment strategy policy. It is there, but the government is not coming on ground to inform the people it is regulating. Actually, the policy is not disseminated to the right people to know that this policy favors us in this way, and we need to demand for services or anything from the government. So I believe the government should come down and reach out to the youth through the schools, groups, so that it can mobilize youth and tell them how the policy, how to benefit from the policies that regulate them. I want to thank you very much, and I wish you a nice time. Thank you.
We always underestimate the youth, but I'm moved to tears to know that he's youth. But I'm excited because I'm patriotic. He's Ugandan. When it comes to youth innovation, I have seen the youth revolutionize the phone industry, mobile money. The M-Pesa challenge was a youth innovation. The only problem I have with us in Africa, we don't even patent or protect them. Had we protected that innovation of M-Pesa, Africans would be multi-millionaires today. But it just went there. Now there are even better things like Wave, World Remit, yet that is an African concept. Mobile money is our thing, but we have lost. So let's also look into patenting and all the way to protection of youth innovations, because as you have heard, our population is mainly youth. I'm so proud of you, so proud of you. Now let's go to the, if Gen Zs, I don't know now what we call mama, the former Gen Zs, like my mama, because we've heard from everybody. Oh my God, every time I talk about Honorable Victoria Sech-Toleko, I talk about her with so much pride. So this is an African icon, and I'm even in awe that I can sit on the same panel with her, but I look up to them. And the advantage we've had with the former Gen Zs is they have held our hands. When you tell Mama, Mama, I have this thing, I'm going to the bush, I'm telling you she will come. I was in the United States 2 months ago, and we had a summit in Nigeria, and I was very late. And it was 2 weeks to the summit. And I had forgotten to bring a big shot. So I'm like, hello, Honorable. Can you go with us? Sure, my child. What is it about? And she was with us in Nigeria. Honorable Victoria Sech-Toleko, I just love how you have decided to sacrifice yourself to see that women and youth in agriculture, number one, because she always tells you, if you don't have anything, any element of agriculture in what you're doing, don't call me. Yeah, but if you have even a drop of agriculture somewhere, I will be present. So we always tailor-make agriculture, even squeeze agriculture somewhere so that we can always have her with us. So this is the question I prepared for Mama. What policy shifts are most urgently needed to create a more enabling environment for women and youth in agriculture and agro-industrialization in sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you, Remy. I think before I talk about policy changes, allow me to once again thank the organizers of this conference. Reason being, if this conference had been ongoing, a lot of things would have happened differently. For example, Mr. Chimera's speech, the panelist who has just been here, would not have had to run to the press with those screaming headlines. But I think he was suffering from something I call, in Uganda there is a name called Indichibulirani, who shall I tell? So when he didn't have anybody to tell and looked like nobody was listening, he went to the press. So I'm really happy that now we have a place where such issues can be discussed by everybody before we go outside and share with the world. Secondly, if this conference had been there before, I would have known about Evelyn, fantastic Evelyn Musyoka earlier. Because as she was talking, I'm like, but I've been in East Africa all this time. Where has she been? So, once again, thank you for putting this together. I hope and pray that it is the first of a series to follow. Because sometimes we have a tendency of starting with all the vigor and the interest and everybody, and then 2 years later you ask what happened. Agnes left. Agnes is one person. So I hope that we have got a system in place which will continue with this, these meetings. Okay, now, Madam Remy, I'll answer your question. The question is what policies should be put in place? And I'm just going to give 2 examples of policies. The first one being our education policy, the second one being our agri-finance policy. Now, starting with education policy, really, I'm sticking to Uganda. Uganda is an agricultural country. We have always known this. Even our grandparents knew this. 2, during the days of our great-great-great-grandparents, when they would go to school, they went to school in order to learn to read the Bible. It was that simple. The only reason everybody went to school and they proudly came back and told you they have passed is they could read the Bible. Then time moved on. Industries started. The industrialists wanted educated youths. So you had to remain in school for a certain number of years, then you could go to the factory and be taught simple things as to how to work. When the time I did my senior 4, most people who passed their senior 4 were ready to work in banks. Quite a number of people you know who are former bankers and finance ministers and whatever, stopped in senior 4, went and started as bankers. So that their education was for them to serve government. Previously, it was serve industries. And that before that, it was to read Bibles. What is the purpose of our education now? Why are we keeping our youths in school? In my view, if we are to grow as Uganda, we have agreed we are an agricultural country, we should have an education policy which aims to A, educate, train, skill, coach, and continuously mentor our youth into agribusiness. So that is the first part, the first policy I would like to see. Now, the second policy I would like to see is about agri-finance. Everybody knows that women do not have land. They have all these social issues. So, what policy do I advocate for? Now that we realize that, we are not going to fight culture, we are not going to grab land from the men and whatever. Let them have the land. Can the financing, all the financing, deliberately target women so that since NDP4 is saying we go agro-industrialization, we facilitate women to go to the next level. Let the men produce with the land they have. Let us add value. When and if you are financing people to set up shops to sell agri-imports, take deliberate interest in targeting women because they do not have land to farm. Target them so that they can trade in agribusiness. we are talking about value addition. We women are very good with details. We are talking about safety and quality. When women do something, they are normally thorough. So let us have an agri-finance policy which deliberately targets women in order for them to be part of the economy without necessarily upsetting the culture or fighting or grabbing or whatever. And then when we have our own money, we can always go and buy our own land. Let me give you an example as to how I know these things work. I come from everywhere, but for now, I come from Chawada's of Tambala, and Tambala is predominantly Muslim. Now, among the Muslims, when we go for a wedding, which I love because it normally takes one day and you are done, the women sit somewhere and the men sit somewhere. But then, when I was minister, I would be invited by my male Muslim colleagues to the wedding. I didn't know their wives. So they let me sit in the sitting room. Now, once again, when I was minister, my mother-in-law was like, oh no, you are not going to kneel, just sit on the chair. Women, let us have an agriculture finance policy which funds us out of poverty and onto these chairs. I thank you.
Oh my God. As you can see, most of our African communities are patriarchal societies. But if we looked into matriarchal societies, they have excelled where the women are governing. So we could borrow a leaf. I love what Mama has said. Let's not upset. We don't want angry men. We want collaborating men. But also, women naturally are very collaborative. We have a collaborative spirit. So please, policymakers, I heard the Minister of Agriculture is there. You see, when CropLife closed its eyes to our patriarchal society and brought a woman on board, look at this magic. She's one, so that means bring me and the neighbor, there are more women into the board, yeah? But that said, Evelyn, I love Kenya.
Thank you.
Napenda wa Kenya. Boy, when a Kenyan said, now I'm talking woman, man, Kenyan. These people go for the jugular. If they say, I'm going to be professional, I'm going to be professional. In the service industry, if you don't have a Kenyan, you'll be broke. Am I lying? I have had an opportunity to work between Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. I'm East African in all the sense. I'm Momo Bongo mainly. I'm even more Tanzanian than Ugandan in my entrepreneurial journey. But Tanzanians decided to hate on the Kenyans and said, But Ugandans, and that's where we are smarter, we decided to learn from the Kenyans. We didn't chase them off or pack them off. We gave them the big roles. They served, because the contract, it has a term. After that term, you go. So Ugandans learned, they learned very well, and the Kenyans went back peacefully. We still have a peace. The Tanzanians put them onto the Tata, zoom back to Kenya, and without learning. So we are here to learn from you today, humbly. I know that the Tanzanians will tell you, wanawachoka, wanasema hao Wakenya they packed them off. So anyway, this is my question that I prepared for Evelyn. It says, what does a future-ready agriculture sector look like? And how do we cultivate the next generation of women and youth leaders to drive that vision?
So thank you.
And 1 minute, guys, please bear with me, because we have to learn. Otherwise, we are supposed to be eating. But bear with Evelyn. Let's really listen to what she has to say.
Yeah, and I won't take too long. So the future of agriculture, I see agriculture being more intensive and less extensive. What does that mean? As our population grows, with our cultural norms, we are going to have smaller pieces of land, because remember, Every son has to have a piece of land somewhere in Africa unless we change also our land policies where we need to aggregate our land. But also, most importantly, it's a question of how do we continue and thinking about producing more with less resources. You know, when you think about the geopolitics, how things are shifting around, you know, how is our food sovereignty journey going to take us into the future? And how are the dynamics of the future changing? And I think these are some of the topical things which will be shaping the future of agriculture. And I think the call for us is how do we ensure that our societies, our communities, and our people also in Africa, when we talk about regulatory policies, we talk about everything, we are thinking about how do we effectively and holistically feed our population. Think about the fact that today, Africa is a net importer. Yet, we have 60% of the uncultivated land in the world. One person, and I will quote one person who said, the only continent in the world that doesn't require to import anything is Africa. But then the question is, how are we transforming our agricultural sector? And I think that's what will define our future. And that means we need to really get more mechanized. We need to think about how do we start mechanization of agricultural value chain? How do we form the relevant infrastructures? And I give an example. Do we have the right storage facilities? Why are we importing fruits, for example, from South Africa? Why are we, sorry, I should not have mentioned South Africa. Forgive me, South Africans in the room. But just a question, if you go to our supermarket, our shops, think about the amount of food imports that we are having today. Think about the quantity and amounts of rice being imported today. We have the facility, we have the infrastructure, we are a blessed continent. We have the right climate to do these things. So the question is, how do we optimize the resources that we have? And that goes to governance, it goes to regulation, it goes to policy, but also it culminates with us loving our continents and saying, how do we go back and on the pain points and the challenges which our farmers are holding today. And that means all of us in this room being accountable and making sure that the spaces that we are today, we are really doing what we are supposed to be doing. Last and not least, for women and for the youth, we need a lot of mentorship. I thank you, Honorable Victoria. You know, so many people to learn from, but where are those mentors? Can we identify them? Who is mentoring the youth for entrepreneurship opportunities? Who is talking about them? Who is guiding them? So I think in just thinking about how we are structuring our facilities, our government services, can we think about opportunities where we can actually mentor and where we can create, hubs, where we can help, capacity build our, young people, give them the right investment when it comes to financing, support them. I like his story, help them really to kickstart, because we keep promising our youth jobs. Where are the jobs? We must create the jobs. And the biggest employer will remain to be agriculture sector, because agriculture is the only sector that will not be going out of fashion. Remember, the IT sector, which is the services sector, is changing so much. And there is one thing I did today. Out of the pictures that I used for my presentation, one of those pictures was AI generated. Think about how technology is changing and wiping off some of the sectors. Think about some of the jobs that will be replaced, through, digital transformation. And let's think about the youth of our future, knowing this is the future of our countries, this is our current status of affairs, and we need to get our youths engaged. Thank you so much.
You people, when I told you I have the coolest panel, do you now believe me? Oh my God, I am enriched, I'm empowered. From your discussions, my takeaway is we need to create youth and women agripreneurs. We need to also look into agri-tech gurus. As she has said, agriculture won't get out of style. You see, cameramen, they don't have jobs. Askaris, that these days you can go to the gate can call the man in the office and tell them Remy is at the gate. The machines can operate, they don't need. They will either let you in or not. DJs, you don't have a job now. I just say, Alexa, the jobs are going. Architects, sure. And they used to study for so long. That's gone. So many jobs are gone. But with agriculture, we will still. Let's use this technology the good thing about it, it can give us data, it can predict the weather, and you know which season you can use. It can do so much. So let's get into agri-tech. And the youth, oh my God, there are so many out there. It's just that this one is the representative of the many out there, and I don't have to speak on it anymore. But I'm going to ask you for a parting answer, and this time let me start with the youth. In one sentence, everyone was asking one sentence. In one last sentence, what would you give as a takeaway for the youth in agriculture?
Thank you very much. What I can give as a takeaway for the youth is to start something. In our education system, when we are studying, we are told that after studying, you get a job, you'll be in an office, you'll drive a car, but after graduation, you start thinking whether you are learning to struggle. So, as a youth, I want us to take responsibility of ourselves and know that our life belongs to us. It doesn't belong to somebody who woke up in the morning and started his business that is waiting for you. Wake up, start your own business, and pattern with that person who had a business before you had not finished your studies. And then when you start the business, be persistent and be patient, because most of the youth, when he grows onions and they do bad this season, he sells off the land where he had planted onions and buys a motorcycle and starts riding. By the time you know, the motorcycle is impounded either by police, and then you go on the street and start stealing. Be patient, start something of your own. Be patient, give it time. Because if you are not patient, even in this process of certifications and what, you cannot manage. But if you be patient and work with one heart, not having two hearts. Some people work with two hearts. Start your own, be patient, God rewards you in a nutshell. Thank you very much.
Not two hearts, one heart. Agnes, you see how one sentence looks like? In one sentence, try it.
Thank you, Remy. For me, my word is women, get involved at any level. If you're not a farmer, join any value chain. Value addition, agribusiness, trading, but in agriculture. Thank you.
Hey, Agnes, you did one sentence. Okay. Victoria, one sentence.
No, allow me for mine to be two. The first one is a quote I had from Policeman Kaima. We were talking and I was asking him how he can invest in agriculture, both his time and money in agriculture when he's a policeman. Then he said, before I became a policeman, I was a boy. And after being a policeman, I will still be a man. So do I want to be a poor man? So I told him the excuses others give, and he said, you can give all those excuses until you retire and there's nobody to call. But my parting shot is very simple. Let us, all Ugandans, advocate for a policy, an education policy, which aims to educate, train, skill, coach, and continuously mentor our youths in agribusiness. I thank you.
This smart panel is doing wonders for me. Ukenya wengu, parting shots.
Yeah, thank you. Let's all be intentional about empowering our women and youth, and just give yourself a responsibility to make sure that you hold somebody's hand towards that journey. Thank you.
My parting shot will be statistics don't lie. The best survey you can do is to use statistics when you're making your decisions. Statistics say women make the biggest number in Africa. Women are more than men. Statistics say youth are our biggest number. Right? Statistics is saying it is tested and proven that those who have been deliberate in using fertilizers, in using pesticides, that have advanced their agricultural policies are excelling. So everybody here, let's respect the statistics and let's make the right policies going forward. Thank you so much for your time and taking time to listen to what we had to share.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. The grit, excellence, passion, brilliance, I think summarizes this whole panel. Let's give them another round of applause. Someone said that if your dream doesn't scare you enough, tear and throw it away. You had Evelyn, 100 million is the women they want to target in the next. I'm pretending like I don't know. So tell everybody. In the next 5 years, 100 million. That's more than double the population of Uganda. Now that's a dream. It's a stretch. It's what we call the BHAGs. Big, hairy, audacious goals. It stretches you to imagine, stretches you to perform, stretches you to deliver. Not this short-term, 2-year short things, long-term. And I think it goes back to Honorable Victoria. Policies that create impact on the ground. We do so many things, but when do we ever sit down to say, this is adding value, or it's just running on a treadmill? You know, you can do 30 minutes on a treadmill, and you sweat, and everybody sweats. But when you get off, you're in the same place you were. Okay? Yes, you've burned some calories, but if those 30 minutes were translated into a linear journey, probably you'll be approaching ginger. Am I right or am I right, Professor? Approaching Agago. For those of you who have not been to Agago, Agago is somewhere in Midwest, let's call it Middle North, in northern Uganda. If you think about Uganda, Uganda is just about the size of the UK, 246,000 square kilometers. But the northern part, before I went to northern Uganda, by the way, I used to think it was a desert. Until I went there and it was lush green, wonderful people, brilliant. And I think Professor is a good ambassador. Somebody talked about I think it was Honorable Secretary patenting. Was it you or was it, Remy, patenting. And I just remembered the Kenyans had something called a kiondo. The kiondo was a bag like this. Guess what? They slept on the job right now that has been patented, I think, by the Japanese. Japanese, yes. Believe it or not. My brother, the Ugandans, Murimutia. You know what it is, Rolex. And what's the other thing? Chikomando, it's a Chikomando. It's a very popular, yawn before you go, you better test that thing. It's not a watch, but some food. But they do quite a lot of things. And there's so many other innovations. And there's a beautiful restaurant in Kenya, which I think it's somewhere in Kilelesha? No, not Kilelesha. Ankole Grill. Yeah. When you go there, you think it's a Ugandan restaurant. The owner is American. And what he did is he came here and was so impressed by the Ankole cows, the longhorns, and he's opened a restaurant. It's in Spring Valley. It's one of the best restaurants you will ever. You go there in the evening. If you need to have an appointment with anybody in the diplomatic zone, the ambassadors, executives, the Agra people, and everybody, they're all there. It's called Ankole Grill. Everything is not Ugandan except the name. Absolutely. I looked at the girls. I said, Iwe. It was like I was talking to a wall. Nganga, you've been there? Yeah, so let's be proud of some of these beautiful names, these beautiful things we create.
And I think I liked what Balaam said when he was talking about agriculture financing and so on. Didn't they ask for your kidney? You are lucky. I saw on the net the other day a youth who was about to donate his kidney just to get some money, I think, but those are the hardships, and I like the passion you guys have been able to give. So, one round of applause again. Beautiful panel, beautiful people, beautiful ideas. And as they say, don't leave them here. I think the biggest room in this world is the room for innovation, thinking, ideas. That is as endless as the universe. So I think our challenge is to see how we are going to transform this. Before that panel goes, we are very close to lunch. Lunch is ready. We are going to have, I think just a few. I had invited Mr. Petrus, Frederick Petrus, the CEO of Grain Pulse. Are you still around? Please stand up. In Africa, not only do we celebrate our Gen Zs, but we also celebrate our elders. And I think you represent that group very well. And we are grateful to have you. I also saw Maya Obi, I don't know if he's still around, Frederick Zake. Are you around? Yes. Frederick Zake was, I don't know if he was still at the African Development Bank. Anyway, that's a conversation, but very, very passionate. He was my prefect, if I'm right, at the Alliance of Uganda. Okay. So we are going to go for lunch. And before you go for lunch, how many of you have been to Addis before? Ethiopia? Okay, let me flip the question. Who hasn't been to Ethiopia before? Okay. They normally require a visa for Ugandans, but today you're going to get a visa-free visit to Ethiopia. The good thing, you don't have to fly. You're just going to walk there. It's going to be the room on the left as you go out for lunch. So everybody is going to go to Ethiopia. But those who have been to Ethiopia before, you can go to Kyoga. Kyoga is a lake in the middle of Uganda. It looks like the 5 fingers of on your hand. So when the Nile flows through Lake Victoria, it goes into Kyoga. From Kyoga, it goes into the Rift Valley, 160 kilometers into Lake Albert. Then from Lake Albert, it exits through Nimule. So Kyoga, you'll have a choice of those two. But there are some people that I'm going to ask, if you don't mind. Miss Agnes Mbabazi, chairperson, you don't need to stand, everybody knows you. Dr. Winnie Nganga, Professor Hamadi Boga, Professor Maurice Ogenga Latigo, and a representative from Bayer and a representative from Syngenta. I think if any of the other, I don't know who else. As you go out, you'll be needed. There's some media people, no, it's not a press conference, but there's some things you've said this morning that touched the people. The media just want to get a sound bite of what you've just said. I think in your case, it will be that technology where you remember the e-voucher? Yes, things of that sort, so that they can have something. They'll not be able to fly to where you were to interview you again. So as you go, it's not going to be a seated conference. Just spend a few minutes. You'll be guided by Laila. Laila, just come to the front. Laila Noor, she's been doing a fantastic job. Okay. On that list, we shall also need a regulator from government. I think Dr. Paul Mwambu, you need to be there. I think you'll get an opportunity to correct and also ensure they have the right information about the molecules proposed for banning. So it's an opportunity. You are here to engage, but you also get an opportunity to educate. So this is Laila Noor. Laila comes from everywhere. For those of you from the coast, she will fit there. She will speak to you in Arabic. She will speak to you in Swahili. Come to Uganda. She will talk to you in the best Luganda. And then she will also cross to Central Africa. And her father was a pilot. I'll not go further. Yeah. So later, for the people I've mentioned, please follow her, and she'll guide you to that little room. So that's how it's going to be. Then we shall come back here at, what time is it? Yeah. 2:36. So let me request that we come back here at exactly 3:20. The afternoon session is going to be quite short, going to be quite fast. And of course, as I told you, we've got a surprise for everybody here in this room. Don't leave it behind. If you leave it behind, somebody else will take it on your behalf. So that's how we stand. And I want to thank you all. Enjoy your lunch. For the speakers who spoke yesterday and today, kindly come on stage here. Would like to take a picture of you, all of you. Professor Boga, Joy Racha, Dr. Nganga. Just take a picture. It's not going to take long as they take this panel. Yeah? Coming. Yeah, he's coming. Oh, yeah. One thing, I forgot one thing. For those of you who are going for lunch, yesterday you used the green coupon. This time we're using the purple one. In case you don't have a lunch coupon, please talk to Faith. Faith will get you a lunch coupon. Yes. Loan. It's going to go for print. No. That will be for dinner. Please, speakers, come to the front. Aggie, all of you. Yeah. Go back. Speakers, presenters, please come and take a picture. We need your picture for the record. The blue one.
It's the one issued by you. By me. For no lunch break at all, because press engagement every time for lunch.
The good thing it comes with. Speakers, presenters, please just come and take a picture. We would like you to be part of this picture. Yes, Mr. Makweta. Join. Please join us, Brendan. Come and take the picture. Yeah. Speakers, panelists, please come and take a picture on the stage with this team. Anybody who spoke, anybody who was a panelist? Wazemba, mister? Please come to the stage. Dr. Mwambo, Mr. Wazemba, we need you. You'll carry on. I think the best thing is some of you will come to the front. Can I request that the ladies come to the front? Yeah, come to the front. Come down. Lower again. One more. It's okay. One more level. Yeah, there. Exactly. Don't worry. Okay. Honorable Sechtoreko, where is she? Madame Sechtoreko, please, you are part of this group. Where is she? Oh, okay, I didn't see her. Okay. Any other presenter, speaker, panelist, please come and join.
Hello, hello. Can we all get back and get seated? You can carry on to your seat so that we can get started with the next session. We want to make sure that we release you in good time. All those standing, please move towards your desks, your chairs. We don't want to we don't want to encroach into the next presentation. Okay, people, may I request we all take our seats and get started. Welcome back everybody. Can we all get our seats, please? In the interest of time, we want to plunge into the next presentation or talk on AI, climate change, and so on. Jimmy and Remy, I'm going to get you onto the platform so that you carry on with your conversation on the platform. Okay. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. Was it good? Did you enjoy your lunch? Okay, looks like you people are very satisfied. When you are hungry, you don't talk. When you're full, you don't talk. So I don't know what to take. Those who went to Addis, I hope you enjoyed the tour of Africa's highest capital, Addis. Okay, so on a serious note, ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome. We are now going to plunge into the topic, and this is going to be it's going to be a double barrel presentation. It's a 2-in-1, quite short, and they're going to be presented by a very tall lady in this field. And the topic we are looking at is climate change, artificial intelligence, digitization, and impact on agriculture and food security. And within that, we are also going to pivot a little bit and talk about leveraging artificial intelligence in agriculture. I think we've been talking about agriculture for so long, but one thing that has not been well explained or talked about is AI in agriculture. And to do this, we've got a lady with a very strong CV. I introduced her yesterday. And this is Miss Brendan Wadri, who is from the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Brenda, you're most welcome. And as she comes forward for this particular presentation, we are also going to have a panel which will be moderated by Edward Gishara, Head of Regulatory East and Southern Africa from Syngenta. I hope you're around. Are you around? Ah, fantastic. Very good. So as they take their seat, the panelists will be Mr. Vincent Seremba, Chief Executive Officer of Tulima Solar. I think this is one of the companies with one of the best exhibition stands I've seen for this symposium. And I'm not paid to make that promotion, but I thought it was quite very impressive. Then we are going to get Mr. Brendan. We already have, she won't be on the panel, but she's going to do the presentation. So after the presentation, we shall free her. She's got other duties to attend to. I'll also invite Mr. Ibrahim Senyonga, who is the General Manager at MTN Business for MTN Uganda. Ibrahim, are you there? Oh, and I'm looking, I've talked about God in your shoes. Most welcome. Just greet the people.
Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know, although you are not with us at the beginning, I know you'll be with us in 2026. Same time, same date, same time, same people, probably a lot more. So MTN is obviously very key in terms of digitization and all this we're talking about. Then we're also going to have Mr. Godfrey Ikigu, Agronomy Manager at Yara, who will also be part of this panel. So I'm not going to take too much time. I'm going to hand over the session to Brendan Wadri. Brendan, we are so happy to have you. We know what it took to get you here. It wasn't easy. Let's appreciate her, please.
A very good afternoon to you once again. I still go by the names of Brendan Wadri. Sometimes when those titles are put, many people tend to get scared and think we're here to look into your pockets, see whether you are not doing what you're supposed to do. We are not here to monitor your fraud. I'm not here as an intelligence person today. The titles were left behind. I am actually speaking today as a strategic IT leader, one who has had her impact in innovation and digitization and transformation in several sectors. And I'm very happy today to say that I think I'll put a mark on my name and say that I was also involved in the agricultural sector. To the organizing committee, thank you so much for having us here. So when I was given a topic, it was very interesting. Climate change, artificial intelligence, digitization and the impact of agriculture, on its impact on agriculture and food security. There is a profound relationship between these three elements: climate, artificial intelligence, and digitization. And you find that agriculture is at the center of it. Their impact is something that we really have to look into. Give an example of climate change. In my presentation, I call climate change a disruptor. Indeed, it is a disruptor because it is very unpredictable. Unpredictable in terms of its weather patterns. You have irregular rainfall, prolonged droughts, planting seasons are changing, and because of the climate issues, you're having changes even in your crop yields. Because of climate, again, the disruptor, the unpredictable element, you have increased pests and diseases. The scientists will tell us that the warmer temperatures foster the growth, yes, of the spread of pests and diseases. This is something I had never known, which indirectly is threatening our crops and our livestock. They talk about reduced productivity. It is during my research that I got to realize that plants are also affected by stress. They have what you call heat stress. Here I was thinking it is only women at a certain age who are affected by these things, hot flashes as we clock to menopause. But the plants also have their fair share, all because of climate. Then you have the extreme events. We're still complaining about climate change. The floods, the hurricanes, the wildfires, and these ones are known for displacing farmers and destroying our land. Then we come to what I love most, what I speak better about, and that is artificial intelligence. You know, when I was listening to the speakers earlier on, I remember, was it Evelyn who said that agriculture is not going out of fashion. I'm also here to let you know that we, the people from the technology sector, are not going anywhere. You can run, you can hide, it does not matter what sector you're coming from, we will get you. You must love us because you need us today. You cannot do without us. So I am here and I am not going anywhere. And what am I? I am technology, I am artificial intelligence, I am innovation, I am digitization. Sorry, we are not leaving. Now, artificial intelligence is changing the way things are being done. Today in your fields, you're talking about precision agriculture, which entirely relies on big data, which big data can only be generated, captured, processed, and analyzed by technical systems. We're talking about predictive analysis, which is still done by these systems. And with such systems, you're able to detect diseases very early. These systems can even guide you on your planting and harvesting times. We also have systems that can help you in monitoring your livestock. You're able to tell the healthy one from the unhealthy one. You're able to tell whether it's getting to its reproductive phase. And also, because of that, you're able to make informed decisions on how to optimize your resources. Technology, that is AI, also gives you an insight into the market. With this, you're able to analyze the market trends based on historical data, but because of technology, we can also base our insights on real-time data. This is helping farmers make informed decisions and also know what to do, when to do, and where to do it. When I was doing my research, it was very interesting. There is a company, I was actually surprised to see them here, Syngenta. I don't know if I got it right. Syngenta, yes? Yes, it was very interesting. When I was trying to do, you know, the interesting thing about technology is that every industry has its own technical needs. So I found myself researching to understand AI technology in agriculture. Not long ago, I was in the fintech industry. The other day, I was in the health industry. So it's basically a learning curve we have to capture also. During my research, I got to realize and appreciate the fact that you have taken it upon you to promote regenerative agriculture. It was very interesting, a read on your site. Regenerative agriculture is basically farming in harmony with nature, using cover crops, continuing with our traditional practices of crop rotation, integrating livestock in our ways of farming, enhancing biodiversity, and building organic soil matter. That was very interesting. Now, regenerative agriculture is enhanced through technology. It's enhanced through precision agriculture. And because of that, you're able to do a lot of carbon tracking. You've also employed blockchain for transparency, because blockchain is helping to verify and certify regenerative products so that we know exactly where it came from, how it was grown, what fertilizers were used, and in so you're actually increasing the consumer trust in your product and enabling premium pricing. You'll be able to sit and negotiate for better prices on the market. So, in a nutshell, artificial intelligence gives farmers an extra set of intelligent eyes and ears on ground. I will discuss AI in detail later because I was not very comfortable with the AI standing alone. There will need to be a bit of amendments in what I continue with later. Then comes digitization. Digitization is the equalizer, equalizing the whole space where the three elements come to play together. And in digitization, we have the mobile applications. These ones that are providing real-time weather forecasts, market prices, giving tips to farmers. I think those are already in play in Uganda, but still relying on historical data, if we only look at AI, the digital marketplaces, and then the fintech industry, where we're now having applications that are able to give digital loans to farmers. There's actually what we're having now called crop insurance, that is through the mobile phones. An interesting example is in Nigeria, there is a system called Hello Tractor. It's an Uber-like application where the app actually connects tractor owners to farmers. So for those who don't have the money to invest in buying some of this machinery, there is an Uber app that you can log on to, request for a tractor to come and help make your life very easy. So digitization is bridging the rural information gap, empowering smallholder farmers with tools that were once out of reach. Now, the three do not go without challenges. As we can see, there are challenges and policy recommendations. The biggest challenge is the digital divide. Many smallholder farmers lack access to smartphones, internet, or digital literacy. I know technology has been existent for a while, but let's also understand that the demographics in Africa, the demographics in Uganda are very unique. And this goes back to our governance issues. We're still having areas that have very poor infrastructure. As we keep preaching modernization of agriculture, as we keep speaking about employing technology in this industry, we need not to forget the fact that government still has a very big role to play. You do not expect the man in the grassroots to perform without having access to some of these things. Without digital literacy, how is he going to understand what changes are happening on the global market? How is he going to understand that there is a new pesticide? How is he even going to understand that, for example, a certain, a molecule was banned So there is that total disconnect and divide. So it is high time the stakeholders on board got to make a little bit of noise so that we can fight for that special segment in infrastructure development. Now, there's also the issue of AI inclusivity. Still takes us back to the same thing. These tools are very expensive. They are not for everybody. Many of our local farmers are not even trained on these tools. The tools do not speak our local languages. There is no way I'm going to Terego and ask a farmer who has been growing tobacco historically, he probably is a 4th generation farmer, to accept AI when it's speaking a language he barely understands. So there's an issue as well. And then, of course, we have the policy gaps. I am not sure we have an AI policy in Uganda. Some of us have been at the forefront of trying to make noise. It hurts when you see a few countries moving on steadily, and as a country we are still being left behind. And the only thing we understand is AI is the big thing. Everywhere you go, by the way, everybody is talking about AI. But just ask them, what is AI? Do you even understand what it is? Do you know what it takes to have it implemented ethically, by the way? Do you know its potential? Do you know that in the near future we are not going to be able to live without it? So without policies, without frameworks, we're still going to have so many question marks, like data privacy, farmer protection, and those are things I'm going to discuss as we keep moving on. My school for thought, I'll just read that. Technology made it very easy. If you want agriculture to fit the future, we must treat climate change as a call to innovate, not a death sentence. AI and digitization are not luxuries anymore. They are lifelines for the next generation of farmers. Thank you. Looks like I am not going anywhere. I still now have to go to the core. That was the original topic I was given. Leveraging, how is agriculture leveraging on the power of artificial intelligence? But we'll ask ourselves, what is artificial intelligence? In a layman's language, in the simplest terms, these are computer systems or machines that are doing tasks that were originally or were ideally being done by humans, those that required human intelligence. For example, learning from experience, recognizing patterns, making decisions, and solving problems. Those that we were able to do then are now being done by machines. That's as simple as that. When you look at the role of AI in agriculture, AI entirely relies on data from several sources. Could be satellites, weather patterns, soil sensors, and crop records, historically. Now here is when things get to change a little bit. I would not have done any justice if I spoke about artificial intelligence, forgetting, I call it a twin, forgetting a very important element or twin of artificial intelligence called IoT, which is Internet of Things. I would have not done you any justice. And it's for the same reason, just like Professor Latigo did, that I request that I amend the topic at a time X to include artificial intelligence, to put artificial intelligence and IoT on the same platform so that we could discuss it better. Now, IoT on its own stands for a network of physical devices connected to the internet. It could be your smartphone, many other devices. And their duty is entirely to collect data, send it, and receive. As simple as that. Now, I know there are going to be questions as to why I am insisting that artificial intelligence and IoT should be on the same page. There will be questions arising like, you mean there are no systems, there are no applications, AI applications that can work independent of IoT? Of course they are. Just like I discussed earlier, they're there. But the problem is they only rely on historical data. For example, you're talking about relying on historical data from Food and Agriculture Organization, giving you insights on the markets, giving you insights on the latest pesticides. It is not real time, and yet everything seems to be evolving so fast and all the time. So that is why we now want to put IoT and artificial intelligence in the same discussion. Cost-effective AI strategies for the rural areas where IoT infrastructure is costly and unavailable is where the issue is. Now, IoT smart devices plus the internet plus data is equal to smarter decisions. And that's the reason as to why I insisted that we put them on the same page. Great. So here I'm with a changed topic, changing it to AI and IoT in agriculture. To have a better understanding of this, let's look at IoT as a data collector that collects the data and passes it on to AI, which is our data analyzer and decision maker. So for IoT tools, you're going to have those that are doing, for example, the soil sensors, the weather stations, the drones, the GPS-equipped tractors, the livestock trackers, and all that. All those are IoT devices. But what is the use of this data if we do not have another system to analyze it? Not only analyze it, but also take a decision, helping the farmers on knowing what to do and what not to do. It's very interesting that we talk about precision farming. Very interesting that we talk about precision farming. You cannot have a conversation of precision farming without IoT, but you can have a conversation of modernization of agriculture with AI, because precision farming is another modern type of approach that uses technology and data to give the crops the right treatment, in the right place, and at the right time. And in so doing, you're actually helping the farmers to grow more with less. Now, precision farming gives you real-time monitoring of your soil, of the crop conditions. You're having machinery that is GPS guided to help you in your accurate planting. You're not just scattering your plants all over. Everything is done the right way. So that even when the mechanized harvester comes, everything is very easy. It knows exactly where to put its fork and do the harvesting. Even when you're spraying, you're now having drone technologies. You're now having actually robots to do your spraying. Precision agriculture enables the robots to do all that work. And because of it as well, the AI-powered data is better analyzed for better decision making. And in so doing, still with precision agriculture, somebody was talking about the usage of pesticides and all that. There was an issue raised, I think it was by Agnes yesterday, one of the challenges. It was about wastage of the fertilizers. When everything is mechanized, based on the results from the soil testing techniques, from the soil testing technologies, we're able to know what level of deficiency the soil is having so that we know exactly what to feed it with. Not just saying, you know what, mix this 100 mils with 20 liters of water and your farm will be flourishing. No, it will be guided usage of resources and inputs. Same applies for water as well. Your irrigation levels, we're not going to irrigate blindly. We are going to irrigate based on the real-time data collected by the systems. But if we were still only relying on AI that is relying on historical data, we would still misfire because it's not real time. But with IoT devices, you're able to have the two speak the same language to help you better take decisions. Okay, we're looking at the different applications. there'll be a lot of repetitions here and there because as I explain, we get to understand the different areas in which AI is being applied. AI and IoT. It's used in crop monitoring and management. You're here very able to determine the quality of what you are going to take out of your garden. This is going to help the farmers also be able to identify the crops that meet the standard of what is being demanded for in the market, so that we know that only the right produce, the one that has been grown and has reached a certain required standard, is delivered to the consumers. We will not be eating those that have been infected by funny diseases. Many times you go and cut a tomato and you find that it's only red out, but the inside is black. With these technologies, we are able to tell that, you know what, that tomato was not market ready. So you will not send it out. Because if you send it out in such a state, believe you me, you'll be blacklisted by the consumer who, for example, could be a farm out of Africa. You'll be blacklisted because the quality of what you're sending does not meet their minimum requirements. We have discussed precision agriculture, talked about crop monitoring. We're now having smart irrigation systems that are already hinted, where everything is automated. It is based on the current situation of your soil and weather data that is picked by totally different systems. And here you're able to conserve water. You're not going to be watering just because they said it is dry. Whenever it gets to these temperatures, we must water our soil. No, everything is going to be guided. And of course, when you have guided irrigation, you're going to have a definite increase in your yield. You're not going to have roots getting rotten because you have overwatered. You are not going to have less production because you did not water. Everything is guided. AI is also used in, oh, just a second, there's something, sorry, I didn't put that there. AI is actually also helping in the sorting of harvested crops. After harvesting, another crucial step is sorting based on quality. It makes the task not only faster, but accurate. And it only ensures that the best crops reach the market. So put together all these benefits like resource optimization, increased efficiency, data-driven insights help in better decision making. For surveillance, you're able to sit in the comfort of your home. I do not have to be constantly present in a farm I have in my village. I should be able to log onto my laptop or my smartphone and see whether the number of cows I had is still the same, to confirm whether the person there, what the person said is right. You know, in Africa, it's very common for somebody to call you and say, Madam, a cow died. We used our local traditional methods of saying, you know what, keep it till I come. Do not bury it. Please keep it until I come and see it with my own eyes. So you're spending fuel of 500,000 to drive from Kampala to Arua to confirm that your precious cow actually died. Why? Because we're very used to our farm managers selling the cow, slaughtering it, selling it, making a lot of money out of it, and saying the cow died. But with technology today, surveillance has become very easy. We're able to monitor our livestock real time. We're able to tell which one is sick real time because they have sensors. You're able to tell which one is having a high temperature and ask yourself, why is it having a high temperature? Is it a breeding season? So we're able to do all that. We're able to have real-time views of our farms without relying on word of mouth, which has always been not one you can take as a whole. So surveillance really plays a very big role. And that is only powered by AI and IoT. So the benefits in a nutshell, we've already seen precision agriculture and its benefits, it being data-driven decisions. We are not taking decisions blindly because FAO said this plant does not grow here. We are basing our analysis on real-time experiences, and reportings. Because of AI and technology, we're able to detect these pests very early and even detect the diseases very early. Not based on patterns. Yes, the patterns are a backup, but based on real time. You actually have drones that can be sent to your farms that could be able to tell that this section of this farm has been infected by a pest, so that you can protect the rest of the farm. We're having smart irrigation and its benefits. You're able to monitor your environment and also plant according to the right climate reportings. And also automation of the farm operations, which we're sorting and all those. And then, of course, the supply chain optimization. I am being told to wind up. I am trying to run through. That is the power of technology. You just ask the slide to do what it has to do. And it goes on. Technology talks do not end, especially if you have like-minded people, then you have that kind of exchange. It makes it more different. So what are the challenges? There are so many questions about AI. There are so many challenges about technology. The biggest challenge we have today is that it is not affordable and accessible. And that takes me back to the digital divide I talked about. We're having issues of data security and privacy concerns, and that is one of the biggest issues artificial intelligence is coming with. There's a lot of data being collected. The question is, how safe, how sure are the farmers that this data of theirs is safe? How sure are they that it's not going to be accessed by unauthorized persons and sold around, because big data is a very big thing. So the farmers need reassurance that their sensitive agricultural data is securely handled and not being misused. Is this an issue of technical expertise, AI being something not really new but new in this context, still lacks the technical persons to drive its agenda home, especially in developing countries, Uganda being inclusive. We lack the necessary skills and persons to maintain these equipments and systems. So what do we have to do? We have to make sure that we put a little bit more effort in capacity building, spread the AI gospel, so that when it is preached later at a certain stage, it is well received and people give you audience. Another big issue with technology today is that it's very difficult to integrate these new systems with our traditional systems that we had. Because we're like asking a person, do you want me to throw away my other technologies I had? Because most of what is being brought on the market today does not directly integrate with what technologies we had before. So the developers out there should be able to come up with systems that can speak to the current system there, so that AI systems are not biased and do not affect the agricultural sector. The good news is that there's ongoing research, and research keeps going on to address these challenges, promising the future for AI-driven precision agriculture. In Africa, the biggest fear is that AI has come to make us lose our jobs. If AI takes over, we do not have jobs, we are going back to our homes. So there is a bit of resistance in accepting the new technologies. They are worried their farms are going to be automated. Nobody is going to monitor their farms using human labor. Nobody is going to use the farmers to harvest. So it is very difficult for these people to convert from their conventional farming methods to the new ones. So it is contributing to a bit of resistance in AI. I talked about the policy issues, and that is still going back to governments, policies and regulations, but with input from organizations like CropLife, they'll be able to have a stronger voice and speak for so many out there and have an input. The day we're having an AI policy, there needs to be that special section, and I'll be very happy to see the likes of Agnes sit on such committees and fight and speak the voice of the farmers. We talked about infrastructure requirements. It still goes back to government and stakeholders to ensure that infrastructure like internet, we cannot have IoT without internet. So to ensure that at least we have internet connectivity in many of these other rural areas, because remember, a lot of agriculture is done in the rural areas. So it will be very important to work on that as well. Now, according to FAO, precision agriculture technologies, including AI, have the potential to increase the global crop yield by 20%. So there is no reason as to why we should actually be left behind. There are key trends to watch. As I said, it's ever evolving. I have a list of trends to watch in the industry that are coming up. Others already existent. You're having AI genomics, you're having edge AI, federated learning, we're going to have it actually even translated to local languages, ethics and governance, we're now having policies, frameworks, so it's up to our different entities to come up and contribute to that as well. So technology is ever evolving, it doesn't end. Whenever challenges come up and people raise them, something has to change. So just something on the statistics. It is said that between 2023 and 2031, a compound annual growth of more than 25% is projected for the global AI agricultural market. Technology has increased precision yields by 20 to 30%, and I think that is very good news, and yet we're just trying to adapt to it. Now, AI-powered methods of applying pesticides, fertilizers has also increased, the crop yield has increased, efficiency has increased, and there's a decreased need for certain inputs. So what do these figures suggest? They suggest that AI has the potential to transform the agricultural sector significantly. It should go without saying that integrating AI into your company may provide you with a competitive advantage and tremendous benefits. I'll just want to share my final thoughts, and that is the last thoughts for those in this place. Be like a take home. Today I want us to imagine agriculture not like it has always been, but as it could be. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant concept reserved for the laboratories. No, it is in our phones, our weather forecasts, it's in our markets, and increasingly it is entering our farms. The future of AI in agriculture is not about replacing farmers with machines. It's about empowering the farmers, especially the smallholder farmers, the youth and the women in the village, to make smarter, faster, and more sustainable decisions. So what will the future look like? Imagine a farmer in Mbale receiving a voice message in her local language that says, rainfall expected in 2 days. Delay spraying by 48 hours. That would be magical. It's not rocket science. The technologies already exist. Imagine a young agricultural extension officer in Arua using an app that instantly identifies a crop disease from a photo. Just takes a picture of a photo and is able to identify it's infected by this. And then also provides the treatment, there's different treatment methods for that particular issue, based on options that are sourced from different parts, of course with global what? Best practices. Imagine a supply chain that tells a tomato farmer in Masaka when to harvest based on real-time market demand in Kampala, reducing waste and maximizing profit. That is not science. It's not science fiction. It is actually AI in action. And what will drive this change? Personalized farming, autonomous tools, AI for climate resilience, and smart supply chains. And why does this matter to Africa as a whole? Give an example of Uganda. Our agricultural sector employs about 70% of our population. Yet productivity still remains very low. Climate change, post-harvest losses, and market instabilities. AI offers us the chance to leapfrog these traditional barriers. With the right investment and policies, we can ensure that technology meets the soil, not just commercial farms, but in every parish and every garden. And the good news is that we don't always need expensive gadgets, no. to get even started. Even without IoT, without IoT, AI can actually work using the satellite data, historical weather records, and mobile phones to make a difference. What must we do to harness this future we need? Digital inclusion, to ensure that farmers have access to AI tools in local languages. Capacity building, let's train our youth and the women and all the farmers to develop and manage agricultural AI systems. We should be able to build local systems to attend to our local problems without over-reliance on systems that do not understand our local problems. Ethical frameworks to ensure that, number one, AI is fair, explainable, and transparent. And then finally, collaboration between government, tech innovators, researchers, and farmer cooperatives. Let us not fear the future, let us shape it. With intelligence and innovation, and with integrity, AI in agriculture is not a luxury. It's a necessity for food security, climate resilience, and rural transformation. The seeds of digital agriculture are already here. Our job now is to nurture them into a harvest of hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brendan Wadri. I think she deserves a bigger round of applause. She's delivered literally 2 presentations in one, in such a short time and in such great detail. It's a pity we are not going to have her in the panels, and that's why we gave her a little bit more time, but I think she has laid out the scene very well. And I think, Brenda, we are very proud. Probably people like you are not used well enough, because when you talk these things, AI, you are talking to yourself. But I'm sure there's a lot of opportunity, and the industry has taken note of you. So we are slowly grinding towards the end. We are going to miss 1 or 2 presentations because one of the presenters is not around. But using this same session, before I call the panel forward, we are talking about innovations, we are talking about technology, and we are also talking about solutions, tested solutions. Some of them we know, some we don't. And I want to use this opportunity to just invite one group, one of our members, BSF, and I'm going to invite Lincoln Assemble, BSF East Africa, and he's in charge of initiative. Sorry, he had something that touches on initiative. I guess you'll tell us more about it, health and safety. But as he talks about it, he's got a wonderful product or innovation, ISO certified, that they have, and it's something that this audience needs to look at and see how we can scale it up. So without further ado, Lincoln, run away with it.
Good afternoon. With all protocol observed, I know I'm coming after the ladies. They have cheered all the group such that everybody look towards and says, where are our gentlemen? Hey, gentlemen, can you clap for me? Because we are coming in the afternoon, and I believe that some have eaten, and I know that some would be tempted to sleep. I want to ask a question. And at the end of my presentation, I will also have a given offer for the best lady who would answer my question, and the man who would also answer my question. So please prepare to listen to my presentation keenly, carefully, and understand what I'm going to present. My first question is this one. Do soap exist in all our families? Soap. Yes, the washing soap. Does it exist in all our families? How many says yes? How many don't know? There is no wrong answer. In adults, there is no what? Wrong answers. Perspective? is different. Yes. Now the question is, are all of us use soap to clean all our homes and everybody is showering every day? The answer is no. Although the soap is what? Available. I share with Professor Latigo here that sometimes we have technology which is available to us, but we refuse to use it. Even when we give it to people, they still refuse to do what? To use it. So, driving into my presentation, I want to talk on safety and health as the core and common to all of us. Whether you're doing chemicals or you're doing fertilizers, everything, safety and health is what? Common to all of us. Whatever strategies that we put in, we are trying to make sure that all of us protect ourselves, play safe as we use our chemicals, and of course, you know, coming from an R&D company, the chemistry has been refined to make it much more safer. But today, I'm not going to talk about chemistry. I'm going to talk about an initiative that we have done on protective, personal protective equipment or clothing. That is the ISO certified overall. I don't know whether we have my presentation there. Yes. At BSF, we have had quite a bit looking at the farming community, all people who are involved in the farming, and we have seen that a number of times the farmers and every one of us need a protective clothing. And this, we have gone so far and developed an overall that is able to fit in the farmers. Because of one of the key things that happens is that all of us, when we are using pesticide, we have got the first thing that affects us, that we have got exposure. The exposure is usually the roots where the chemical can get into our bodies. And the biggest route where the chemical gets into our body is the skin, what we call the dermal exposure or the dermal root. Then the next one is the ingestion, which sometimes can be intentional if you want to go see God, and also it can be accidental. The other way is also through our eyes, the ocular, and the other one is through the air we breathe when we are doing the spraying. Of this all, the dermal root is the greatest because your hands is the skin, your face is the skin, your body is the skin, and therefore we need to protect our bodies. And in that, the other thing which we have to look at is contamination. This is another way which affects our health and safety. And the last one, which is much important, is stewardship. The stewardship makes us be aware of what the environment that we have, what we are going to use, what we want to grow, and how do we achieve a healthy environment, a healthy farmers, and play safe all the time. What did we find out to be the challenges? The overall has been there with us. And the farmers, when we talked to them, they said the cost of overall is quite beyond them, beyond the reach. But my surprise also, even where you provide the overall for free, it is not used correctly. The next thing that we found out from the farmers as a challenge was availability of the overalls. So they say that sometimes they are just available in the factories, or mainly the distributors don't have the what? The overalls. And the other one was the comfortability. we found out that the farmers were saying that when they wear the overalls, there is a challenge because we are endowed differently. Some of us were blessed with the public opinion, while we can be able to spring. Others are slender, others are endowed differently. So this comfortability becomes a challenge, and we are going to address it. Then again, when you're wearing the overall, a number of you would tell me, flexibility, how to bend and how to do all these things becomes very difficult. So we have been able to address all that, and the first way where we did all this is by emphasizing on sustainable market approach. We realize that when you give people free things, they don't value it. They don't create any value on that. Then the second thing that we looked at was the collaboration. I have to salute Syngenta because they were partners to us. The International Center for PPE also was our partners during the time when we are developing this kind of innovation. And of course, the Kenyan government, PCB, also were all involved during this time when we are developing this. How do we communicate it? We realize that we have become digital. My colleague that has just left here has talked about AI and digitalization. So we realize that we need the digital communication to our farmers, to our new coming farmers, that's the Gen Zs, and of course, also the training in person. Lastly, we have to drive the awareness of this kind of innovation. And of course, we come into the PPE, which is able to address this kind of protection and safety. I wish that I had the presentation, but since I don't see it, I will just now do it a little bit much more practical. There is something here. Excuse me one. I will try to wear it, but I am endowed differently. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of the overall that we have come up with after 2 years. The first way we had to look at was to do the selection of the fabric, and we had to send it to Brazil in order to it to be checked, analyzed, and be standardized. And that took some time, and then we did the prototype, and then we followed by the design, what the farmers are looking for, and then we came up with this kind of overall. And of course, it was certified, and the certification, the ISO certification, is the number 27065. We launched it in Kenya. What are the features that it has? It has this kind of double zip. This double zip is able to make you wear it easily. Of course, my fellow gentlemen, if you are supposed to have the call from God that you have to go somewhere, you don't need to bother yourself so much because the zip can come from down and you can be able to use it. Use it effectively. So it is a double zipped. You can see that. So you can just open the other part, and then this also allows for easy wearing. Apart from that, it has elastic kind of waist, which makes it fit different kind of people. And of course, we didn't just develop it for slimmer, or we have all brand to fit each and every person. Tall as our as our MC of yesterday, and of course, those who are, of course, endowed like professor, and of course, all the same, even those who are slim as my other colleagues there, we are able to fit and design it according to the fitting. Again, something about the fabric is the breathability. This fabric is very light, and it's able to make you breathe inside it, such that in any conditions where you are spraying and it is the heat, there is what we call the heat stress. You are able to have a breathing space because it is not very heavy. It is not, the fabric is quite light and able to allow you to breathe easily. Apart from that, because we know that the farmer must spray using the gumboot, we have the zipper. These were all part of the design. And the zipper is able to make sure that this overall covers the gumboot, because most of the farmers think that when they are spraying, the slayer of the has to be tucked in. No, it has to be outside, and so the zipper is able to do that. Apart from that, we have removed the pockets. Removing the pockets was very intentional, because majority of us, sometimes when they have the pocket, inside the pocket does not have the material which is able to protect you. So this pocket which we have here is outside, it's an external, so that any chemical that goes in is not able to get into your body. To summarize, because I can see Jimmy on my case, this product here has been launched in Kenya last year, and it goes alongside to help our farmers to be able to protect themselves against exposure to chemicals. Apart from that, we have what we call the minimum PPE. This one contains the nose breather, and then the goggles and the gloves. So this goes together with this, and I'm ready to give this one to the First Lady, who is going to answer my question, which is the greatest route for exposure to chemicals. Any lady? Here you are. Now, now I go to the men. Not the overall. The overall is for teaching. It's a teaching aid. Now to the men. What did I say that this overall has been done during our launch? Correct. Is it ISO certified?
Okay. Thank you very much. Come and collect your goodie. Oh. Mr. Chimera.
My parting thought.
Is he allowed, since he's a panelist, to receive? Okay.
I'll use it to train people to use PPP.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So my parting result is that we would like to partner further with all the stakeholders such that we can be able to further launch this product, not only in Kenya, but to our UG, the best place that I've been to, and I've gone through all the three. I know Agnes can bear witness of that, and to all other regions. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll give him, as you come down, what's the cost of this unit? The whole kit?
This one is 2,400 Kenya shillings.
That's about 80,000 Uganda shillings?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Complete?
That's complete.
Okay.
And then we give with it the
Minimum. Does the laptop come with it? Okay. Okay. One thing I like is that it covers the public opinion. Does it cover the boys' quarters also? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so thank you very much, Lincoln. You took more time than we had allocated, so we have to make up for that time. So the panel that I had read for the previous presentation that was delivered by Brendan Wadri, Vincent Seremba, CEO, Tulima Sola, please move to the front. Brendan is not coming. We have a gentleman called Dr. Namanya Didakas, Minister of Health. Please come on board. Then we have Ibrahim Senyonga, General Manager, MTN Business, and he particularly has a passion for agriculture. Ibrahim, next year we hope to see MTN as the sponsor title for this, because this is the best way you can talk to. This time you are a free rider. We've got the agronomy manager, Ikugu. Sorry, Mr. Godfrey Ikugu, agronomy manager, Yara, East Africa. You already on, yeah. Who is going to moderate this particular session. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to the moderator, Emmanuel. Sorry. Edward is the moderator, yeah, so sorry. You are blinded. So try to keep this within a space of not more than 20 minutes, please.
20 minutes?
Yes.
I'll try. Okay, thank you. My name is Edward Gishara. I'm the regulatory lead for Syngenta East Africa. I cover or oversee East Africa and Southern Africa. So I'll be your moderator in this session. I come in at a very disadvantaged time because I have no gift to give. But anyway, I'll keep you engaged. We'll look at what we've been able to look at during the other session with the presenter who was Brendan Wadri, who took us through the topic of climate change, artificial intelligence, digitalization, and its impacts on agriculture and food security in Uganda. When I looked at this topic, I also felt a bit disadvantaged because throughout my career, I've always looked at regulatory. So it was a learning phase for me, and I feel that we are going to look into this topic in depth. Allow me first to respond to a gentleman called Bolam, who's a young innovator, who's also, I think, a manufacturer of organic fertilizer, who really brought a very good issue or challenge, in the sense that in his business he has had to endure so many challenges. So what I would want to the challenge I would want to extend to him is to think on the area of innovation in terms of protection of his technologies through patenting his ideas and also leveraging on digital technology to address his growth, even outside Uganda. So this is something which he can look into and maybe grow his business even further outside Uganda. The other issue is also to leverage with other players also who have grown in that sector. We have companies here like Syngenta, BSF, Bayer, and all the R&D companies who can help him also to grow his business as an individual. So I think these are some of the innovative areas where he needs to think about it. That said, I also want to open my remarks with a famous quote which was given by none other than Kofi Annan, who happened to be the Secretary General for the UN during 1997 to around 2006. And he said that if agriculture fails, then everything will fail. And I tend to agree with those remarks because they were well-founded, and actually you could actually trace that through the actions which he undertook in being the founder member of AGRA and other institutions. So that was a very remarkable idea which he undertook. Now, looking into a topic, we have the legal framework which looks into climate change. I will not go into the definition of the term climate change because we have the experts with us here who are going to give the justice to that topic and deep dive and give us the insights which we would want to see as a team here. So, without wasting time, I wish to just introduce the panelists here. And then, because I have very limited time of 20 minutes, so that we can go into the sessions. Allow me first to introduce my first panelist, Vincent Seremba, who's the CEO of a local company, solar company called Tulima. Maybe you can wave to the crowd, to the audience.
Good evening.
Next, we have Dr. Namanya Didakas, who's also a focal point for issues of climate change in the Ministry of Health. So I feel he'll give the topic a justice which we are looking for. We also have a telecommunication guru called Ibrahim Senyonga, who's the GM for MTN Uganda. And finally, we have Godfrey Iku, and all of you will agree he's an expert in the area of fertilizers. He gave a very insightful presentation here on issues of fertilizer. He's an agronomy manager working with a company called Yara. I think they are our sponsors of this event as well. You can wave to the audience. Yes. So without ado, I'll just go straight to the questions. And to set the stage on issues of climate change, I'll go straight to Daktari Didakas to tell us or to define what is climate change and how it has impacted Uganda. So welcome, Didakas.
Thank you very much, moderator. This chair is also not climate sensitive. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me attempt a definition of climate change. It's a common word these days, starting from academia, going to policymakers, politicians. We are all talking about climate change. And now, farmers, we are talking about climate change. But what is it? It starts with global warming. Global warming is the increase in temperature. It's the main basic element of climate that drives what we call climate change. And it has gone on for very many years, starting with the Industrial Revolution. That's when we started seeing a lot of carbon dioxide and other what we call greenhouse gases going into the atmosphere and causing changes in the atmosphere. What do those gases do? They make a blanket in the atmosphere so that when we have the sun rays coming on the earth, they do not go back. They are trapped by these greenhouse gases. You may be aware that since the Industrial Revolution, the carbon dioxide and other gases have increased over 50%. Therefore, you can see the impact. It is much, much more as we move into this system of climate change. So it increases the temperature which runs other elements of climate, like rainfall and humidity and others, driving things like what we call extreme weather events, the flooding, the heavy rains, the windstorms, name them. Heat waves, cold waves, they are all running because of these changes that we're experiencing in our atmosphere. But I need also to make it clear there is a difference between climate change and climate variability. They are two different things. Variability is for a short period, normally 1 year, 6 months, and so on. The changes in seasonal patterns and predictability, we cannot predict when we receive rain, and most of us are experiencing that. And since our agriculture, especially in Uganda, in Kenya, in sub-Saharan Africa, is rain-fed, it affects us as farmers. Therefore, we need to be cognizant of what climate change. Climate change is the long-term average of the elements of rainfall, temperature, humidity. Once that average changes over a long period of time, normally 30 years, then that's climate change. It is different from climate variability, as I've already explained.
Okay. Maybe you can also tell the audience what do we mean by the term ozone layer? Some of them could be hearing the term ozone layer, and they don't know what is the ozone layer.
The ozone layer, as it says, is a layer in the atmosphere which is supposed to filter. We have the long wave and the short wave radiation from the sun. So it is supposed to filter and reduce the impact of the short wave. And therefore, because it has been affected by the greenhouse gases, now we get the direct sun rays which affect us. They cause a lot of impact on our health, cancers, affect the temperatures I've already mentioned. So you have heard of the ozone hole. These gases are responsible for causing that ozone hole.
Okay. Yeah. So that we are able to exhaust the issues of climate change, allow me to still engage Daktari here so that he can exhaustively tell us more about the regulation surrounding climate change in Uganda. I'm sure Uganda have had a chance to look at some researches here and there, and I understand that Uganda is actually in the front run trying to mitigate the climate adaptation measures. So I would want you, Daktari, to tell us what are some of the legal frameworks which Uganda has enacted so that they can move towards that realization of a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uganda is part of the global community. You all know we are in a global village. And there are efforts globally aimed at tackling the challenge of climate change. We have a convention. It is called United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. We have another organization called IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Those two are part of the global framework aimed at tackling the challenge of climate change. Now, Uganda, as part of the global community, is signatory to these efforts, to the convention, first of all. And this convention has had other, I may call them sub-convention, the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement. Now, when we come to Uganda, what have we done? We have been able to do, we have a strong framework to tackle climate change. It started with what we call the communications to the UNFCCC. those communications are done to present information about a country. I think each signatory to the UNFCCC sends this communication about the state of climate change, the state of the environment in each country. That's one. Number two, we have been able to write a national climate change policy. In 2015, I participated in this, and all the sectors in the economy participated in writing this. If you can Google search, Uganda National Climate Change Policy, it is already existing. It is due for revision. Number two, we also have what we call the NDCs, Nationally Determined Contributions. These are efforts by national governments to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, like carbon dioxide. First of all, we do an assessment, how much is produced in each country, and we have done this for Uganda. The biggest sector that pollutes is the industrial sector, but you may be interested to know that the agriculture sector is another sector which does a lot of greenhouse gas emission. The breathings of the cows, I think you know that. They produce a lot of methane, which is a big greenhouse gas. So this NDC aims at bringing out ways in which we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And this is tackling the two twins. In climate change, we have two twins. The first one is mitigation. Mitigation is reducing the greenhouse gas emission. The second twin is adaptation. Adaptation is how best can we fit within this changing climate and reduce the impact. We normally use in climate change jargon resilience. I think many of you have used it here. How can we be resilient? In other words, be able to reduce the impacts of climate change. So we have the policy, and each sector is supposed to develop an adaptation plan. And the first adaptation plan for the sector in Uganda was in agriculture, climate smart agriculture. It was the first one. I'm happy to tell you that the second in Uganda is the Health National Adaptation Plan, which we launched last year in August. It was launched by the third Deputy Prime Minister. And these are efforts by the sectors to adapt to the climate change impacts. But beyond that, in Uganda we have gone far. We even have an act, Climate Change Act, which was 2021. But it has not yet been effected because an act goes with regulations. These have not yet been developed, but the process is ongoing. So that summarizes the broad framework for tackling climate change. We have a robust framework to tackle climate change. And even the national development plans, like NDP4, NDP3, they are strongly entrenched into tackling climate change.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. I think we can clap for him. Yeah, he has actually elaborated on the legal framework, but also I'm well aware also that Uganda is ratified the Paris Agreement in 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. So the next question, I'm going to direct it to Vincent Seremba, the CEO of Tulima, a local solar company. Maybe you can first maybe tell us what you do, and then I can jump into the question.
Sure, happy to. Once again, my name is Vincent. I'm the CEO for Tulima Solar. We're a company that is basically anchored in solar irrigation systems and other productive use of renewable energy technologies. We've been in Uganda for about 5 years now, and we mainly work with, I guess we work with farmers across all value chains, and then across the entire spectrum, from smallholder farmers to entrepreneurial farmers and even commercial farmers. Our model or our approach, we are last mile, and we have a lot of partners across Uganda. But the last mile nature is for any farmer that requires a system, whether it's irrigation or agro-processing machines, we have to visit their farm. It's mandated that we visit because we understand the technologies that are available that we provide are not a one-size-fits-all.
Okay.
So we tailor-make equipment, we tailor-make irrigation systems to the need of the farmer. We assess the water source. We assess what the water is being used for. And we also assess the total ecological nature of the particular farm, because we fully understand that if somebody has a water source, it can deplete.
Yes.
We have to assess whether it's actually replenishable. So we do all of that, but we do all of that aided with an app. So we are a bit of an agri-tech company. We do all the sizing with an app. The invoices come out basically as a soft copy.
Yes.
And we actually enable payment through either MTN or through Airtel in our banks.
Yes.
And we do also offer pay-as-you-go because there's a lot of farmers that actually are not able to afford the system. And for our credit customers, we don't require collateral. The system itself actually serves as collateral, and we are enabled through IoT. I know our colleague touched on IoT. So we are able to actually control whether the system is on or off, depending on whether they've paid or not. And we also have the mandate to actually repossess it when they default.
Okay.
In a nutshell, that's what we do. We have worked with over 1,500 farmers here in Uganda. Also in Tanzania, we have a sister company, SimSolar, where we have worked with over, I believe, 22,000 farmers.
Okay, thank you. Let me jump straight to the first question. So, Vincent, how are solar-powered irrigation systems helping small-scale farmers cope with unreliable waterfall or unreliable rainfall patterns and longer dry seasons?
Sure, happy to answer that. I think as Dr. just mentioned just a few moments ago, the biggest challenge that we face is the unreliable rainfall patterns. But I think then the biggest challenge is, even if there is rain and it's actually raining, the question is, are crops getting adequate water? That's actually what we solve, like as a company. Are you getting adequate water? Not just water that's, you irrigate and it floods and you sort of, destabilize the ecology of the farm or wherever you're doing value addition. So the reason why we launched Tulima and we also launched SimSolar in Tanzania was to address that particular problem.
Okay.
But address it in such a way that it's actually good for the environment. We do understand there's existing solutions. There's fuel-powered irrigation systems. There's also ones that are actually powered by grid. And we also understand that people can actually irrigate manually through water bowsers and other methods. But the reason why solar irrigation actually works, it's easy to automate, easy to install, easy to maintain. The farmer saves on fuel. The farmer saves on any manual labor that has to do with pumping.
Yeah.
And as I said, with what we provide as Tulima Solar, we actually make it affordable through pay-as-you-go. And in terms of solving the need for water, whether it's raining or not, but I know the biggest need is when it's actually not raining. We can actually solve it through the technology that we have deployed.
Okay, thank you.
across.
We'll come back to
Sure.
that. Allow me to also go to Ibrahim Senyonga, and I'll go straight to the question. I know he's a guru in the area of telecommunications, and he's going to handle this question well. What steps is MTN taking to improve internet and mobile access in rural areas so that farmers can use digital farming tools?
Thank you very much. I think for those of you who know MTN, you know that today we have our AGM. I had to jump and be here today with you. That's how important this is. So at MTN, what we've done is to ensure that we build, to start with, we've worked on infrastructure. We've ensured that we build 18,000 kilometers of fiber border to border to enable access to internet. We've given you platforms like mobile money to enable payments and collections, which is also very critical. I think it was Dr. Brendan that made my work very easy. Last year, for those of you that noticed, I think the other year, MTN repositioned from telco to techo, to a technology company. So we've gone deeper into spaces of IoT, things that we're talking about, precision agriculture, are areas of interest for us. So as a farmer, my request is come, let's have a conversation. We co-create solutions that meet your specific requirements as a farmer.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The last question goes to Godfrey from Yara. And the question is, how are digital tools and AI changing the way you provide fertilizer and crop advice to farmers?
I think one of the recurring themes during the 2 days has been how do we reach farmers, how do we train farmers, and it's one of the expectation actually from today's session. So it's not easy reaching the millions of farmers. They are scattered and it's very, very expensive. And all the private players here in the room understand this. And we also understand that we really need to get the information to the farmers, because as innovation grows, new things are coming up, and cascading that information is not really easy through the conventional methods. So what we have done as Yara, I'll speak specifically for Yara, is we have developed tools, digital tools, and how we approach this is we took two approaches. One, farmer-facing, and this is designed to give farmer advisory direct to their phones, and then the other is the channel-facing. You understand, for the channel also to be able to support the farmers, they also need this information, because it's very, most of the time it's new innovation that even the traditional channels that we have do not have this information. So we do have these two platforms. Okay. Allow me just a second to give a general overview of what we have for the farmer facing. So this app, what it does, it gives you a hyperlocal weather information, very specific to your area. It enables you to procure services. I'm glad that Dr. Brendan mentioned something about Hello Tractor. We actually have onboarded them on our platform, and you can actually request a tractor like an Uber through that platform. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Lastly, I'll just go back to Dr. again, because it would be a disservice not to ask you issues to do with the Ministry of Health. And I just wanted you maybe to just highlight how tricky is it to balance food sustainability and human health policy.
I want to say once again, as I said in the morning, that agriculture and health are intricately connected. You know, the human body depends on what? On food. Water, food, fruits, bread, name it. But as I mentioned, health does not produce food. It's not our mandate. And the food we do produce in Ministry of Agriculture, the farmers produce, which we are trying to protect from contamination, from climate change, is of interest to Ministry of Health. In the Ministry of Health, we have a whole department in charge of nutrition, trying to link with agriculture to make sure that we have food to eat and good food. And environmental health, still in the Ministry of Health, we are interested in making sure that the food is safe, food safety. But we have to work with agriculture, which is in charge of food security. So that collaboration is the one I was mentioning in the morning, to make sure that we work together. Health works with agriculture, with the farmers, to make sure we produce food which is safe in good quantities to make our health healthy. Okay. That's what I can quickly say about that connection.
Thank you. I'll open the floor to just only 2 questions from the audience, then it will be tackled here. So thank you. Maybe we can give the microphone. We have a question here. from the lady. And from Fred. Just 2 questions. So 3 questions.
My question goes to MTN Uganda. Hello. After sitting into this room, what will you promise us? Number 1, crop life. Because we want to go back and implement. When they talk digitization, when they talk, when the buyer people were saying the scratch, then this comes back. When everyone was talking at some point, was you and my telephone. So, I want you on camera to promise us, what are you giving us as crop life? Thank you.
Yeah, you can handle the question.
I think that is a very good question. What I can promise you is that we are the bedrock of digitization. What we are currently doing is putting sensors with some farmers and testing. Can we put sensors in the farmers and test, the pH? We test and give you, those sensors collect the data, and that the data is analyzed by systems, and then you make informed decisions. We understand that per extension worker, there are so many farmers. I'm told over hundreds. So what we want to do is to create a solution that gets an agronomist on your phone. Then every farmer can increase productivity by about 20 or 30%.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the commitment is there from MTN. The next question goes to Fred Muzira, who's the registrar at the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine goes to the CEO, to the Masola. I just want a breakdown. What's the cost of the cheapest Tulima solar irrigation system, and what does it come with, so that when I get back to the coffee farmers that I'm dealing with, I can be able to rate your market. Thank you.
Yes. You can handle that question.
Yeah, sure. I try, that's a good question, but in the business that we're in, I tend to shy away from cheapest. We're in productivity, right? And I think one of the panelists was talking about value for what you're actually getting. But I guess in addressing your question, I'll probably just draw a picture. So just imagine a smallholder farmer next to a pond, farming about like maybe an acre. They just say 1 acre of coffee, but they have a water source that's ready. Pond, the elevation is doable, maybe 10. About, in terms of dollars, $500. Yeah, $500. So that's a portable kit.
About how much in Uganda shillings?
In Uganda shillings?
Yeah.
1.8, 1.5 million. But with the UECCC now, I don't know whether there's any UECCC folks here. There is actually a supply-driven subsidy of about 60%. So the farmer can actually get it up to about 40%, which is about 720,000. So the government is really doing what it can catalytically to actually promote solar irrigation systems, which is a good thing.
Thank you, thank you. The next question is from Agnes, and it's our last question.
Thank you, Edward. Again, my question also goes to Ibrahim. I'm very much aware that MTN and probably Airtel, but MTN in this case, since you're here, you've got a database of so many people, and of course, I like the fact that down to the farmer, today a farmer is able to go and use mobile money to send money to us, and we are able to sell to them inputs. And we've actually worked with some farmers in in the refugee communities, and they have one central, one particular, let me call it a group telephone, where they make an order by messaging, and then you tell them where to buy, like the nearby input shop. They send the money to our Momo Pay, and then we send the inputs. And after receiving them, they acknowledge receipt of it. What advances do you have in your system, or what do you want to plan? Or are you planning like a product that can enable a farmer? We are talking about last mile. A farmer who is deep down there but wants to buy genuine inputs from dealers like us. Of course, we are getting to the cashless economy, where we are able to come probably on your platform, we get the orders on your platform, and then we deliver through a certain mechanism, which I'm not yet sure about, but then we are able to get our money so that we don't lose, the farmers down there are also a little bit tricky. And you make some money, obviously, and we make money as agribusiness people. And also the farmer, most importantly, is able to get the genuine inputs, because the challenge down there is they want genuine inputs and they can't get them. And obviously MTN, I think you should be working around that, since we have the biggest of your clients as farmers. So what are those advances that you have in your plan as MTN? Thank you.
I think just give the response in just 2 sentences, so that we just accommodate only one question, then we can close.
Okay. The platform is ready. I think CropLife, come and we sign a contract, and then we see. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we have the last question, and then we can close.
Yeah, moderator, thank you so much. My name is Okello. I'm asking this question on behalf of the people who grow vanilla in Uganda. Before vanilla is harvested, the Ministry of Agriculture has to declare a harvest window. Now, we are working together with MAIF to help them develop some models. Now, those models require climate data. Now, I'm looking at MTN. You talked about your soil sensors. Do you have anything for the climate data? Because it's extremely important for these growers who grow vanilla. We need real-time data.
Ibrahim.
We don't have money for the sensors to place everywhere. Thank you.
Ibrahim.
I think the solutions we are testing right now. So our request, I think through CropLife, that we engage and see how to close this. But we've moved extensively in this.
Thank you, thank you. Let's clap for the panel. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Most informative, and I would like to thank all the panelists. Are you taking a picture of them? Yeah. Please take a picture of them. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you very much. As you go down, Vincent, I had a question for you. Maybe you could just mention it as we are going to watch a 3-minute clip, and I'm going to invite the CEO of Organic New Earth, Jimmy Sherlock, my namesake, to introduce this video. And then I think you can do it all inside of 3 to 4 minutes.
3 minutes and 30 seconds.
He has said he'll do it in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. So, Vincent, a quick one for you. Does Tulima embrace guided irrigation? And if so, how does it do it?
We do. Oh, I see. Okay. Of course, we do embrace guided irrigation, yes, because I believe it's part of like precision agriculture. However, it comes at a cost, 100%. How much? And the answer is normally depends on your acreage. It depends on what you're growing. Depends. It really depends, right? Okay. And the definition of guided also depends. There's going to be people that say, hey, just give me a drip button system to my coffee. Question becomes is how many acres? Then we can give you a quotation on that. There's people that have gotten to what Ibrahim was talking about in terms of putting probes into the soil to assess like the moisture, then piggyback into like the plant, how much is it actually getting, what season, what weather patterns. We have done all of that, but again, as I said, it depends. I can't really give you a number. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a very good promise. And for those who need to talk more about Tulima Solar, Vincent is still in the room. I would now like to pivot to my namesake, Jimmy.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. How are you? God bless you all. I'm happy to be here. I'm telling you, it'll be a 3-minute and 30-second video, and I'll talk in about 4 minutes or less. How do you like that one? Okay? So if you wouldn't mind, if you could start with the video first, and then I'll talk. This is Jimmy Sherlock. I'm the CEO of Organic New Earth. Organic New Earth is revolutionary. It's going to change the way farmers farm. It is a total organic substance that feeds the land, heals the land, and then the land feeds the plant as God intended it to be. We've done years of testing and found out that the chicken manure is the most potent and nutrient manure. So we use organic manure from chickens and food waste, green waste, and chips that are behind me. Now, we even have certification that we reduce the carbon footprint. Not only that, now you no longer need to use pesticides or change the DNA of the plant as the fertilizers do. Now we're bringing it out to the world, and this is good for not only the soil, but also for you that eat the crops that are grown. You know, they say you are what you eat. This is great news for the farmers of Uganda. This will heal the land so you can use the land over and over again. Not like fertilizer where the nutrients run off on the first rainstorm. The nutrient stays with the organic new earth. Every time you use organic new earth, you're enriching the soil more and more. And what this does, it allows the root system to grow so strong, you don't need pesticides. Special equipment was needed and brought over from the United States. The scarab takes the manure, the green waste, and the chip particles and combines it with the microbe that we spray on that creates a heat of over 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Within 40 days, it becomes the richest organic land on earth. The water buggy sprays on the inoculant that eats itself to death. Once organic new earth is ready, we bring it in and screen it to make it a rich compost to be used now. Every ingredient of organic new earth is totally organic, even the chickens. We feed the chickens organically, and now we know we have organic manure. This is revolutionary, and it's made in Uganda. I ask the farmers of Uganda, use organic new earth. Let's heal our land. Let's reduce carbon footprint. Let's make the environment a better place to live in for the next generation. Let's make our crop truly organic. Maybe I should sit right down, huh? You know, first of all, I want to thank Agnes. I want to thank Victoria. I want to thank Remy and all you guys that have helped me on this journey to move forward, to bring this out, not only to Uganda, but God willing, the world. I want to let you know that we're still waiting for the approval from the agricultural ministry to indeed prove and to show that our organic new earth, as we call one, truly heals and feeds the soil, totally organic. And then we'll come to market, God willing, soon. As you heard, it's made in Matuga, Uganda. And as you heard also, that we're using organic manure, chips, food waste, and an inoculant that eats itself to death. And you guys go by Celsius, 74 degrees Celsius. And what it does is it creates a true healthy crop. And in the United States, where we did this testing for several years with universities like the University of Alabama, we received the rewards and certification for the United States Department of Agriculture. That's a tough one to get. And not only that, I'm pleased to announce that after 4 years of study, we received Geneva's Gold Seal Standard. What that means, thank you, some of you know what that means. What that means is that we're actually reducing the carbon footprint into the atmosphere. Wow. And we can actually now sell even carbon credits off of what we're doing to reduce this carbon footprint. So let me see where else I want to tell you. I told you that. And again, we want to give the next generation a better soil, a better way to live, and go truly organic. You know, God said, you know, if you put me first and seek me, I will heal your land. I thought that's so cool. Because you know what? God put me here because, you know, you guys are God-believing people. I have a foundation in Kenya, so I'm Kenyan, I'm American, and now I'm Ugandan since July. And I love all of you. God bless you. And I did it in probably less than 7 minutes. Amen? All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. That is extremely passionate. It was coming from your heart. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure those who want to get to hear more about this, you've got the rest of the evening. So as you've sensed, we're coming to the end now. You guys have been a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful audience. Clap for yourselves. Jennifer, I think they deserve a gift. Can you roll it in? Thank you very much. So as Jennifer rolls in, we are going to hear our last talk. There's no presentation and there is no panel. We are going to get a talk on public-private partnerships, fostering collaborations between development partners, private sector, and government to create opportunities for youth and women in Africa, in agriculture. And this will be done by Professor Hamad Boga. I think he's just stepped out briefly. I didn't see you. They mentioned Matuga, and I just thought about your home in Kwale. I think that shows you how interconnected we are in East Africa.
I'm surprised there's another Matuga. Yeah, good evening, everybody. I know it's late, and we've been at it for 2 days. And I'll try to make this as light, as interactive, and as friendly as possible. I had a PowerPoint. I don't know whether it can be projected because I want to illustrate a few things. There has been a lot of discourse in the development community about how to develop societies. And one of the authors that I have come to appreciate his thinking is a fellow from Oxford called Stefan Dacon, who writes that development is a gamble. You make certain choices, and then those choices will translate into prosperity for people, or they will translate into poverty. And these choices are made by political elites and business elites who must come together to develop a particular country. So So those countries whose elites think about growth that is inclusive will prosper. And those countries where the elites are more concerned about status quo and about self-enrichment will always struggle. So I think as we begin the conversation about public and private sector, we have to always, where am I supposed to point? Okay. Where do you point? It's blocked. Okay. Yeah, so as we think about working with the private sector, the political leadership is very key for this. And in countries where the political leadership has created the right bargain, progress has been seen. And I don't want even to go to China or India. I want to go to Ethiopia, which is closer home, where Meles Zenawi was very clear about his objectives, and where Haile Mariam Desalegn, who succeeded him, was very clear. And I know earlier in the discussions there was talk about what was happening in Ethiopia before and what is happening in Ethiopia now. And the results are there for everyone to see, that even in Africa you can transform these societies if we have the right political bargain that is pro-growth, that allows investments, that supports investments. So, for development, that brings in the private sector, that lifts the people, there are like 7 elements that have been identified. Number 1, there is that commitment to development. Not lip service, not lip service, commitment to development. It must be very clear. And the way you commit is not documents, it's not policies alone. It's where do you invest. So if you look at the budget, it will tell you whether a government is committed or not. If you look at the budget, it will tell you whether this is a procurement budget or it's a development budget. So I think even as we engage our political leaders, we have to look at where the rubber meets the road, and that is the budget. That is where development is planned, is enabled, is facilitated. And then there is a status quo. This status quo is benefiting certain people. And this status quo is responsible for the underdevelopment that we see. It's the political elite and the private sector elite that control the status quo, willing to let go and gamble on a change that will carry everybody. For the countries that have been able to change the status quo because they want to carry everybody, they have prospered. It's as simple as that. And then the other thing is, once you are clear, then you ask yourself, what does it take? It takes functional institutions, it takes clear policies, laws, and regulations to deliver results. It takes a lot of proactiveness on the part of government and other actors to make sure that people move. And it also takes political stability and security, because that is important for everybody, the citizens as well as the investors. And it takes the willingness to learn and adapt, because you will make mistakes, and you should be able to measure and see whether you're making progress or not, and adjust, and recommit again to those things. Part of the challenge is that because of lip service, we have committed to CADEP, but none of the countries is on track. The only people who come very close to being on track is again Ethiopia and Rwanda. the rest of us are not putting in the money. The rest of us are not putting in the right climate for investors. The rest of us are not putting in the right structures and institutions. So I think that is where I would like to start. At AGRA, we have a challenge that we have given to ourselves. We have not been working in the youth space before. But now we have committed working with the MasterCard Foundation to reach 10 million youth and to create work opportunities for 3 million of those, and to create dignified and fulfilling work, which means reliable income and respect for 1.5 million across 15 African countries, and to focus more on young women. Because we have come to appreciate that if you program for women, because the binding constraints for women are not binding constraints for men or youth. So if you program for binding constraints for women, you will carry everybody. If you do business as usual, the women will always be left behind. So our programs with the MasterCard Foundation will be intentional, targeting youth, intentional, targeting 70% young women, and to also give a voice to the youth in the continent at all the continental platforms, from the AU all the way to our parliaments, all the way to our parishes and districts, so that even as we try to commit to an elite bargain that pushes development, that it is youth intentional, and that the youth are part of this bargain, and that is not just a bargain between old men, mostly, or older men. And so we have to design together the new bargains by involving the youth. One of the things that, because I have to shift between youth and private-public partnership, I visited Ethiopia about last year as part of understanding the countries that I'm managing on behalf of AGRA. And they took me to their special economic zone. And in that special economic zone, you had an area set aside with all the services, and you had the private sector come in and make investments. And you could see the impact that it was having on Ethiopia. One of the companies that we visited was Sofle, which is the largest company that does malting of barley for beer. And they're working with over 200,000 farmers who are growing barley. And when they tell you their plan, they can scale that because they can see the opportunity is there. But they are there because the government of Ethiopia has decided to make it possible for them to work. Ethiopia created an institution called the Agriculture Transformation Agency. It literally carries the investors around to make sure that any bottleneck is put aside, that it is made possible for the companies to invest. They have 16 of such entities across Ethiopia with 300 companies by the time I was checking. And this is not a model from Mars. This is a model from this world. China has done it like this. Because basically, agricultural development is about rural transformation. And 80% of our people live in the rural areas. So if we want to bring any development to our countries, we must invest in the rural areas. In China, once they decided on a development bargain between the elites in the Communist Party and the private sector that was there, the first thing they did was reform their land laws, because those were holding China behind, and they were very deliberate about it. And then they created these special economic zones, not in the cities, but in the rural areas, such that they have been able to change their society in such a way that over 60% of the rural population is employed in these kinds of facilities that are exporting all over the world. While at the same time, agriculture has been consolidated and they are growing their value chains in leaps and bounds. So the models are there for how the private sector can be facilitated and how rural transformation can take place. So when it comes to us in Kenya, since I was a kid, we were always hearing about district focus for rural development, but they were only stories. They were really only stories. And the youth were running away from those rural areas into towns. And where do they go and live? They go and live in the slums. They struggle there. They can't afford a life. They go into crime. They go into drugs. Society decays. And to a point where even if you are looking for a farmhand in the village, you can't find them. They're all in Mombasa or in Kibera in Nairobi. So when we talk about Turudi Mashambani, that go back to farm, what are you going back to? So we have to reimagine our systems, our structures, and the way we invest. And as we reimagine this, I hope this thing will work. Yeah. When it comes to the youth we are trying to tackle, we have to see the way they are as we design in the current setting. We have to design knowing that youth are diverse. In the rural areas, there are those who are looking for work, there are those who are farming, there are those who are trading. So we have to craft our interventions in that way. And at AGRA, that is what we are doing as we are learning how to work with youth. We engage in a lot of surveys and in a lot of discussions just to get insights. Urban youth, what are their aspirations? What are their competences? How are they structured? How can we engage them? So that we don't have generic youth policies, even in the agriculture sector, as if the youth were a monolith. The youth are not a monolith. They are a monolith when they are angry and they are storming a parliament. But when they are going about their lives, there is a lot of diversity, and our own programming and interventions must reflect that. So what we have done in a practical way is to assess in each country. We have done what is called youth employment development framework. That means going into a country and really assessing that country and the opportunities that are there in the value chain, the challenges that are there in the agriculture sector, the posture of the youth, their attitude, their perspectives, and really have content to enable us to program. Even as we work with the same countries around the areas of policy, around the area of inclusive market and trade, around the areas of seeds, around the area of farming practices and extension, we are trying to understand the youth so that we can fit those parts together. And this is work that we started this year. So there are not many results yet, but we hope in the next 5 years we will reach those targets that we have set for ourselves. But what has come out of this development of this framework? There are certain areas which are key. And top is the enabling environment. It's very critical. And the enabling environment for us, what we have figured, is the issue of the political economy. That is the elephant in the room in most of our countries. If we are not able to fix the political economy issues, the rest of the conversation will just be business as usual. Okay? So I know some of these topics can be sensitive sometimes, but they are the topics that matter. And there is the area of policy, which is critical, because if you want to bring the private sector, they will look at your policies. Do you have any policies? What is guiding their investments as they come in? So most of us, we have policies. Do we follow them? Do we apply them? Do we check and see whether they are working or they are not working, whether they are enabling or they are not enabling. And then, because we are talking about youth, the space of youth in that political economy and in the governance structures, we need to deliberately and intentionally facilitate that. And then, of course, the other enabling environment is the socio-cultural situation that exists. And because we work in Africa, it's so diverse. You go to Mali, the issues are completely different. You go to Burkina Faso, the issues are different. Every conversation you're having with a military person, and the atmosphere is not like when you are talking, for example, in Nairobi with a minister. It's completely different. And that means it's different even for the private sector to go to Burkina Faso. What is the entry? What is the conversation? How is it going to happen? So there are many socio-cultural issues that we do. For example, in northern Nigeria, it's very Islamic, very conservative. Women are, like the lady minister was saying, women are on one side and men are on the other side. So our interventions, sometimes we have had to design interventions that just focus on women to women, because culturally you have to figure out how to navigate such sensitive cultural realities. But culture is an enabling environment. Sometimes it can be facilitative, sometimes it can push you back. And then, of course, the enabling environment includes those supporting function. Are there roads? Because the private sector will have a challenge if there are no roads, there are no airport, there is no telecom company, or it's not working. There are no educational institutions that are facilitating this kind of environment. There are no R&D institutions. And the market system is not in place, and so on and so forth. So we try and do this analysis for each of the countries and try to see how to fit in the youth agenda into all the conversations and into all the structures that are responsible for facilitating the development, both for the private sector but also for the youth, because we are tackling both topics. The other thing, apart from the enabling environment, is the lower half of the presentation, is resources and support. There is the state infrastructure, and then there is access to professional services. People don't know how to do things. Business development services, access to finance, access to legal services, access to accounting services. All these are important for the private sector. Access to a skilled workforce. Are people skilled enough to be able to run these companies? And how are we preparing ourselves for that? And then, of course, there is an ecosystem of non-governmental organizations like AGRA who sort of help also in shaping some of these things, and others that I've heard here, and the importance of human capital. So in order for us to really program for private sector and make sure that it carries the youth with them, we have to be very intentional in what we want to do with the private sector. The political leadership has to lead from the front. The government bureaucracy has to be supportive of the political vision and facilitate. And then the private sector will find it easier to move as along. Let me show you an example. Why is it going backwards? Okay. Because we are in the agriculture sector. Agriculture is about value chain. So, for the private sector, their focus is on developing the value chain, from the input all the way to the market. And in order for them to do that, they need a trade policy. Is it there? Is it facilitative? They need trade facilitation. Is it there? Is it facilitative? They need favorable taxes. you know, all this, the value chain for coffee has its complexity, and the ecosystem of government must support that for it to work. All the way from R&D to inputs, all the way to the market. All the agencies of government must all work for that value chain to work. Any part that doesn't work will drag everything down, and the private sector will not succeed, and the youth will not have the opportunities that we want to create for them. So you can see, it's not just the Ministry of Agriculture. I know here we have Ministry of Agriculture and Health, but that is not where the problem is. That is where the frustration is. Where the problem is in energy, in roads, in the Ministry of Finance where budgeting is done. Probably in the courts where things are litigated, things are not working there. And probably just one frustration in the court could lead to a private sector company collapsing or rising. And so all these agencies of governments, the regulators, all of this, they must know they are part of the ecosystem. And the private sector relies on these agencies to thrive. So every part must be primed. And I remember in the government of Uhuru Kenyatta, which I was part of, we had something called NDITC, National Development Implementation Technical Committee, where all the ministers were sitting. And once they sit and make a decision, the PSAs have their own where they sit to implement those decisions. Now, if I want to do a road to Matuga, where they are growing oranges, and in between there is a nature reserve, like a forest, and Kenya Forest has to give a license, and NEMA has to give a license, and the road has to be done this financial year. If you have this internal coordination, it's easy because the decisions can be made there. Before it was just letters flying around, it gets stuck there forever, the investor is waiting. That's not partnership. Partnership is a culture where people are working together around bottlenecks so that we can move. And we hope as we engage governments, as we learn from other systems, this is the kind of infrastructure and ecosystem and culture that we are going to create for our people so that we can create those opportunities for youth. As Africans, we have the advantage of many value chains, but they are fragmented, they are poorly developed. We are struggling with basic things, including cold chain. Last year, we had a study on cotton in Kenya. Most of the cotton in Kenya comes from Uganda, not because the Kenyans can't grow cotton, no. We have many areas that are suitable for cotton. But it's just because the whole thing is not properly organized. There is no seed, there is nothing. And then we were doing a study to see how to revive cotton. And we talked to the Ginari people, and the Ginari people said, we can get the cotton from Uganda, it's affordable, it's cheaper. Our problem is energy. In Uganda, I think per kilowatt hour is 3 cents. In Kenya, it's 18 cents. So already, if you are not having a conversation about energy with the private sector in Kenya, you are not facilitating the private sector. So there are many areas, but the most important thing is to approach these issues that undermine growth and development as partners, as people who are working for the same good of development and creating wealth for our people. So let me conclude so that I don't belabor the points by saying that last year we did what we call African Agriculture Status Report. And I want to skip all this so that we spare time for discussion if there is. What is very clear, and this is what other societies have done, for the private sector to partner with government, first the government must see the private sector as essential to the livelihoods and to the economy. They shouldn't see them as cartels. They shouldn't see them as exploiters. They should see them as partners. That is where it begins, because it's supposed to be a partnership. The government has to be very clear about its own roles and its limitations. Okay? Its role is policy. Its role is peace. Its role is infrastructure. Its role is education. And not all of education, part of the education, because the private sector can also contribute to education, to make sure that there's a skilled workforce. So making sure that the government really does its role well. And then its role is to create those opportunities and spaces and craft the larger vision together with the private sector, targeting the different value chains. And then, if you put a wholesale market, and this has been tested in China, if you put a wholesale market in a place, just build it. Take the water, take the electricity, take the internet, put some bylaws just to make sure that everybody has a way of working, and step aside. The investors will come because you have created that enabling environment. And just go into any market and you will see the way people are, they wake up when that opportunity presents itself. So rural wholesale markets are a major part of especially SME development in most parts of the world. And as countries in Africa, especially since we are leveraging a lot the food systems and the agriculture sector, it's also an opportunity to do that. And the other thing that is very critical on the side of government, apart from the access to finance and access to land, actually. Access to land in Kenya is very complex. Very complex. Investors are really getting frustrated. The same piece of land could have been allocated 100 times to different people with 10 different title deeds. And that talks to corruption, dysfunction. If there's corruption and institutional dysfunction, you can't partner with the private sector. They want to make money. And they want an environment where policies are followed, laws are followed. That's it. The rest of the world has figured this out. I know we know it, but we must do it. We must embrace it if we want to develop our continent and develop for our people. And the other thing that we really need to fix to enable the private sector to find it profitable is the whole space of finance. I know we are having this conversation with the Ministry of Agriculture, but I would love to have this conversation with the Ministry of Finance, because access to finance is a problem in Africa, not just for youth, for everybody, and especially for the agriculture sector, which is considered risky. We are not allocating the 10%. Interest rates are 19% and above. In Ghana, 32%. Which profit can you make from agriculture for you to take a loan that will pay 32% interest on it? It's not possible. So how do you create a financial system for the agriculture sector that will enable people to produce? This is a conversation that needs to be had. And having worked in government, there are certain businesses like subsidies and purchase of maize or commodities for storage and things like that, that the government should try and get out, because already you don't have enough money, you have a lot of debts that you are servicing, you have forex issues that you are not able to manage. Now you burden yourself with things that the private sector can do better. It becomes a problem, because now the money is not going to those strategic things like R&D and education and roads. Instead, you are spending a lot of money on things that the private sector can do better. I want to conclude by giving an example of what I did when I was PS. Kenya is known for maize scandals. And when I was appointed PS, I was terrified by the prospect that I could go there and mess up my reputation because of some maize scandal that probably happened. So when I reached there, I tried to figure out why do we have unending maize scandals? What happens if there's a drought and we don't get enough rain? There's a committee that does a food balance sheet and says by December we'll have a shortage of food. So the government is pushed, sometimes by the private sector, the bad private sector, to import the maize from Mexico, and it's the government importing, not the private sector importing, the government importing. So I went there and I found they had allocated like 15 billion Kenyan shillings. That's a lot of money. That's almost more than the budget of the State Department of Livestock, twice the budget. So they allocated just to buy maize from Mexico and then sell it to the millers, and that's it. And we have been doing that for years. And because we do that for years, every year there's a scandal. So when, because it's like, so what I did, I told President Kenyatta, me, I'm not going to buy maize because it doesn't make sense. The government does not need maize. We want to feed the people. The private sector can import the maize. The reason why they are not importing is because you have put a 45% duty on it, so it will not be profitable. Okay, so I went to Tegemeo, I said, how do we do this better? And Tegemeo told me, what you can do, they did their maths and said, bring the duty to 10%. And then open the window for importation between March and July. By July, when the farmers start harvesting, you close. So I went to the private sector. I said, I want to do this. What do you think? They said, this is perfect. In fact, I don't know where you got this idea from. But it was a survival thing because I didn't want to get caught in a scandal. And actually, we did that. And when I took it to cabinet, they said, you know, before this proposal has never come, like, we didn't spend a cent as a government. In fact, we got 10% of the duty, because before they would even waive the duty because they were the ones importing. So it's possible to have policies that are pro-private sector, that are facilitative, that, that grow the economy and create opportunities for our people. And I met some of my colleagues here, that's how they came to know me, because I was helping them, especially on the subsidies for fertilizer. I became also a champion for that because, again, I didn't want to be a PS who was busy accounting for fertilizer bags. At how many bags have come, how many are in the store, how many have... It's not the work of a PS. So I said, this is a place where I want thinkers to think about the most complex policies. We prescribe solutions for our people. We enable the sectors to work. Why are we counting fertilizer bags? And they could never reconcile them because the moment they get into the train in Mombasa, they get stolen on the way. Some of them end up in Uganda. So I told them we are going to do the e-voucher thing. I told the president we are going to do the e-voucher. The same budget, if you want to subsidize, fine. But let it be private sector led. We have agrovets in every village, okay? So register the agrovets, register the farmer, give the voucher to the farmer, let them go to the agrovet, let them pick the fertilizer that is most suited for their soil. Sitting in Kilimo House, I have no clue what the soil is like in Uasin Gishu. So why would I prescribe DAP for them. Maybe that's not what they need. And we were able to change that, but only for like 2 years when I was there. The moment I left, status quo was brought. Okay, now the fertilizer companies cannot import because they don't know when the government will import, how much they will import. They can't plan their business. So the public-private partnership is something practical. It's not something we need to look at on paper. It's something practical, and it requires really a shift in our attitudes as we develop our countries. So thank you very much, and I hope, I'm happy that I'm happy that we were able to have a chance to interact. Even when I was PS, I was talking like this. I didn't care because I wanted to do the right thing. I wasn't really worried about the other things.
Thank you very much, Professor Hamadi Boga, for yet another very rich, inspiring conversation on public-private partnerships. Professor, listening to your fellow professor, what is it that he said that you take as nuggets of wisdom for this whole group and policymakers to digest?
Well, I hope each one takes. Because I mean, the professor was talking there, it was like I was the PS, so there was nothing else to take, really. But it was wonderful that you said it as it is. I'm next to Commissioner here. He gets very sensitive because I also talk freely. And they will say, you, Commissioner, we saw you with Professor Latigo. But this is wonderful. I just hope that this will be there next year. Yes.
Actually, when we were talking about it about a week ago, I think it was the last weekend before the symposium, we said this should be an idea to carry into the new year. And we did some gazing. And then we said, if we do it same time next year, will be a good time. We looked at the calendars, and if you have your calendars, look at May 14th to the 15th. You'll notice that it's exactly on the same days, same dates, just the year changes. So I think for the committee, we might not be around, some of us, but that's food for thought. And we also said, yes, you had to supplement.
I'm still in the presentation from Professor Boga, and I want to tell you, we are still crying. From the day you left to now, we are crying. Even on Ugandan soil, we are crying. We need you back.
I'll tell you something. I mentioned that technology, which was a bit controversial, and I really feel good when I hear people like Professor Latigo talking about it. You couldn't talk about it in the open, but you talk with Professor here, and he would say, at the end of the day, the decisions that government is going to take will be based on the science, not everything else. So everything we did in terms of field trials, everything, he would always be there. And then once in a while, you would exchange an SMS. I've not seen many government officials, senior at that level, who will respond to an SMS, but he would respond and say, I'll be there. And I want to say that your humility left a huge, and I'm being very honest, and I think all the Ugandans will say the same thing. It's not very easy to engage the way you engage with the private sector. No wonder you are where you are. All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Mwambu, do you want to just comment on your counterpart?
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, what Professor has said, we can confirm, those of us who are watching from across the border. But you see, it takes such individuals And you don't need very many to change the landscape of the way things are being done. And we are very proud of you, Professor. We are also trying to be like you, but it's not easy. Thank you.
One of the skills that Dr. Mwambu has is he's a technical person, but he's also a diplomat. They say that a diplomat is a person who will tell you to go to hell and you'll go with pleasure smiling. So well done, and it's very good. Next. So we have come to the end. I mean, they say a 1,000-mile journey begins with one step. So if you look back at where we've come since yesterday, it feels like we've been here for 2 weeks. I'm sure some of those of you who had to fly in, probably you have not even fully recovered and you still have to manage the office on the other side. But we did set ourselves some stretch, rather we've made quite a number of recommendations, and these are going to be summarized in terms of what has been captured. Are you ready? Yeah, as you get ready, I just wanted the people to know that your team, so we've got a team which is going to share with us the presentation summary of the symposium action points and recommendations. And this technical group had quite a number of people. They are all similar. Most of them are lawyers. Many of them are technical scientists. One of them is Susan Kiambi, who is the regulatory manager for East Africa for Bayer. Bayer, if you're American, Bayer. Yeah, it depends, it doesn't matter. Then we've got Edward Gishara, who is also part of that group. If you could all put heads together. He's the head of East and Southern Africa for Syngenta. We've got Fred Muzira, Senior Inspector, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. We've got Gilbert Kato, CropLife Uganda, and Mr. Kenneth Onesmo, CropLife Tanzania. These ones are just going to summarize for us what they've captured. We look at it, it's like the minutes or recommendations. I don't know what we shall call it. Shall we call it the Serena Resolution? Or the Kampala Declaration? Kampala Resolutions. Okay, that's good. We shall call them the Kampala Resolutions. So they will walk us through this. Please, you can take the stage because we've come to the end. And as they do that, we shall now get back to the very final part, which is going to be the closing ceremony. And in the closing ceremony, we are going to have just really appreciation remarks, comments from Maif, who are the grandparents for this particular symposium, and CropLife Uganda. I think this is, Aggie, how many children do you have? 2? Yes. I know 2. Now you've delivered a 3rd. The symposium. So they will make their remarks, and then we begin wrapping up. And I think as you've already got the first giveaway, we also give you a ticket to Addis, the first land ticket to Addis. So, no, they will do it.
Where's the document? Where's the document?
All right, so this is the team. You are just going to share with us what you've been able to capture. And just as a backup, at the back we have a rapporteur. Rapporteur, can you just stand up? Wave to the audience. What's your name? Give her a microphone. Malay.
Oh, where is the rapporteur?
Jimmy.
My name is Eunice Busisa, and I have been doing a lot of recording of the great discussions that have happened, and I have a lot for you. So I hope you get to see the report that comes out of this. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We know we are taking on the podium when the sugar levels have already gone down. But since we believe we are at the close, we request that you pay a little bit more attention so that we can be able to share with you a brief on what we've been able to come up with. Of course, the IT people, I think, are trying to follow through to ensure that the file is retrieved because, you know, you're speaking as we are writing, as you're compiling. So that means the Electoral Commission is still considering some of the polls that came in a little bit late. But rationally, I need to have an update, or I should go roughly as this document I know will later on be shared. So this is an update that we can be able to. The IT team, you're ready with the file? Pardon? They're pointing to someone I'm not seeing. It was showing? Oh, sorry. You know technology. You know, some of us were unlocked. I was telling one of my teams that I belong to the level 5. They were like, no, it's not possible. So basically, we went through a compilation. How do I press this? Jimmy, you went to a better school. They're uploading the system. So when we're talking about the need to go the way technology is moving, we know some of the people will come in a little bit late, because when we're talking about technology, there are some people who will find it very, very hard to deal technologically. We are trying to roll out some program somewhere in the north, and you know, this is a program that needed smartphones where they could be able to access fertilizers. We checked, and I think almost 98% they were having these, they call them what? The kabiriti. So we had to ask the stakeholders to come in quickly. Yes, is it ready? Okay, the team that you see here, of course, we went through several discussions to come up with this document. So I'll be able to present, it's not long, it's just, I think, about only 4 slides, but we need to quickly look at through that document so that one of the ladies who has said that she has compiled a lot, I know everyone in here, you have as much more information from yesterday to now that I know at the end of the day will be incorporated. So this is a document that will share a brief, but I've also put the details. We can take some of the details here, but we've also shared some contacts so that if you have any more information, you can be able to share with us. But on a lighter note, once again, my name is Gilbert Kato. I'm the Secretary, CropLife Uganda, and then at the same time, I work with ETG, that is Export Trading Group. We are located in Namambe industrial area, but we also have close to 6 outlets across the country. And we are proud to say at least we are #1 distributor of fertilizers in the country. Yara sometimes disputes that they are the first, but since they are in Kenya, they cannot claim. At least we have the numbers. And then the other ones follow. We also have a range of other products. Actually, we are a one-stop solution company where we have fertilizers, and these take the commodities and the blended fertilizers. We are looking at crop protection products. We are looking at seeds. We are looking at farm implements, and we are getting into irrigation. The Tulima Solar, we have some good news for you, because many times when we are out there in the country, because we deal directly with farmers, they're asking us about this. So, and whoever is in here, we believe whatever brief we have shared, you are a key stakeholder. And when you leave here, just know that we'll reach out to you and we'll follow up and ensure that you are part of us. Even the providers of CPP or fertilizers, we need you on board. Because if you're talking about Tulima Solar, if you're talking about insurance, we need you on board so that we have a full package. I think technology in the last bit is a little bit challenging, but needless to say, I think it's about to come on board. Yes, Suzanne, you have some brief for the team as we wait for the document. Thank you.
Not really, because I'm not a salesman like Gilbert. I decided to do some marketing, but if the technology is a bit challenging, we can use what we have on our phones to do a summary of the 2 days. We cannot attest that there has been a fully packed day with great topics, well covered. And now that we are calling it a Serena resolution, it's time to walk the talk. So our summary will be geared towards the next action after these 2 days, the recommendations that have been made and the way forward, looking closely at the Ministry of Agriculture as the key leaders and the industry, because we've emphasized so much on collaboration. So everyone in this room is called to work with the ministry and other departments, and other government departments to walk the talk. So through the MC, we can present what we had. Oh, it's her. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it's here.
Sorry about the technical glitch, but it has been resolved.
So the key topics that we've been discussed throughout the 2 days are as stated. There were 8 key topics. Regulatory, which is the backbone of all this. Counterfeit, a very pertinent subject that we've discussed. Commercialization challenges, responsible use of agricultural chemicals and fertilizers, youth and women in agriculture, climate change and artificial intelligence, agriculture financing, public-private partnership that Professor has just covered. This is the one. Okay, sorry. So I'll start with the regulation. I will look at the regulations, and then Kato will look out on the. Sorry. It's not working. Technology. Okay. So policy and regulation, the recommendations that have been done on the floor, that we will leave the CropLife team and the ministry to steer into actionable points and to give us the timelines. So the first challenge the first challenge and the recommendation, the key recommendation was to fast track review of the new regulation towards harmonization of the EAC guidelines. This is very key. And it has come out clearly that we need to have our own regulations and fast track them so that we can be able to even include the risk assessment and the review process for our molecules. The other agreement and recommendation that we've had is on collaboration, regulator to involve stakeholders in regulatory decisions, taking cognizance of timelines to provide the data. This was discussed in details yesterday. And this was one of the key recommendations. Then we've agreed that we need to have clear communication to handle activism. This is on the rise. And we've agreed there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation that is going around about pesticides. And with us, we need to have clear communication. And just to reiterate on what Fred said, that we should channel our communication through the ministry so that before it is disseminated to the public, then it is disseminated from a point of information and scrutiny. Then we've encouraged frequent engagement with stakeholders. We are hoping this is not the first and the last symposium. We need to have more for information update and knowledge exchange. We can all attest that we've learned a lot for the last 2 days that is very pertinent to this industry. Then we've agreed that the industry should also agree on self-regulation mechanisms and create a clear code of conduct. This we leave to the crop life board and the secretariat so that they can issue the members with clear code of conduct in which we are called to respect. Then we've been encouraged to have a regulatory sovereignty, no blanket bans mirroring what the EU is doing. We agreed that we have our own challenges and that we can as well benchmark this with the other international regulatory bodies to broaden our regulatory reference to other regions like US and Australia that we believe they also have reputable frameworks. Then on molecule review process, we had a case study of Kenya and we proposed and recommended that we can take over and have a clear criteria on how to review our molecules, agreeing that science is dynamic in case of any new information, and to agree on clear timelines and give more time to the industry to give data. Then I would ask Gilbert to tackle on counterfeits. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I think she's given me the counterfeit review. Maybe because I'm a very key stakeholder in, no, Fred, I'm not counterfeiting, please. Because I'm actually one of the parties that are affected. Just give you a brief story, and I think this will come to the regulation. One time I was heading to the north on my trip while around Ruero. I was given a call in Container Village. One of my staff, they said, we have seen people offloading things we don't understand. They look like fertilizers. I told them, go to the police and report. People of you who know Container Village, they went to the Nachivo police, immediately logged in a complaint. The vehicle was parked in there. They pounded the guys. By the time I reached in around 2 hours, there was some traffic. I found the guys, they had already made a statement. My team had already made a statement. So I saw a lot of people surrounding the police. So first of all, I had to immediately call the agriculture inspectors. They came in very fast. So we looked at the review, we looked at the bags. This was completely a ratio of fertilizer that was faked. And when we tried to check, this guy was faking from Noya and then coming to sell in Container Village. So after the impounding, we went through the processes. By evening time, this guy was taken to CPS because they said they could not sleep with the guy there. We tried through the processes. After the 48 mandatory hours, guys were playing here and there. I have not seen the guy to date. Because they later on told me now the case belongs to government. And in, pardon? So we lost because we realized Uganda has one of the cleanest and smartest regulations or policies, but then at the loose end, we found actually what Fred was talking about. They are trying to introduce key penalties. Actually, we went through, I tried to ask what could be the penalty for such guy. They told me it's around 20 currency points. We tried to multiply. It was not significant. Ladies and gentlemen, this issue is causing a lot of havoc to the farmers, and the farmers are losing money. I take an example of Mr. Makweta's mother, who lost the entire value chain. Of course, I also have a lot of experience on the market where a farmer is planting maize. Instead of the maize is coming up, you only see spear grass, and there is no maize that is coming up. Of course, counterfeit, like some people tried to define it yesterday, we shall leave it at counterfeit. In the process of implementation, we shall define it further. Stakeholders are losing a lot of money at the same time, and we are losing a lot of corporate image. You can imagine a product gets to the market and you actually do not know what is happening. And of course, we have a component about food security and safety, and this is actually compromising the entire value food chain. So we are, you know, when you're driving a manual car and here you are dealing with an automatic one, you have challenges. So we are saying, what are some of the measures that we really want to see us curbing this? We've just realized CropLife membership is simply voluntary. It is will in, will out. Someone can choose to join or not to. And actually this is killing our will as the stakeholders against the fight for counterfeit, because we are loosely connected. So we suggest, one, the stakeholders make accountable of themselves by ensuring that they subscribe to CropLife membership, and this will help us to be able to understand who is doing what, where, and when. And the issue of self-policing will come in so handy. Now, the fight against counterfeit is met with one of the stringent, most critical areas that is lacking resources. Many times we've talked about capacity. The ministry, as the stakeholders, we may have the capacity, the police is flooded everywhere, but then the resources to put them to task, to move, get to markets, we need resources. So we are suggesting, I'm just about to conclude, so we are suggesting that we create an authority. This is to the government. We create an authority on counterfeit, but we also create a fund. And this fund is not only looking at counterfeit, but we are also looking at very many other priorities. We request MAIF. We know this may not bind according to the laws of the land, but we request that we create a bylaw that would actually compel these members who have not joined to be able to join. And also fast track the sensitization and these activities that are being done by the ministry. I know you have very many more suggestions. Please kindly update the document. We are also having, when we looked at about the information flow, we are having the challenge of alarmists to use of fertilizers, to use of chemicals. Whereas we are still, usage is still low, we are finding it very challenging, and then we need to ensure that we are, she's telling me that, yeah, the PowerPoints are very clear. Thank you. So we need to ensure that we participate and everyone comes on board to ensure that this information is well flowing and everyone is accountable. Training extension workers, communication channels really need to be updated and ensure that everyone has the right knowledge. Now, in Uganda, someone was talking about benchmarking the farmers in Kenya. Uganda is a little bit different. We are actually unaware. So we need to strengthen information flow and then technologies about the responsible use, because this is limiting uptake. Some information is going wrong to the farmers, and then at the end of the day, we are not having the right information. We want to see private partnerships to promote these technologies. You had very many people were into this space, and also information about the digital solutions. Food security is still remaining as a key factor. 1 minute on food security. All the discussions that we had were actually highlighting the safety on the export market. We need food safety precautions when it comes to our Ugandan market. And also this comes with sensitization, a lot of stakeholders coming on board, information being shared generally, and MAIF and CropLife providing regular updates about this. Women and youth, these we cannot leave them out because they are very key. And this is about inclusivity and financing and digitalization. So we want to see all these guys included into the platform. Jimmy, this is my last slide. General recommendation, just a few. We need to see this happening every year, at least annually. And we also need to follow up with what has happened in here. Have a good write-up so that we can be able to have better results. We need to create a non-counterfeit fund and ensure that all CropLife members, all actors who are into the CPP or fertilizer sector join CropLife banning. Lastly, to MAIF, we know you shared with us some information that we need, you know, those safety assessments. Kindly give us some time. This is just an open request. We know you have the will to say yes or no. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kato, and your team. Susan, I think you've done a fantastic job. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to get all these conversations and summarize them. I've seen almost everything I wanted to see is there. I think what you need to do now is just to dot the I's, cross the T's, and I think produce a final document that will help Mr. Mwambu, Dr. Mwambu and Agnes to take this forward. Yeah, so let's give them a round of applause. for a job well done. And then for the rapporteur, what she's going to produce is something a lot more detailed. And that's going to be the blueprint for the future, because this was the foundation, or the very first. I mean, this symposium came out of nowhere. I think Agnes had one of these wonderful thoughts, one of those things you get when you're in a shower. And you say, before I forget it, let me get out. So you get out in your Adam suit, run, write it down, and get back to the shower. So thank you so much. We are now coming to the end, and I think I'll just ask you all to just add up Eve's dress. Or let's call it Eve's robe. All right, so let us all just stand up for 1 minute. We are now done. Greet your neighbor. Thank them for bearing these 2 days. The talk. Exchange numbers if you don't have the number. And pat them on the back and thank them for doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. You can now sit down. So, it has been a very long 2 days. It felt like a month, but I think it has been extremely rewarding. A lot of conversations, and I hope by the time you go back, you've made at least a minimum of 3 friends from this big industry. At least 3. This is what networking is all about, because next time you'll never know when you're going to need the contact who is seated on your left or on the right. As I said at the beginning, sometimes the person seated next to you might be the angel you need for tomorrow. So I'm now going to request your silence as we go into the closing remarks. I'm going to invite the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Dr. Mwambu and Agnes, to make their closing remarks, and they will make them in reverse, starting with Agnes. And after Agnes, I'll invite Dr. Mwambu, and then we shall wrap up with some recognitions. So, Agnes, if I were a politician, I would be saying, come and greet your people.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Good evening, everyone. Now I can breathe officially. Again, all protocol observed. For me, my word is really to thank all of you. Everybody in this room and those who went out already, I want to say thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Like you have been told, this is the first ever symposium. It was a brainchild of the board. And on this note, I'd like to ask my board members to come up here, you know, for people to see you fully. Devashish, don't shake your head. Make your way here. It's a team of great men. They let me lead them. It was not an easy thing, I'm sure. But I'm so glad that we made it. So my team here, I really want to thank you so much for putting in all your time, your energy, your money. When we started, we were doing everything using our personal money in every aspect of it before we got any sponsor on board. So this is the team. I think Paul has left Makweta. I don't know where Makweta is. Yeah, he's over there. So as I start, I would like to thank everybody here in the room. Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Mwambu and team. Kindly stand up for recognition in a special way. Very happy and delighted to have all of you. I know it's a big team from Maif, but the rest don't stand up. I don't know why. There are so many. Okay. I would like to thank Agricultural Chemical Board. I failed to catch up with the other name. I'm sorry, but you know yourselves. Kindly stand up. It is an honor to have all of you. The chairman is here seated for 2 days. I know Dr. Kahanjira has gone. Thank you so much for honoring this. It was really unbelievable that all of you are here seated for 2 days. And I know you're busy people. Clem, Fazil, these are the guys who support us every single day. This is Crop Life Africa Middle East. Thank you. He came all the way from Ethiopia. I know you brought greetings from Stella, from Samira, and from Evelyn. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And thank you. And we ask for more. You know what I mean. Thank you so much. CropLife members. Wow. CropLife members, I don't want to mention companies. They're member companies. Kindly all stand up. If you belong to CropLife. Guys, whatever you see in this room was funded 80% by CropLife member companies. My goodness, I don't know how to say thank you. I reached out to each one of you individually using probably my personal contact or the personal contact of my team members, and everybody came out in a very special way. Thank you so much, and let's do this again and again for the betterment of our industry. Development partners, AGRA. In a special way, I would like to recognize our keynote speaker, not as AGRA, but as a professor. Kindly stand up. You did justice. I must say, I am so humbled that you came, went through channels, and you made it very humbly. When I reached out to Professor, I had so many things to apologize about. I can't buy you an air ticket. The gentleman just said, this is just Uganda. I don't need a business class. Do anything in your means. I'm so humbled, Professor. Thank you so, so much. And I must say, you delivered beyond expectation. And for the recommenders, Ngeno, Dr. Nganga, please tell William, he should have been here to do this. Thank you so much for the recommendation. And Professor, we are very proud of you. And David Wazemba, I think the country director has left. He gave us a lot of support. He was here with us yesterday and today. And AGRA is, I think, the only development partner that we reached out for support, and they supported us. Thank you so much, AGRA. To the sponsors, allow me to mention them one by one, especially the platinum sponsor and the top 5 sponsors. Yara, Dr. Nganga. Wow. The team of Yara, kindly stand up for recognition. Yara is a fertilizer company. Those of you who know, you know. But Yara has done a lot that people actually do not know, especially during COVID. They did a very big project called Action Africa. I was actually the steering person in Uganda. I just left Bolton and they asked me to do this for them, and it was a big, I want to see, Rotich, I need to see the figures of what happened after that. I'm sure that the sales went up there. But it was a very good drive. Dr. Mwambu knows they gave us fertilizers worth $2.5 million for free to the farmers in Uganda. And Professor Latigo, the biggest beneficiaries were people in the north. And I did it personally. We did it in Gulu, Amuru, Noya, all those districts in Lira. And we went and gave fertilizers to farmers free during COVID. It was an intervention for COVID. Thank you so much. Platinum sponsor, looking forward to having you next year. Platinum sponsor. And we have our gold sponsors. The gold sponsors are actually 2. Yara, I'm sorry. You'll bear with me. Winnie has been on my table, so she's been whispering. So we have 2 gold sponsors, Syngenta and Bayer. So I'll call one first. Syngenta. And I'm doing Syngenta because they came through instantly. Given and your team, Felicitas was amazing. She made sure the meetings happened. And I'm so grateful to Syngenta because there was no questioning. What is this for? Maybe because Given is the chairman CropLife. Everything was automatic. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. Guys, clap, especially when you didn't exactly. Bayer or Bayer. Bayer or Bayer. The MD has left. Evelyn is somewhere on a call. Susan was our contact person most of the time, but everybody came through. Thank you so much, Susan, and the team at Bayer. We are so grateful. But I must mention, because Jimmy is an ex-Bayer or Bayer, like many in this room, he was so biased towards Bayer. Every time we were first talk to Bayer. Jimmy, thank you so much, but next time behave, right? Okay. Our silver sponsors. So silver sponsors, we had Stanbic Bank. I think the gentleman was in here. Again, we got a lot of support from Stanbic Bank. They came through immediately. AGRA, I think AGRA Wazemba has left, but again, Professor is here. Thank you so much, AGRA, Professor. Please send our greetings and notes of appreciation. Day Biopharma, Jimmy is here and the group CEO is here. Please stand up. These guys came through, and Jimmy, you know you are supposed to come through. Shall talk next year as a platinum. But thank you so much. We are so grateful. Of course, Claim, I had already mentioned Fazil. Thank you so much. And we had other sponsors. After those, we had a gold sponsor, and then they didn't want us to mention their name, amazingly. They said we have to keep silent about them, but I'm sure they will be watching this. Centenary Bank, Equity Bank, DFCU Bank, Nation Media. Clap for them. They are not in our industry, but they gave us a lot of support. Bringing it down to our local companies, Bukola, I saw Solomon here. Please stand up. Solomon, on the other hand, is the gentleman I took over from. He's the ex-president. Does that, I don't know whether that exists, but he's my predecessor. He was the chairman of Crop Life. Thank you so much. He presented on counterfeit, and he really championed that cause. Thank you so much, Bukola. UPL, Vikas is here. Osho, board member. All these board members, I gave them a target, and I said, every board member, you have to lead by example. You have to bring money before other members bring money. Thank you so much. Makweta over there is the director of El Shaddai. Devashish, Osho, Charles Hangzu, ETG, Kato, all these guys, and of course Kuto has left. They led by example, and I want to thank you so very much. The other members, I would like you to project the members in the interest of time, but every member, Balton, Uganda, Mudo, they are over there, you can see. All of them were. I want to see the members, the member companies. They all came through. I want to tell you that this event was fully funded by the industry. I should say fully, because the others that chipped in after they gave us the way. For me, this was so challenging. It was a very hard task to begin. At one point, I wanted to give up halfway because nobody was coming through, especially we started this in October last year. But I want to thank Dr. Mwambu in a special way. When we had an online meeting with him, we told him, it was at night. I called him and said, we have something we want to do as an industry. And said, okay, you share. We were traveling, I was in Ramwanja, he was traveling somewhere. We said, let everybody pack somewhere, and we have an online meeting. Dr. Mwambu said, you have my blessing, and he gave me an able team, headed by Fred. Where's the principal agriculture officer? He's not here. Fred and team, we had meetings at night. I want to applaud you, Dr. Mwambu, and your team. This was not public service like. To have a meeting with a public servant at 8 p.m., 9, and it ran through, some started dropping off one by one until 11. Thank you so much. This is not usual, and we don't take it for granted. To our panelists, if you are panelists, please stand up. Kindly stand up. If you're double given, please stand up. Everyone wanted to be a panelist, I want to tell you, but we had to limit the number. Thank you so much for our panelists. They did a lot of research. Professor, a very special thank you to Professor Latigo, Ogenga Latigo Morris. I don't know the order. But Professor, like Jimmy said, I was very humbled. We were in a team and Jimmy just called him and put him on loudspeaker. I was even ashamed of speaking to you on phone. But he made life so simple for us and said, I'll be there at no fee. And why I want to appreciate our panelists, nobody asked for money. And on this note, I would like to appreciate our guest speaker. Like I said yesterday, a man I know for many years, Joe Iracha. I don't call him Mr. I don't know why. I like to call other people Mr. Joe Iracha is a gentleman I know. He's my mentor. Like I said, my encyclopedia. He came all the way from Kenya. And when I called him, he was on a trip. He said he was going for vacation. But he said, I'll come back. I sent him his topic. And when he came back, he's here. And everybody is here because they love the industry. Nobody's charging us a coin. You don't know how much money we needed to pay all these experts to come to this room, especially when they are flying in. Serena Hotel, thank you so much. They gave us concessions. You all know that our guests who are sleeping here, They gave us a beautiful rate, and I hope everybody is really taking advantage of the rate. Do not pay anything beyond $180 because it was really, really negotiated. But they said they have never seen an organized team like this. So thank you so much, Serena Hotel. My organizing committee, I call it my organizing committee because, Jimmy, please make your way up here. I would like to recognize Jimmy in a very, very special and passionate way because you all, like I mentioned, Jimmy is ex-buyer. He's very passionate about the industry. He's a farmer of some sort, not slave farmer, a bit of telephone farmer. Jimmy has dedicated 2 months. Jimmy is based in Nairobi. Actually, we call him half Ugandan, half Kenyan. He dedicated 2 months of leaving his family behind and being with us here for 2 months to put this together at no charge. Jimmy, thank you so much. I don't want to take this for granted. He did it passionately. I worked with Jimmy and Evelyn closely when I was at Bolton, when they were at Bayer, so it was really a personal relationship. Thank you so much. And the committee, where's the team? Jennifer Nyakwera. Jimmy, Jennifer, and I when we began, we were trying to put a concept together. I said, I don't want my board to fault me. I want you to give me something tangible so that when I go to the board, they'll just put a stamp. So the concept I brought to you guys was actually done by Nyakwera and Jimmy. Jennifer, come here. These two put together the concept. I just looked through to approve, take to my board to approve, and everything was done the way it was done. Thank you so much, guys. And again, like I said, just out of goodwill with no money. Thank you so much. Jimmy, we are really, really indebted to you. You did a fantastic job. And event organizers, we had an event organizer, an amazing lady, Anne Mubezi. The only thing I can say, I'll refer you with confidence all the time. Thank you so much. You did a fantastic job. Leila, the lady who, every media, every person you see here from the media. Leila, please. Leila led the team. She has a company called Seamless. They did every single mobilization for media and some of the sponsorships that we had, especially the media sponsorships. Thank you so much, Leila. She really did a fantastic job. And we can't really be any more grateful. Crop Life staff, my team, Betty, please come over. Betty, Rebecca, Eddie. You know, at Crop Life, we have the smallest team ever. Betty is almost a one-man show, but we had to get a few people to come on board. Betty and Rebecca, we had meetings at Serena here almost to midnight every other day. And sometimes I wondered how she goes back home, you know. So Betty did a fantastic job. I want to thank you so, so much. Betty has been serving Crop Life since its inception. So she's 18 years, 18 or 20? 19 years. So she joined a year after Crop Life. Today we make 20 years, by the way. Yes, Crop Life made 20 years, and Betty has been there. And she has worked so tirelessly. Sometimes I think we were not even talking, but now I told her we'll smile after. It's okay. And she was happy because I'm very threatened. Thank you so much. And Rebecca has a little baby, but she's been having sleepless nights over here. Thank you so much. Eddie, thank you so much. I'm so grateful that you guys were there. And we had a team from AgriFarm. AgriFarm is my company, but what happened for the past 2 months, Crop Life was domiciled at AgriFarm offices because I wanted to make sure everything's done right. So all the stationery, my Wi-Fi, my everything was dedicated to Crop Life because we wanted to do everything meticulously well. And so Betty and the team were in my office for 2 months, and my team, donors, Betty, Joseph, and the team at AgriFarm, I instructed them to give them all the support they need without asking me a single question. Donors is over there. She's our administrator. She now talks Crop Life more than me. So thank you so much, AgriFarm team. To the participants, wow, I don't know what to say to you. Because to have people in this room for 2 days, yesterday you sat up to 7, today you sat up to 7. What a team. But for me, I'll tell you one thing. The reason why this has been able to be is because we had the right people in the room. It's absolutely important. If you had the wrong people, they wouldn't see value in what we are talking about. Everybody who is in this room was invited by name or by organization. If I don't know your name, then I know your organization. Because we did this list with a team here. We selected everybody intentionally with a purpose. And whoever is in this room, you are on the list. I would like to recognize a gentleman, a very special gentleman, called Mustafa. I'm sorry, I'm not able to say His Excellency for Chad. I don't know how to do the protocol. Mustafa, stand up. This gentleman, you look at him, he's a very simple man. He's been a farmer. I know him for all the years I've been in the industry. He's a farmer for herbs. He also sits on the board for UFAIR and the board for Hot Fresh. And I sat with him just before and I told him this is what I want to do. Mustafa, I've supported him as a customer many, many years ago. He told me this is a very genuine cause. We've been looking for this kind of platform and I will be there. And just before he said he won't be here. And the reason I wanted him to be here is because he represents exporters, real exporters, and for years. And this was important. And the farmers in the room, Afande Kaima, from all the way from Luengo, the man who beats has left, and all of you who are in this room. The media, I want to appreciate all of you. Please clap for the media. Because the information they got, I understand, they said they have now gotten saved. They are going to report exactly what we have said. Because normally they don't have anyone to talk to, so they report what they read on AI. Now they have the information and we expect to have better reporting. I'm not sure if I've left anyone behind. If I didn't mention your name and you really did something to this symposium, the ushers, Mary Beth. How did I miss these beautiful ushers? You see, this lady Mary Beth in green, she had to buy a suit for Crop Life. She manages this team of ushering, but she's been here. All those bags you got, everything that you see, it was her piece of work. And to all our service providers, thank you so much. Apt Media, Solomon, I don't know where he is. Twine Shots, all the service providers in this room, we want to thank you so very much. I want to thank all of you most sincerely for coming today, and to the industry. These are my last remarks. I know we are so many. I know some of you have left off your names. Oh, Lincoln, I apologize. Please stand up. Be safe. Oh, how can I do this? This is a grave mistake. I'm sorry. And Aggie, thank you so much. You saw the technology over here. We must have a conversation to see how to really roll this out. They came all there from Kenya. I know Lincoln for 1,000 years as well in this industry. BSF has a very good program, and we must have a conversation from here. Thank you so much. It's not easy to introduce people. But to the industry, the take home for me is, let's partner with the ministry. If the ministry doesn't come to us, we must go to them. We don't have a choice. It's our business. We must take care of our business. And I'm very serious about this. Let's go for counterfeit. Let's not kill our business. Let's go for counterfeit. When I reach out with emails, the CEOs are in this room, directors are in this room, please respond. It is for the cause of our industry. To the regulator, Dr. Mwambo and team, we gave you our recommendations. This is now a request, not a recommendation. Whatever request we have over there, please give it some time. Like we mentioned, we have a meeting coming through in June for the Agricultural Chemical Board. Some of the resolutions, I remember we had agreed to have a meeting as an industry to discuss and come back, and that's what the chairman recommended. That's what we agreed in the last meeting. We've had a meeting. We have actually exhausted everything. We are going to write a document, review, get back to us, so that by the time we get to that meeting, we are all aligned. But what I want to say is that when we have these kind of collaborations, when we have open speeches, no criticisms, no fights, but sitting together as an industry, as a family, this is what you need going forward. I want to thank you once again. Thank you for coming. Journey mercies, and till next year, may God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Agnes. I don't think I can even add a comma on what she said. So I would now like to invite Dr. Paul Mwambu to make his remarks. Let's appreciate Dr. Mwambu as he comes. He has brought the entire department of the ministry with us for two months.
Oh, this one. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, esteemed colleagues, partners, and friends. Good evening. Oh, the energy is still there. That's very good. I know really it is now 13 minutes after 7 p.m. I want to thank you very much for your patience, for having very good energy reserves. And I will try to be as fast as possible so that people can go and have a rest. So my name is Dr. Paul Mwambu. I am Commissioner Crop Inspection and Certification at the Ministry of Agriculture and Industry and Fisheries. My role in the ministry rotates about 3 key aspects: regulating agricultural chemicals for crops, regulating seed, which is the beginning of life, and seed in all its forms, as in true seed like beans and maize, but also vegetatively propagated materials. And then, lastly, regulating plant health. I'm in charge of importation and exportation of any plant or plant material, and therefore taking care of the biosecurity concerns of those products. So colleagues, as we close the second day of the CropLife Uganda Inaugural Symposium, I stand before you with immense gratitude and a deep sense of purpose. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and as Commissioner for Crop Inspection and Certification, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for dedicating your time, your energy, your expertise over these past 2 days. Your presence and active participation have been the cornerstone of this symposium's success. I thank you. We have gathered here under the theme of contemporary local, regional, and global trends in the agricultural chemical industry. And together, we have engaged in a robust dialogue, shared knowledge, and explored innovations that will shape the future of our sector. Your contributions, whether as participants, or as panelists, or presenters, or sponsors, or organizers, have enriched our discussions and inspired new ways of thinking. Let me specifically thank our sponsors for their generous support, the experts who presented thought-provoking papers, and the media for their comprehensive coverage. Thank you very much. I also recognize the invaluable contributions from CropLife Uganda, our development partners, academia, research institutions, and all members of the Agricultural Chemical Board who are seated over here. And just as an addition, colleagues, and just to give you confidence of our system, the law provides that the Agricultural Chemical Board and its technical committee are picked from eminent personalities from about 17 ministries, departments, and agencies. One of them is from academia. Currently, we have Makerere represented on the board from Uganda National, the Bureau, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, National Environment Management Authority, National Forestry Authority, NARO, the National Agricultural Research Organization, and then Uganda Farmers Federation, and commissioners from the Ministry of Agriculture who have matters to do with with the chemicals. And also specifically at Makerere, we pick a representative from the from crop science and also from faculty of science and then animal science. And therefore you can see this is a very solid team that helps us, especially with the registration processes and also post-registration processes. And they are doing a very good job, and I want to thank them. The symposium has reaffirmed the critical role of judicious use of agricultural chemicals in ensuring food and nutrition security, boosting production for export trade, and driving socio-economic development. At the same time, we have candidly acknowledged the emerging risks to human health and the environment associated with some plant protection products. The dangers posed by used pesticide containers, both at the household and the environmental level, are real and pressing. I commit on behalf of government to work with all stakeholders to find sustainable solutions for managing these containers and mitigating their risks. We are also committed to progressively move towards self-regulation, because in the modern space we live, the stick and the carrot, the balance has to be done very carefully so that you maintain room for engagement, room for negotiations, and then joint effort. You can be able to leverage a lot of resources from there. So we are also committed to progressively move towards self-regulation, engaging as equal partners with the industry, with the civil society, and the media. Open and honest engagement, in our view, is the only way to grow this vital industry, which directly contributes to our nation's food security and prosperity. I am pleased to announce that the Ministry of Agriculture is in the process of establishing the Food and Agricultural Authority, a new body or entity that will regulate about 4 core areas. It will regulate plant health, animal health, agricultural chemicals, and food safety. We are confident that this authority will enable us to be even more responsive and effective in our regulatory mandate. Actually, the reason I was not even here yesterday, we were trying to lock the draft bill, and we want it to be taken to cabinet, and once it is cleared, we go to parliament, and we expect this authority to take shape soon. So as we look to the future, let us try to carry forward these key takeaways in addition with the main summary points that were read to us. A firm commitment to responsible management of pesticide containers. We may need to run a competition amongst the members of CropLife on the collection of used pesticide containers, that we may have to engage within CropLife to see how we have the collection, picking back some of these containers. Because many of them are being abused at household level for children to carry food, to milk to school or water, and also for storing other items at household level. In the environment, they are causing and posing a lot of threat. So it's one area we need to work on and conclude. So we also want to pledge to innovate in protecting registered brands, and this may help us to get rid of speculators and people who promote their counterfeits. And I'm very happy that the industry has agreed that we create a kind of fund run under CropLife that will help us to be more vigilant in protecting these registered brands. We want to commit ourselves as government in strengthening surveillance, investigations, and rapid response mechanisms within our regulatory framework. And we believe, especially under the new entity, We expect to have regional presence, like we see National Drug Authority, we see Uganda National Bureau of Standards, and we certainly will be more effective on the ground. And we also are committed in continuing our collaborations to enhance our ICT-based solutions to ease product registration and post-registration processes, aiming to minimize human interface, but also streamlining regulatory timelines. So we respectively, at this moment, as I try to come to the end, we respectively appeal to our partners in civil society organizations and the media to uphold the highest standards of responsibility and accuracy in science-based reporting. It is essential that the public receives well-informed, balanced information that avoids unnecessary alarm and protects our nation's market access. We deeply value your critical role in informing and educating society, and we invite you to work more collaboratively with us in defining and contextualizing the challenges of our industry that we face. Now, while we welcome robust debate, I think let me repeat this, that while we welcome robust debate and freedom of expression, we do not support sensationalism or the dissemination of unverified claims, especially on issues with the significant economic and public health implications. So moving forward, we will expect all communications to be grounded in peer-reviewed evidence and validated by relevant authorities. Should there be instances where alarmist or misleading statements are issued without proper verification, we may be compelled, actually we shall be constrained to take appropriate measures to address such actions, as they have far-reaching consequences for both the public and the economy. And on this, you will be interested to know the new developments that have taken shape to curb this vice, and you'll be interested to know that I have been appointed to be part of that team at the national level. For details, watch the space. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us use the available avenues for validation and engagement, ensuring that our shared goal remains the well-being of our people and the sustainable development of our sector. We believe that by working together openly and responsibly, we can foster an environment where accurate information guides public discourse and policy to the benefit of all. So agricultural chemicals are not just a business. They are central to food security, human and environment health, raw material production, export trade, and socioeconomic transformation. We commit to make this symposium an annual event, a reconciliation house, an annual event which will be a reconciliation house for the industry and the regulators to account to each other and renew our shared commitments. So finally, I want to thank you all once again for honoring our invitation, for your active engagement, and for your unwavering commitment to the growth and sustainability of Uganda's agrochemical sector. Let us continue to work together with mutual respect and shared vision for a safer, more productive, and prosperous future. I thank you for God and my country.
Can we appreciate the good Dr. Paul Mwambu? I don't know if you got it right. He's got a new appointment. It's in the pipeline.
We just heard that there's a pay rise on the way. You told us to watch the space, and it's coming to the end of the month. Yeah, but anyway, congratulations, and we would like to thank you so much for that wonderful speech. May I request Madam Chair Lady, Crop Life Uganda, that we get this speech officially, because it's part of our, it's going to be part of Crop Life's records. And Madam Rapporteur, I think we need to get that speech. So I would like to thank you so much, Agnes. I think you people were just trained in the best schools in terms of public presentation, presence, everything. I think it's been wonderful listening to you. And today, and at this moment, I think we've really come to the end of a very long day. I believe everybody is tired and now wants to relax. And I don't think we are going to delay you any further, except I'll say that it's also good manners to appreciate good people. Some of you have already received something. I think there's bags. Let's thank Crop Life Uganda, because that particular item, I'll tell you, having been close to the planning table, was not there until the last day when Agnes came with a smile and said, I want it in. And you know, when she wants something, she'll go for it. So thank you so much. It's not like our trip to Addis. Some people were already going to Entebbe and already calling to check in. Yeah, so I think we're now getting to the close, and I just want to say that when this symposium was beginning, it was actually a 3-day event. It was, I think the first flyer, bet is not around, I think it said, save the date, May 14th to the 16th. Then we sat down and had a reality check and said, no, being a first step, a baby doesn't run. They have to take baby steps. So everything that was supposed to be done in 3 days has been done in 2 days. So that's another achievement. But with the commitment Dr. Mwambu has just given us, and with the presence of development partners like Professor and your organizations, and probably deeper funds, this might be a 3-day. Probably you might want to take us where? To the Maldives? Anyway, we shall wait, but I think that has been wonderful. So we're now going to get to a point of appreciating the wonderful people who have been able to support this. Most of them have been mentioned in Agnes' speech. So I'm going to request Dr. Mwambu and Agnes to get on stage and recognize the following people. We can go in. And in no particular order, I'm going to suggest that, Anne, you'll manage that side, I'll manage this side. So we've got quite a number of people to acknowledge, and I hope that the list has been as complete as possible. But we would like to do some acknowledgements with accolades and also with some certificates. And we're going to start with our platinum sponsor. Sometimes when we're doing our primary living exams, you never wanted names that end with Z and Y, because it means that you are always the last. So when the papers ran out, you are the one who was waiting when everybody else was writing away. But Yara will come first. Dr. Nganga, we would like to thank you so much. Thank your team in South Africa, in Nairobi, for their, in Norway. Their president in Norway is one of the best gentlemen you'll ever meet. Very, very generous, very, very simple in everything he says and does. So I would like to thank you so much, Yara and Dr. Nganga. I think you'll pass our appreciation to you. Can you show it for the cameras? It's a certificate and an appreciation plaque. The plaque goes to you particularly for the wonderful presentation and commitment. Syngenta, can I request that when we call, you come with all your team? Syngenta was one of the favorite for the committee, to the extent that you even have an ambassador called Anne. Where is she? Anne. This young lady here, in the planning, she has been nicknamed Madame Syngenta. So probably the Syngenta team, you better take her away. She just loves you. She has never heard of the name, but she just fell in love with you. Thank you so much. Can we take a picture of them? Yes. Hold it up. Yep. Thank you so much. We thank you so much, Syngenta, Yara, and all the others I'm going to read. May the neighbor's chicken lay its eggs in your compound. Buyer. Syngenta, rather buyer. Susan. I know Evelyn is taking a call and Yon, but I'm sure you'll pass our appreciation to them. And when I come to the office, the week after next, I won't find that in the cabinet. Yes. So thank you so much. Bayer East Africa. Bayer is one of the big four in the agrochemical industry. And for the football lovers, if you know a team called Bayern Munich, there is a relationship between Bayer and Bayern Munich. Yes. The fourth is Agra, and we'd like to thank our development partner, Agra, not only for giving some support, but also freeing you to be with us for the last 2 days. If you could come along with Wozemba as well. Yeah. Thank you very much, and pass our appreciation to Agra when you go back. Professor Hamadi Boga. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Thank you very much. The next goes to CropLife Africa Middle East. Can we get the representative? Fazil? Fazil? Where's Angela? Angela. I miss it and I miss that coffee. Eshi. Thank you very much. Please pass our regards to Evelyn and everybody in the CropLife Africa Middle East family. Stanbic Bank. Do you have anybody from Stanbic Bank? Okay, I think they're not around, but Stanbic Bank was extremely generous. They supported the media. A lot of the media that was run, the paid media on the televisions, in the newspapers. A lot of the flyers you are receiving were all sponsored by Stanbic Bank. They were one of the first banks actually that came through. And they also gave us some money, but I'm sure they'll receive it. Number 7, Day Biopharma. Thank you very much. You're cute. Jimmy, I can't forget Jimmy. Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, most grateful, and thank you so much for coming through at the most critical time. I think, Professor, you've appeared twice. It's okay? Professor Hamadi Boga, now in your own capacity. You see, when you do well, they give you more. There's a certain community in Somalia, when they give you a wife and you look after her so well, they give you a second wife. So, Professor Hamadi Boga, we are giving you a second wife. When you look after her well in 2026, we shall give you another one. Mr. Joseph Iracha, most welcome. And you need to tell us about that cruise you just did. You know, when you plan your life, You only give talks, play balls like golf, and then exactly, and see the world from above. Thank you so much, Joseph, and pass our regards to yourself, your family, for allowing you to be with us in Kampala, or Champala as they call it in Kenya. Honorable Victoria Sechitoleka, I think, has left. She wasn't well. Okay, she wasn't well, but I think she did extremely so well. You want to receive it on her behalf? Remy? Thank you. Please tell her that we thoroughly love her. She's a gem. Now I would like to invite the board of CropLife Uganda. Please step up, because the next one I don't even know how we are going to deal with this person. CropLife Uganda board members, please just step up briefly, all of you. Because the gentleman we are going to recognize is Dr. Paul Mwambu, and I would like Agnes to be supported. I don't think she can lift him in her own hands. Okay. So Dr. Paul Mwambu, your support is invaluable. I don't think you know how much you contributed, even by ideas and making decisions in the ministry. Thank you very much. And that is a certificate for you to pack or to hang up in your new role or in your new office. Thank you. Thank you. Keep it up. We appreciate the spirit and all the support you've given. May I request a good friend, a politician, an academic, and a man of the people, Professor Maurice Ogenga Latigo from Agago. Professor, we appreciate everything you've been able to do, your simplicity, and also the way you share your knowledge so willingly. Congratulations, and please keep it up.
Now we switch. The next one goes to the man of the day, the chief organizer, a man who works for free, a man who is so focused on agriculture, slave farmer, Jimmy Chiberu, ex-buyer. Jimmy, thank you so much. I have to be in the picture though. Can't miss this opportunity.
Agnes gives you a holiday. After 1 hour, 1 minute, she tells you to get back.
So the next one is to Chairperson Agnes Mbabazi.
Can I request Yara Singenta,
yes,
Dr. Boga, Professor Boga Murada, come and help Agnes receive this. Thank you very much. Professor, please. It takes a village to raise a young girl in Africa. Thank you very much. Picture moment. I don't see the plaque yet. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay.
Now we've got certificates for all the following. We are not going to give them out now, but I'm just going to read the list. But we've got quite a number of certificates. One goes to Bukola Chemical Industries Limited, Equity Bank, Centenary Bank, DFCU Bank, Tulima Solar, Zoopoint Import and Export, Nation Media Group, Hanzu Agrochemicals, Siova Seed, UPL Limited, BASF East Africa Limited, Kuto General Stores, ETG, Osho Chemicals Industries Limited, Chebe Enterprises, AgriFarm Uganda, Shift Ventures, El Shaddai International, Balton Uganda, Mudo Agrochemicals, DigiPrint, Backpage Concepts Limited, and so many others. So your certificates are here. Please don't leave them behind. Pick them up as you go. We also have panelists, presenters, and moderators. I think you are very many again. I'm just going to read the list so that you know that you're entitled to receive a special framed certificate. We've got Dr. Winnie Nganga, Given Mudenda, Evelyn Musyoka, Honorable Godfrey Subi Chiwanda, Brendan Wadri, the lady who spoke to us about artificial intelligence, Miss Susan Kiambi, Godfrey Ikugu, Mr. Kenneth Onesmo, Henry Kimera, Yon Kregello, John Meshach Rotich, Edward Gishara, my good friend Joel Mutai from CropLife Kenya, or AAK Grow, Miss Remy Malay. Remy, you got something. You are not going empty-handed. Gilbert Kato, we saw Gilbert here a short while ago from ETG. Vincent Seremba, Tulima Solar, Mr. Fred Muzira. Muzira in Luganda means a brave man. Yeah. Or in Lusoga. Well, these languages are all the same. We've got another one for Patrick Makweta, Mr. Patrick Makweta, Mr. Vikas Vishu Chodari at the back. Wonderful. We've got another one for Boniface Chigongo, Mr. Balam Twinamasiko, the gentleman who was asked to produce a kidney for the bank support. I hope you don't volunteer your second kidney. Paul Wanyonyi, Sylvia Nantongo Mutebi, I think she's a farmer. Maif, oh, she left. Oh, technical team, yes. Alexander Samula, Negombi Emmanuel Kisachi, I think is a gentleman from Stanbic, but he hasn't been able to be with us. Herbert Musimenta, are you around? Solomon Seruwo, Ibrahim Senyonga, Solomon Tumwesije, and Ismail Semwanga. Let's give them a hand clap. And then for the organizing committee, you've all been called out. For those of you who are standing, you can sit down. For those of you sitting, you can stand up. We've got Alan Kasuja, my good friend, but Alan had other commitments, so I had to double hat or triple hat. But we thank him for his wonderful job. Jennifer Nyakwera Tumwesije. Jennifer has been amazing. In the midst of the organization, she lost her beloved mom, and we had to join her in Bering in Chegegwa, Chenjojo. We came back. 1 week later, she bounced back, and it was like she hadn't started. But we just want to remember her mother in prayer. May the good Lord continue to rest her in peace. Rebecca Nansove, Eddie Mubiru, and Anshine Mubezi Sinjenta. Madam Sinjenta. Sinjenta team, this lady, have a conversation with her. She loves you, passion. If somebody loves you that much, make her your brand ambassador. She's very good in so many things. So that is the list. Oh yes, Leila and Andrew, where are they? And Betty, I read them, yeah. Leila, please stand up. Yes, and Andrew, where's Andrew?
Andrew, our IT. There, Andrew. By the way, Andrew has been. He's one of those people. For those of you who know, they're in the background. Everything you see, we take the credit, but actually the people working behind are people like Andrew, Betty, Eddie, and so on. They are the people behind all this, and I want to thank them all for the wonderful work. The day before we opened, I think Andrew left here at about 4:30. It was coming 5 a.m. And he was here at about 7:30. He literally didn't sleep. Yeah, that is the kind of Gen Z spirit. So that is the list. And of course, to everybody, every one of you, we can't thank you enough. 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. to 8 on a Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday, and you're still inside. You guys, I don't know what clay God made you out of. Just clap for yourselves. So with that, I think we come to the end of this journey. My job is to thank you so much for your presence, for your time, for your ideas, for your energy. And all I will say is that may God continue to protect you. May you travel back safely. And may we ensure that whatever eggs we've laid today all hatch. And we are back again same day, same month, next year, ready to take this forward. So thank you so much. And I now do the mic drop. Thank you.